Chapter 76. The young Mr. Malfoy pays a visit to the Saracist Manor. As the Christmas holidays neared their conclusion, Draco finally awaited the opportunity to journey to Saracist Manor. Hooray! Upon learning the night before that his father would take him there, the boy was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him throughout the night. It seemed that, within the confines of his current home, he was the only one who had yet to visit Saracist Manor. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, the boy arose, meticulously preparing himself with great enthusiasm. Dressed in a dapper black suit, he stood proudly at the door, eagerly awaiting his father's arrival. "Oh, little Draco, it is quite rare to see you up so early." Narcissa, astonished, stepped outside to behold her son eagerly awaiting at the entrance. It appeared that their son had indeed undergone a significant transformation during his time at Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would typically indulge in the luxury of sleeping in at home. Haha, of course. It is my first visit to Saracist Manor. Lucius, adjusting his tie, was equally taken aback upon witnessing Draco's demeanor. "Since you are all set, let us embark." As he spoke, he took a dark, gnarled branch from the house elf's hand, gripping it firmly. "Father, why are you holding a withered branch? Shouldn't we be using flue powder to get there?" Draco raised an eyebrow in confusion. Narcissa, standing nearby, smiled gently. Saracist Manor has yet to establish a flue network. However, Mr. Edmund has specially arranged for our convenience. He crafted a key for us, which happens to be that very branch. Lucius found this arrangement quite satisfactory, both safe and practical. Furthermore, it spared them from the soot of the fireplace, making it a uniquely convenient mode of transport between their families. This was certainly not something others possessed. Is an apparition faster? Despite not having mastered this advanced magic, Draco believed his father could accompany him. Negative. Your friend Perugia specifically advised that even adults proficient in apparition should not readily transport others. This method carries its own risks. For your safety, it is best to use the key. Lucius tapped his son's head lightly, instructing him to place his hand upon the branch. Grip tightly and do not let go. In the next moment, a sensation of spatial distortion engulfed him, and Draco felt a wave of dizziness as the ground beneath him transformed into the soft, pliant texture of leaves and grass. Additionally, the air around them abruptly chilled, a frigid wind howling as snowflakes, large as goose feathers, struck against him. He gazed in astonishment at the surrounding dark, towering forest, feeling disoriented amidst the raging storm. "Where's the manor?" the boy questioned, doubting whether the key had mislocated them. He instinctively shrank his neck against the cold and cast a warming charm upon himself. His recent diligent practice had finally paid off, enabling him to adeptly wield some of the spells Perugia had imparted to him. Lucius, upon witnessing the scene, nodded in satisfaction. "For the sake of the estate's security, the key's location is here. It would be even better if you could employ the warming charm, as we have quite a distance to walk." Draco trailed behind his father, observing the seemingly ancient forest, which was undoubtedly home to towering trees that had thrived for centuries. Their leaves were nearly all gone, having been swept to the ground, and as they passed, the crunching sound underfoot resonated. "I never imagined their estate would be situated here," Draco murmured. "A very secure location. If any issues arise in the future, remaining here would be the safest option." Lucius walked ahead with a calm demeanor, clearly having made plans in his mind. He had come here several times before and knew that the Celestra estate was protected by a magical barrier akin to the one safeguarding Hogwarts. Uninvited guests would be randomly displaced throughout the forest. Only those who had received an invitation and possessed the key could enter the inner forest adjacent to the estate. They now needed merely to walk for 6 or 7 minutes to reach the manor. What problems could possibly arise? Draco pondered, soon catching sight of the grand, ancient estate and castle emerging through the swirling snow. Oh wow! He stood in astonishment, feeling as though it was even larger than his own home. "Don't just stand there," Lucius said with a faint smile as he stepped forward. At the entrance of the estate stood Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleonora, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, along with the upright figure of the tree stump, Pelagia. Oh, why was he standing so rigidly? It wasn't as if he were preparing for a competition. Draco couldn't help but jest about his friend, but still excitedly ran over. "Pelagia, I'm here." Lucius frowned slightly. You should first greet your uncle and aunt. Mind your manners, Draco. Hello, uncle and aunt. Draco, having been reminded by his father, turned to bow to the two. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. Just treat this place as your own home, please. Come in. Lady Eleonora ruffled Draco's hair, inviting the father and son into the estate. As Draco and Pelagia walked behind, he finally noticed the two menacing snow monsters at the entrance. Goodness, you actually placed such terrifying things at the door for Christmas? After gazing for a while, he even felt as though one of the snow monsters might come to life. Don't mind that. That was made by my father. A teddy bear. Pelagia remained silent for a moment, and Draco certainly took note of the creation. He wished he had destroyed those two beforehand. A teddy bear. Draco's mouth fell open in surprise. Actually, Uncle's hobby is quite unique, huh? He hesitated briefly before rephrasing his words. Ha. Pelagia chuckled naturally, his expression warm and genuine, completely shedding the previous rigidity of a facade. You need not flatter him so. It's merely a failed creation. Come on, it's cold outside. He waved his hand, startling Draco back to reality. By Merlin's beard, Pelagia's progress has been remarkably swift. Truly, his efforts have not been in vain. He must be the one responsible for this significant change. The boy straightened his posture with pride, following Pelagia into the seemingly ancient castle. Yet, upon entering, he discovered that the interior was adorned with exquisite and opulent decor. Had he not been standing here, I might have thought I'd return home, huh? Draco jested. You can come here any time. Didn't I leave a key for your family? If you find it too far, I can craft a special key that allows direct access to the estate. Pelagia instructed a maid to remove Draco's outer robe, leading the boy upstairs to tour his room. Really? That would be splendid. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 77. As the adults conversed downstairs, Purusha led Draco back to her room. Draco, filled with curiosity, ascended the staircase, admiring the portraits that adorned the walls of the second floor. Each depicted a strikingly similar expression, blank and faint, reminiscent of Purusha herself. A mere glance revealed these images to be of their ancestors. Indeed, Purusha bore an uncanny resemblance to them, yet it was evident that, under his diligent guidance, he had undergone significant transformation. However, he found himself intrigued by the peculiar essence of these portraits, which seemed devoid of any soul. The ancestral paintings in his family were perpetually chattering, creating a cacophony of noise, while those in the Purusha residence appeared merely as ordinary likenesses. Just as Draco was about to inquire, Purusha preemptively addressed his curiosity. These are simply ordinary portraits created for commemoration. They do not move. With a resigned smile, Purusha gestured invitingly from her doorway. I wonder if your room contains any of my splendor. Draco's attention shifted from the portraits, and he dashed into her chamber. He had to admit, Purusha's room was quite spacious, with distinct areas meticulously designed. Upon entering, he was greeted by towering bookshelves lined against the walls, brimming with a myriad of books. There was even a cabinet dedicated to potions and ingredients. Opposite a grand floor-to-ceiling window stood a desk, neatly arranged with books and notebooks. Is this a study or a bedroom? Have they all been combined? Draco mused. His curiosity piqued as he examined the titles on her shelves and the beautifully labeled potion vials. Many of them were entirely unfamiliar to him, and he was certain that if his godfather were to see these, he would be utterly captivated. He soon realized that Purusha's true leisure space was rather modest. While the study area was more expansive, her bed was nestled at the far end of the room, accompanied by a wardrobe and a sofa, along with some shelves. Draco was certain that the decorative items in her room were arranged by Lady Eleanor, as Purusha would hardly take the time to adorn the space herself. I combined the two. Purusha nodded, a knowing smile on her face, prompting Draco to smirk slightly. Enough, you're still somewhat oblivious. He plopped down onto the sofa, surprised by its comfort. I wonder where this was purchased. Purusha observed Draco's expression, almost tempted to quip, from a muggle shop. Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand, she said, moving to the bookshelf to retrieve a box containing a crystal ball. Inside, there was a miniature castle, twinkling under a canopy of stars. It appeared utterly enchanting. And most importantly, it could transform into a stormy, snow-laden scene. Draco leaned in closer, watching Purusha fiddle with it, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Did you create this? He held Purusha's skill in transfiguration and crafting peculiar objects in high regard. I bought it in Diagon Alley, Purusha replied, pausing briefly before casting a spell on the crystal ball with her wand. Here, now it is your key. With delight in his eyes, Draco watched as Purusha carefully placed the crystal ball back into its protective box. Really? Oh, I adore this key. How could you turn such a beautiful crystal ball into a key? What if it breaks? He clutched the box tightly. Knowing full well how much he cherished the exquisite starry display within, he realized that he could not possibly use it as a key. Instead, he would have to display it prominently in his room. Alas, he would ultimately have to settle for the key made from a gnarled twig. All right. It's just a short 6 or 7 minute walk, he conceded, glancing suspiciously at Purusha. I suspect you did this on purpose. I simply thought you would enjoy using it as a key, Purusha replied, her eyes innocent. I do love it. But I can't bear to use it as a key, Draco exclaimed in frustration. Understanding the boy's concerns, Purusha chuckled softly. It's just a crystal ball. If it breaks, I can always buy you another. But it wouldn't be the same. This is the only one like it, and it's specifically my key. The two boys continued their conversation for a while until it was time for dinner. They set aside their wizard chess and descended to join the adults for the evening meal. Afterward, they gathered to chat until it grew late. At which point Lucius suggested it was time to leave, considering that school commenced the day after tomorrow. See you on the train, he said as Draco departed, still clutching the crystal ball Purusha had given him. Until then, Purusha replied, watching the father and son leave before returning to her own room. She realized that Draco had a fondness for beautiful things and treasured them dearly. Unbeknownst to her, upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Draco hurriedly raced to his room, carefully extracting the crystal ball and placing it on his desk. The Christmas holiday swiftly drew to a close. Students, having concluded their festive respite, converged once more at the station, boarding the train back to school. During the journey, Purusha noticed that Draco had become particularly quiet. He wore a faint smile, seated regally in his chair, engrossed in the notebook she had given him. Even Pansy, passing by, commented on Draco's unusual demeanor. Only Purusha understood that this facade would not last long. He could not maintain the act, and once back in the dormitory, his true self would emerge. Oh, this pretense is utterly exhausting. I can't fathom how you and Theodore manage it, Draco sighed, collapsing onto his bed, weariness evident in his voice. After days of frolicking and running around during the holiday, returning to school felt even more tiring. Ah, so you wish to emulate us? Purusha was taken aback, joining him on the bed and responding gently. You need not become like us. Simply be yourself. As her words hung in the air, Draco, with his head buried in the pillow, shook it slightly before suddenly lifting his gaze, his gray eyes meeting Purusha's. Chapter 78. Why not inquire of the genius of dark arts before you? In the days following the Christmas holiday, students returned to school, yet their spirits were evidently subdued. The castle lacked vibrancy, enveloped in an eerie silence. However, as the days progressed, the demands of coursework and campus life once again absorbed the students' attention. Recently, the curriculum has become increasingly detailed, and the practical spells have multiplied. Fortunately, with Purusha around, she is often praised by the professors. Naturally, during classes alongside the Gryffindor students, the clever little lions also receive commendations. After the busy class schedule, the impending final exams loom on the horizon. Nearly all the students are shuttling between the library and gathering in small clusters in the Great Hall to discuss their studies. Throughout the day, Draco diligently attends classes. But in his spare time, he practices the spells noted in the notebook Purusha provided. Humph, just you wait, I must surpass Potter in the final exams. The boy with platinum hair declared confidently, his head held high. He still harbored a lingering resentment over their Quidditch defeat to Gryffindor. Moreover, the upcoming Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff will determine this year's House Cup champion. As for Slytherin, their chances seem bleak. Draco sat morosely on the sofa, turning a page of his book, his back nestled against a plush cushion. Purusha, taking advantage of her height and long legs, perched on the armrest beside him, her gaze fixated on the flickering fire in the hearth. Pansy and Daphne, the two sisters, sat on the opposite sofa, engrossed in a book, discussing its merits. Hearing Draco's remark, Pansy curiously raised her head and asked, although you've been eliminated from the top 3, haven't you had any Quidditch practices lately? It had been a while since she saw Draco and his team training, and he appeared somewhat disinterested. Don't mention it. Ever since Purusha confronted that captain, we haven't received any practice notifications, Draco shrugged. However, he couldn't help but admit that Purusha's bold confrontation with Marcus had nearly made him burst into laughter, especially since that fellow was always complaining about them. It wasn't entirely their fault. What is the big deal about the upper years? My goodness. Surely they wouldn't expel you from the team just because you lost a match? Pansy's dark eyes widened in surprise. She thought if that were the case, then Marcus Flint, the captain, was indeed irresponsible. Although she had witnessed Marcus's playing style, which she found distasteful, he was still fighting for Slytherin's victory. It hardly concerned them. Perhaps he was merely preparing for the 5th-year exams. Purusha spoke in a neutral tone, indifferent to training. Instead, he had often frequented the library during this period, particularly lingering in the restricted section when there were few people around. Let us not forget he had Professor Snape's permit. However, the thought of the upcoming Gryffindor and Hufflepuff match left him feeling quite irked. The boy abruptly closed his book, his gray eyes dimming as if a fire was smoldering within. I would rather see Hufflepuff win the House Cup. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His warm breath escaping in huffs as Draco, lost in thought, grabbed his wand and left the common room with Goyle and Crabbe. Just before departing, he seemed to notice Perugia's puzzled gaze and turned back to say, "If you have something to do, go to the library yourself. I'm just going for a stroll with them." With that, he planned to find a place to practice the spells he had recently learned. A mischievous smile creeping onto his lips as he turned away. Perugia nodded in acknowledgement before standing up and leaving the common room. He was still pondering why Harry had been in the restricted section last time, as if searching for someone. Lately, they seemed rather secretive, plotting something unknown. Clutching some books he borrowed from the restricted section, he wandered through the library and stumbled upon 3 individuals deeply engrossed in conversation. A large tome lay open on their table. Hermione appeared to have discovered some crucial information and was reading it aloud to Harry and the others. He was uncertain what Ron had said to elicit a roll of Hermione's eyes. Perugia didn't approach to draw their attention, but swiftly left before they noticed him. Nevertheless, he did overhear snippets of information, such as Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. What were Harry and the others investigating about Nicholas Flamel? Never mind. It was none of his concern. Holding the book he had borrowed from the restricted section, Perugia found an empty underground classroom, shut the door, and focused intently on his reading. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and footsteps echoed as someone entered, stopping at the threshold. This classroom was one he had observed for quite some time, knowing it was rarely visited. When the door opened, he looked up in surprise at the newcomer. "Good evening, Mr. Sarist." A deep, gravelly voice emanated from Professor Quirrell, whose face bore an air of arrogant confidence. At this moment, it was Voldemort, controlling this body and greeting Perugia. "Good evening." Perugia did not lift his gaze, remaining engrossed in the descriptions of spells within the book. True to its nature, the tome contained formidable dark magic. He was eager to experiment. Voldemort's faint smile faltered for a moment. He chuckled softly and walked closer to Perugia, glancing at the array of books on the desk. He remarked with a light laugh, "Ah, I see you've taken an interest in dark magic. You might want to know that standing before you is also a highly talented wizard in the realm of dark arts. When it comes to dark magic, I believe I hold considerable authority." Voldemort stroked the cover of the book, speaking to Perugia in a friendly tone. This prompted the boy, who had been focused on the pages, to lift his gaze, their eyes meeting. "I will ask when I wish to inquire," Perugia replied curtly, showing no deference. This response left Voldemort feeling somewhat stung and inexplicably frustrated. This insufferable brat. Well, considering his evident talent, he might still offer some insights to this boy who could potentially assist him in reclaiming his supremacy in the wizarding world. Chapter 79. I quite enjoy conversing with you. You may call me Senior and Professor's keen sense. Voldemort showed no intention of further disturbing him. Instead, standing with his hands clasped behind his back at the empty classroom's podium, he reached out to brush the dust off the blackboard, rolling it between his fingers. How nostalgic. Unforgettable days, unforgettable power. He had not failed but would rise again, completely overturning the magical world. Most importantly, his resurrection plan was about to succeed. Another point of intrigue was this student, who remained unfazed even upon learning his true identity. Calm, strong, and astute. Such qualities were ones he greatly admired. Just as he was about to say something further to Perugia, the boy preemptively spoke in a flat tone. "Thus, beneath the boundary that separates life from death, is it death that you fear the most?" Perugia refrained from casting a glance at Voldemort, yet she could sense the momentary stillness in the man's body. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom, making the sound of turning pages starkly pronounced. Voldemort's gaze was as cold as a serpent's, directed toward Perugia. Alas, his menacing stare proved ineffective against her. "It appears you have gathered quite a bit of knowledge about me. You are correct. Everyone harbors a fear of death, while I aspire to transcend it." Voldemort chuckled, a somewhat deranged laugh, as he spread his arms wide, as if to take flight. "Thus, you refer to yourself as Voldemort? I must say, that name is rather cliché." He had intended to express a lack of taste, but the words that escaped his lips transformed into the notion of being trite. "Perugia, I hold you in high regard. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. However, it is indeed true that those with exceptional talent often grow too swiftly, causing unease among certain individuals." Voldemort did not display any irritation over the grand title Perugia had conferred upon him. Certainly, if he were to become enraged over such triviality, he would be unworthy of leading those individuals. Mastering the hearts of men is his greatest prowess. Perugia discerned that within the man's words lay a subtle inclination toward manipulation. He seemed intent on steering her thoughts and beliefs. Yet, this was likely beyond his capacity. A realization she felt profoundly indifferent towards. Having talent is one matter. However, the trepidation stems from the temperament of the talented individual. Perugia had, of course, perused the records pertaining to Voldemort's youth, yet she refrained from passing judgment. To her, it seemed that all individuals lived for ambition. Perhaps, from this perspective, Voldemort's actions were merely the most common manifestations driven by desire and ambition. I must admit, conversing with you is a delightful experience. Voldemort appeared equally composed, his icy gaze fixed upon Perugia. I truly wish to engage with you personally. Alas, circumstances are not favorable. However, it will not be long before we meet again. I grant you permission to address me as senior. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, which then vanished as he turned his attention to the commotion outside. Professor Quirrell seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, blinking drowsily. Voldemort relinquished control of the body back to Professor Quirrell. Perugia? It's getting late. You should return to your dormitory, Professor Quirrell stammered, adopting the demeanor of a concerned professor for his student. Oh, heaven knows what the master discussed with Perugia here. One wonders how this child will choose. His expression was veiled, flickering between reluctance and resignation. The door to the empty classroom swung open with a resounding bang, revealing a dark figure that appeared like a specter in the doorway. The figure seemed momentarily taken aback before furrowing its brow. What are you doing here? Professor Snape slammed the door shut once more, striding purposefully toward Professor Quirrell, seizing him by the collar of his robes. Tension etched on his face. He cast a sidelong glance at the composed Perugia, disregarding his presence entirely. He lowered his voice, adopting a warning tone. I trust one have informed you which side is more prudent to heed? Or is it that your intellect renders you incapable of making a choice? What business do you have with him? Snape released Professor Quirrell, whose gaze was now unfocused, and disdainfully brushed off his robes. Professor Quirrell appeared startled, cautiously retreating. I merely saw Mr. Sirius alone in the underground classroom and came to ensure his safety. After all, it's nearly time for the students to retire for the night. A sharp glance was cast in his direction as Perugia nodded indifferently. Indeed, Professor Quirrell urged me to return to my dormitory. He rubbed his eyes, as if they were growing dry, and closed his book. Snape's expression was grave, lost in thought before he turned to Professor Quirrell. There's no need for your concern. I shall escort him back. The implication was clear. You may leave. Oh, of course. Professor Quirrell hastily exited the empty classroom, his footsteps echoing down the corridor until they faded into silence. Snape snorted, crossing his arms as he turned to face Perugia. Have you quickly become adept at perusing the forbidden tomes of dark arts? Sometimes, knowing too much can lead to peril. Observe. This clever Sirius is engrossed in the most hazardous of those texts. Snape raised an eyebrow, a low grunt escaping his throat. Do enlighten me. What have you gleaned from these volumes? Perugia rose, placing his hand upon the ancient books, his fingertips barely brushing the covers. After a moment's contemplation, he candidly remarked, perhaps I could find a safe place to experiment. The probability of success is quite substantial. Snape's mouth twitched in disapproval. This fellow seems oblivious to the concept of modesty. Do you believe you can master such knowledge with merely a glance? Absurd. He paused, offering a stern admonition to Perugia. Enough. If you wish to avoid being apprehended by the Ministry of Magic, it would be wise to refrain from recklessly employing magic, particularly those of the dark arts. Very well, Perugia replied, acknowledging Snape's counsel. He sensed that the professor had already shown considerable leniency toward him, thus he deemed it prudent to heed his words. What did you discuss with him? Just as he reached the classroom door, Professor Snape suddenly spoke. You know whom I refer to, he added, almost as an afterthought. Perugia felt fragments of insight beginning to coalesce in his mind. Without hesitation, he responded to Professor Snape. It was merely a discourse on life and death. Chapter 80 Life and Death? You consider yourself a grand philosopher? Snape's hands, resting at his sides, suddenly moved, as if he found the notion amusing. Perhaps Professor Quirrell would not comprehend such profound matters of life and death. It seems you have asked the wrong person. Quirrell had already been placed on his list of suspicions. Now he had specifically come here to find this remarkably talented Slytherin student. They typically had no interaction whatsoever. His sudden visit could hardly be mere coincidence, a simple admonition for him to return to his dormitory. He could not help but suspect that Quirrell had said something to Perugia, perhaps intending to co-opt this student for some ulterior motive. With this thought, Snape scrutinized Perugia, searching for any signs of inconsistency. This is a question that anyone could provide insight on, Professor, for a defense against the dark arts instructor. Such terminology should not be foreign. Perugia offered a faint smile, her countenance and gestures concealing any hint of distress from Severus Snape. Indeed, Snape had already deemed her a master of disguise. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes as he nodded, adjusting the folds of his long robe. Mr. Slytherin. I trust you remember that you are merely a student at Hogwarts. I hope you exercise sufficient caution regarding matters not befitting a student. Unable to ascertain any clear connection, Snape felt compelled to refrain from hasty conclusions. Yet, a solemn admonition was warranted. You are an astute individual. With that, Professor Snape waved a dismissive hand, signaling an end to their discourse and urging him to depart swiftly. A glimmer of inscrutable light danced in Perugia's eyes as she stood at the threshold, her back to Professor Snape. Professor, what are your thoughts on the dichotomy of life and death? Which do you find more regrettable to confront? She sought to glean Snape's perspective. The man's body stiffened, tension radiating from him. Life and death. Mr. Slytherin aspires to be a philosopher, does he? Regrettably, your professor can impart but one truth. Failing to cherish life while alive will lead to profound regret when death arrives and reveals all that was missed. Life can torment a soul, and so can death. His voice was heavy, punctuated with an ironic scoff. Snape abruptly turned to face the lingering boy at the door. For instance, Mr. Slytherin, if you do not return to your dormitory soon, you may find yourself deprived of the house cup come term's end, regretting the 50 points deducted by your professor for being caught. His meaning was unmistakable, his fervent gaze boring into Perugia's back. Understood, Professor. Good night. Perugia pulled the door open and exited, leaving behind a brooding and conflicted Snape in the empty classroom. Why was he engaging in such discourse with an odd little imp? He could have easily chosen not to respond and simply barked at him to return to his dormitory. Slowly, Professor Snape sank onto a nearby bench, one hand resting on the table, his tense back slumping in resignation. How peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Slytherin lad possessed an odd dissonance about him, one not merely derived from his outwardly brooding demeanor. On his way back to the dormitory, Perugia detoured to the library, deftly navigating to the restricted section. He returned the books he had finished and, of course, those he had yet to complete. It would be ill-advised to be caught carrying any of them back to the dormitory, especially by Draco. Descending the winding stone staircase to the Slytherin common room, the flickering candlelight on either side crackled softly. He returned just as curfew struck, the common room now occupied by a solitary student, engrossed in a book on the sofa. Back already? The student was Theodore, clad in a sleepwear that hinted at his drowsiness, closing his book as he stood. Upon spotting Perugia entering, he displayed a look of mild surprise. He had noticed that, as a Slytherin, Perugia seemed fond of late arrivals. Still awake? Perugia nodded, and after a brief silence, they each retreated to their respective dormitories. As he pushed open the door, he saw Draco leaning against the headboard, yawning while flipping through a book on Quidditch flying techniques. Upon hearing the noise at the door, the boy tossed the book aside and burrowed beneath the covers. Where have you been? He blinked, clearly waiting for Perugia to succumb to fatigue. Perugia hesitated momentarily before replying softly. I spent a bit more time in the library. Were you waiting for me? Although Draco appeared on the verge of sleep, he scrutinized Perugia's unremarkable expression, sensing a hidden secret. Never mind, he thought. Who was waiting for you? Don't flatter yourself. I was exhausted from classes and practicing spells all day. Draco's voice trailed off, a hint of guilt creeping in, praying Perugia hadn't he noticed. Perugia stifled a laugh despite his neutral expression. Indeed, Draco was a master of contradiction. Well then, you should get some sleep. Good night. Perugia smiled gently, turning to his bed, changing into his pajamas, and lying down. Ugh, how annoying, Draco murmured, unable to stave off his drowsiness, and soon he closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Perugia lay in bed, watching Draco as he slumbered, his thoughts wandering far afield. The next day, at noon, Draco had once again vanished with his bodyguards, Goyle and Crabbe. Meanwhile, Perugia found himself unexpectedly becoming the object of interest among both first-year and upperclassmen in his house since the commencement of the semester. It appeared that suddenly, they were more inclined to befriend him, leaving Perugia feeling somewhat disconcerted. Before the holiday, they had kept a respectful distance, neither intruding upon nor bullying one another. However, post-holiday, there was a notable increase in those eager to engage with him, predominantly from Slytherin. Oh, you're unaware? It's all because of the Christmas feast at Malfoy Manor. Daphne exclaimed cheerfully as she accompanied him to the dining hall, explaining how some had taken the initiative to speak with Perugia. Initially, others had preferred to maintain a safe distance, but after the Christmas feast and the Malfoy family's clear stance towards the Slytherin family, it became evident to the pureblood families of Slytherin that the Slytherin family would undoubtedly ascend in status and power. Even the Malfoys were inclined to cultivate a relationship with them, were they not? Thus, under the guidance of their parents, these young wizards, even those reluctant to converse with Perugia, felt compelled to engage for the sake of familial interests. Chapter 81. Perhaps he should be an observer? Inner thoughts, it's captivating and delightful. So, do you understand now? Pansy and Daphne walked alongside Perusia, Pansy sporting the bracelet he had gifted her. She had even chosen a robe with shorter sleeves to showcase her wrist and the bracelet. Nearly the entire Slytherin house was aware of Pansy's fondness for the piece. With Pansy and Daphne's influence, at least the girls began to perceive Perusia as genuinely gentlemanly and handsome. They admired his discernment in selecting such beautiful jewelry for Pansy and Daphne. As they engaged in lively conversation while entering the dining hall, Perusia noted that Draco and the others had yet to return for lunch. Oh, those three have been acting rather secretively lately. I wonder what they're up to. Pansy glanced around, equally puzzled. Secretively? Perusia turned, surprised by her observation. He, too, was unaware of Draco's recent activities. Pansy paused, contemplating that if she were to divulge her findings, that little lord would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Just as Pansy hesitated, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the great hall. The students present turned with astonishment and amusement towards the entrance, where a Gryffindor boy, bouncing with exuberance like a rabbit, made his entrance. Parvulus's attention was drawn to the pitiful figure of Neville Longbottom, whose entrance was so comical that the entire hall erupted in laughter. Neville, hopping awkwardly under the collective gaze, struggled to make his way to the Gryffindor table. His legs seemed bound together, and he wore an expression of embarrassment mixed with awkwardness, valiantly bouncing towards the Gryffindor table. Goodness, Neville, what on earth is happening? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped forward to steady him. I encountered Malfoy at the library, Neville stammered. He mentioned he was looking for someone to practice spells with and suggested I give it a try. His voice trembled as he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet he persisted. What? Ron slammed his fist on the table, raising his voice indignantly. How dare he use magic on a fellow student at school? We must inform Professor McGonagall. Hermione's astonishment was palpable, yet she appeared visibly enraged. She had believed Draco to be merely an arrogant young lord, his usual mischief tolerable. But now, he had resorted to using magic against a classmate. Did Parvulus not know this? She abruptly turned her head, scanning the crowd until her gaze landed on a similarly shocked Parvulus. It seemed Parvulus was unaware. Malfoy had concealed this from him. How strange, Hermione thought, momentarily puzzled as to why the imperious Draco would choose to act in such a manner when Parvulus was absent. Ron and Harry exchanged complex glances with Parvulus, who could discern their frustration and disappointment. Very well, he could no longer intervene in their conflict. So be it, he thought. Perhaps. A fleeting notion crossed Parvulus's mind. Was persuasion and prevention not suited for him? Might he, in fact, prefer to witness such scenes unfold? Parvulus fell silent, diverting his gaze to the plate before him. I should probably lift the spell for you, he finally said. The trio paused momentarily, and Hermione raised her wand to dispel the enchantment. However, upon hearing the word dispel, Seamus Finnegan eagerly thrust himself forward, brimming with enthusiasm. Let me do it. I can lift the spell too. At this, not only Neville but the other three visibly paled. Oh, let Hermione handle it, Neville said hastily. I'd rather not have my legs blown off. Seamus's explosive talent was widely recognized. The boy's face turned pale, clearly feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Humph. Do you all doubt my capabilities? You underestimate me. Seamus huffed angrily, storming away, his face flushed with indignation. Hermione and the others sighed with relief as she quickly recited the incantation, liberating Neville's legs from their binds. We must report this to Professor McGonagall. The school rules clearly prohibit the use of magic on fellow students. Harry felt an urgent need to confront Malfoy directly, even if Parvulus was still in the mix. However, he understood that this was a battle that belonged to them alone. Just don't lift it, please. I don't want to stir up more trouble, Neville mumbled. His head bowed, on the verge of tears. You need to stand up to him, Neville, Ron urged. Malfoy has always been overbearing. We need not bow to him and allow him to prevail. Oh no, Ron. You don't need to remind me that I'm too cowardly to even stand up to Malfoy, that I don't deserve to be in Gryffindor, Neville choked out. He has already made that clear, laughing at my weakness and misfortune along with his two lackeys. As they spoke, Harry felt a sudden chill behind him. Turning around, he found Parvulus standing there, seemingly materialized from nowhere. Parvulus, Harry stammered, please don't speak to Malfoy again. We will never forgive him. Ron interjected, fists clenched in righteous fury. Yet, after saying that, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. What if Malfoy retaliated with magic? Hermione bit her lip in silence. Parvulus's unexpected presence startled the other Gryffindor students, who were somewhat displeased. He remained silent, having overheard their conversation and grasping that this was indeed a prank orchestrated by Draco. That enigmatic, platinum-haired boy, so engrossed in spell work, was the architect of this mischief. How amusing, a low voice echoed in his mind, causing Parvulus to momentarily lose his train of thought. He withdrew a small bottle from his pocket and extended it to Neville. Here, take this. Neville received the transparent bottle, which contained an assortment of colorful, star-like jelly beans. They were dusted with crystalline sugar, emitting a delightful sound as they rattled within the bottle. The neck of the bottle was tied with a pink ribbon in a bow, leading one to perceive that the contents held some enchanting magic. Having given the candies to Neville, Parvulus silently exited the Great Hall. The others watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at the bottle in Neville's hands. It's filled with sweets, right? Neville shook the bottle, and the colorful star candies clinked together, disrupting Harry and the others' thoughts, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. The bottle and candies were reminiscent of a magical illustration, though the pink ribbon was absent, and the candies indeed appeared like dreamy stars. Chapter 82. The Energetic Child. Children at this age are imbued with a whimsical innocence, brimming with vitality and a penchant for mischief. Indeed, they are curious and energetically drawn to endeavors deemed unconventional. For instance, the quintessential example in his eyes, Draco. Seated at the desk in the dormitory, Draco curiously passed by Parvulus, who was engrossed in a book. "Oh, you are making yourself look like an old man well past 50. What on earth are you reading? Have you forgotten that you, too, are but 11? The boy rolled his eyes before snatching his robe and darting out. Today marked the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Victory in this game would secure the House Cup for the semester. Parvulus closed his book, gazing thoughtfully at understanding child behavior. Grateful that Draco had not realized it was from a Muggle publisher. Though he was indeed approaching 12, Parvulus felt that perhaps he, too, harbored some childlike fantasies. At times, he genuinely sensed that he might be an elderly soul trapped in a youthful form. Otherwise, why would his parents and acquaintances perceive his demeanor and actions as uncharacteristic of a child? This is indeed a thought-provoking hypothesis. Alas, he ought to attend today's match. Although he had no stake in Slytherin, the young wizards of Slytherin still made their way there, for they were even less inclined to witness a Gryffindor victory. Thus, upon his arrival, he found nearly all the Slytherin students whispering support for Hufflepuff under their breaths. Is the reputation of the house truly of such paramount importance that even encouragement must be uttered in hushed tones? This left him feeling somewhat helpless. His tall stature allowed him to easily spot the glimmer of platinum in the stands. Purusha ascended to the stands, silently weaving through the crowd until she reached Draco's rear. There, she observed the boy mockingly taunting Ron Weasley and Neville in front of him. However, unlike the previous encounter, the once timid Neville appeared significantly braver this time. As he confronted Draco with the declaration, "I am stronger than 12 of you combined," Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, erupted into a strange, mocking laughter, seemingly deriding Neville's assertion. Meanwhile, Ron dared not divert his gaze from the match, fixated on Harry, murmuring, "Show him what you're made of, Neville. Just wait. If Snape dares to intervene again, I shall immediately cast a leg-locking curse on him." Following Ron's line of sight, Purusha noticed Professor Snape officiating the match from the elevated platform. It seemed she had stumbled upon a revelation. It appeared Harry and his companions held a strong disdain for Professor Snape. Was there a misunderstanding at play? Indeed, Professor Snape appeared quite displeased as he persistently deducted points. "If Longbottom had the audacity, he wouldn't be standing still," Draco remarked with a laugh. "Longbottom, if intellect could be likened to gold, you would be poorer than Weasley." Draco remained blissfully unaware of Purusha standing behind him, continuing to revel in his own bravado. Ron's anxious gaze remained fixed on Harry, his heart racing in his throat as he widened his eyes in an attempt to concentrate on Harry and Snape. However, Draco's incessant chatter ignited a fire within him. "I warn you, Malfoy, utter another word," and, suddenly, the crowd erupted in gasps and sharp intakes of breath as Ron swiftly turned to witness Harry executing a challenging dive. He maneuvered through a throng of opponents and seized the golden snitch that had soared before Professor Snape. In an instant, the stands erupted with deafening cheers. "Potter! It's Potter! He has captured the golden snitch once again. Gryffindor is victorious." The announcer's voice rang out triumphantly, the air thick with the sounds of celebration. "TSK. Potter must have noticed the money on the ground," Draco sneered. "How did Potter manage to win again?" Positioned in front, Ron, witnessing Harry's successful conclusion to the match, could no longer contain himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the red-haired boy spun around and lunged at Draco, forcefully pushing him to the ground. The surrounding students gasped in surprise and quickly dispersed. Goyle and Crabbe, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, rushed to drag Ron away, but Neville, suddenly emboldened, entangled himself with the two of them. Draco, clearly caught off guard, was abruptly tackled to the ground by Ron. In the ensuing struggle, the two rolled off the stands and tumbled into the audience below. Chaos ensued as Neville found himself embroiled in a brawl with Goyle and Crabbe, fists and feet flying, punctuated by cries of pain. Unbeknownst to them, Purusha remained rooted in place, observing the fray with an inscrutable expression. Was this the first time she had witnessed Draco in such a disheveled state? The boy's face was etched with disbelief and anger. Yet beneath it lay a glimmer of fear. Ron's fists mercilessly pounded against the boy who shielded himself with his arms, while Draco's gaze darted around, seemingly searching for someone to come to his aid. A beautiful yet fragile platinum rose. Purusha found herself momentarily entranced. The boy's screams jolted her back to reality, and she finally sprang into action. Purusha drew her wand, directing it at Ron's back. "Mr. Weasley, release him." The onlookers trembled. Having never witnessed Purusha in such a menacing demeanor, the oppressive weight of her voice was further intensified by the piercing black eyes that emerged from beneath her fringe. Typically impassive and seemingly indifferent, Purusha was genuinely enraged now. Even Hermione, who approached to intervene, hesitated at a distance, afraid to proceed. They were uncertain if Purusha would truly cast a curse upon Ron Weasley. They dared not gamble. At the moment she uttered those words, the fighting came to a halt. Ron felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Purusha's cold voice. It seemed they were all experiencing for the first time what it was like to witness Purusha's fury. Almost instantly, Ron released his grip, rising to his feet with a pallid expression, fear evident as he stumbled toward Hermione. Neville and the others immediately ceased their altercation, hastily separating. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. None dared to utter a word, even as the combatants bore the marks of their struggle. Chapter 83, The Fury of Mr. Saracist. Although most had their attention focused on celebrating the match's victory, the situation in the stands was equally hair-raising. The reason was simple. They had all witnessed what it was like when Saracist became angry. Draco lay at the foot of the stands, clutching his arm, breath coming in rapid gasps, his meticulously styled platinum hair now dusted with grime, a disheveled mess. A punch had landed on his face, rendering it red, and his eyes, tinged with fear, appeared slightly watery. Had it not been for his lingering pride, Purusha suspected he might have burst into tears right then and there. Heaven knows how relieved he felt upon hearing her voice, though a hint of fear also lurked within. He was oblivious to when Purusha had arrived, what she had seen, or what she had heard. Would this seemingly impartial oaf consider his actions to be excessive? Draco's gray eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and he hesitated to lower his gaze to meet Purusha's. After several faltering attempts, he finally made eye contact. Merlin. Her expression appeared so cold that it sent shivers down his spine. Had he truly caused her to be angry? Draco's mouth twisted downward as he raised a hand to shield his eyes, muttering, "Enough, I don't wish to see." After all, he had been quite amiable towards those Gryffindors due to his impartiality. Could he still stand? Surprisingly, in stark contrast to her earlier icy tone when calling out Weasley. Her voice softened slightly as she crouched down to gaze at the prone Draco and extended her hand. Draco was somewhat taken aback. Pelugia surprisingly did not chastise him. Was he not angry with himself? Contemplating this, Draco's eyes darted mischievously, and he tentatively feigned a look of pain, then pitifully covered his arm and shook his head. What? I wasn't even hurt. He didn't truly strike Draco with any force. Ron, eager to explain, found himself silenced by the cold, piercing gaze of Pelugia. Oh, he was indeed angry because he had struck his friend, Malfoy. Hermione gently grasped Ron's arm, shaking her head, indicating that perhaps it was best to refrain from further comments at this moment. Frowning, Pelugia leapt down and gently scooped up the seemingly fragile boy in his arms. Though somewhat embarrassed, Draco pretended to be frightened, tightly closing his eyes and burying his head into the boy's embrace. He inadvertently brushed the dust from his hair onto the boy's robe. Noticing his actions and the way he peeked open his eyes to glance at Pelugia before swiftly shutting them again, Pelugia remained silent. He effortlessly carried Draco back to the stands, then spoke to Goyle and Crabbe, saying, "I'll take him to Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. You two best behave and cease any further disturbances." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tall, slender boy carried Draco away. Ron exhaled, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. Malfoy is just playing the victim. How could he claim he was unable to stand? He was merely seizing the opportunity to cast aspersions on Pelugia. Shut it. Charging in to hit someone isn't a proper solution either. Haven't you noticed that Pelugia has been silently observing as you two fought? Hermione sighed deeply, covering her forehead. Alas, this would only serve to deepen their rift with Malfoy. What? Ron exclaimed, mouth agape, while Neville, beside him, sniffled, a noticeable bruise forming around his eye from being beaten by Goyle and his gang. Nevertheless, Neville felt he hadn't been at a disadvantage. He had retaliated fiercely against those two. However, he also recalled Malfoy's deliberately provocative words. This isn't entirely my fault, is it? Wiping his nose, Neville pondered. Yet, Pelugia was Malfoy's roommate and friend. He would undoubtedly be more inclined to side with him. Wouldn't he? Ron fell silent. Hermione, unable to bear it any longer, handed Ron a tissue to wipe away the blood from his nose, glancing disapprovingly at his dusty, wrinkled attire. Such an unsightly sight. Who can say? He looked truly terrifying just now. It was the first time I witnessed him angry. Hermione shrugged. After Pelusia left, the atmosphere in the stands improved slightly, and the crowd resumed their focus on the victorious Gryffindor. A battered platinum rose. Its tragic beauty and disheveled appearance exuded a unique allure, an authentic yet fragile life, vibrant and radiant, exuding a sweet fragrance. Pelusia, silently cradling the lightweight Draco, made his way to the infirmary. During this time, Draco ceased his whimpering, cautiously blinking his eyes and tugging at the boy's robe. Pelusia, did you see everything? The boy's somewhat pitiful, tentative tone elicited a sigh of resignation from Pelusia. He lowered his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto Draco's gray ones. Then why allow yourself to be hurt? Did I not teach you numerous spells? How far have your recent rigorous practices taken you? Pelusia interrogated Draco like a stern professor reviewing an assignment. To his surprise, Pelusia did not reprimand him. Draco had expected Pelusia to scold him for his excessive behavior. Oh, the weight off his heart was immense. How wonderful it was that Pelusia was not angry with him. Ahem, of course I practiced. But that Weasley brute pinned me down and struck me. I could hardly reach my wand. Draco replied, regaining a hint of his former vigor. Just as he attempted to move his arm, his expression paled, and he furrowed his brows. So your arm is indeed injured, Pelusia speculated, suspecting a strain. Don't even mention it. Weasley is like a gorilla. No wonder he charged in blindly to hit me. I am definitely going to tell my father about his behavior. Draco covered his face, appearing quite embarrassed for Pelusia to see him, feeling utterly humiliated. Pelusia regarded him in silence as he escorted him to the infirmary and laid him on the bed. Madame Pomfrey entered from behind, regarding the two with surprise. What happened? Children? Good morning, madam. His arm seems to be injured, Pelusia replied, stepping aside from Madame Pomfrey, his robe still visibly dusty. Draco averted his gaze, feeling guilty about the chaos he had caused. Chapter 84. How splendid. He is not angry with me. Draco sat obediently on the bed as Madame Pomfrey examined him. To be honest, he felt a twinge of guilt and dared not look at Pelusia. Although Pelusia appeared unfazed by the earlier events, who could predict his reactions? What if he suddenly became furious upon realizing Draco's transgressions? Oh, Pelusia, why are you so consistently equitable in your treatment of others? This is hardly characteristic of the Slytherins I have come to know. Perhaps the Sorting Hat misjudged him. He should belong to Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw instead. Humph. The boy pouted inwardly, simultaneously feeling apprehensive about Madame Pomfrey's forthcoming diagnosis. Pelusia stood rigidly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Draco, particularly on his arm, which seemed unable to lift. For some reason, an unfamiliar sensation suddenly surged in his mind. It left him with a peculiar feeling upon seeing Draco in such a disheveled state. Perhaps this rose requires my tender care. This thought lingered in his mind, spiraling. It caused him a slight headache. He rubbed his temples, feeling this strange sensation. Oh, did you get into a fight? Fortunately, it's nothing serious. Just some scrapes, but it appears you've clearly strained the ligaments in your right arm. Is it here? Madame Pomfrey gently pressed on a specific spot on Draco's right arm, causing him to sharply inhale in pain. Yes, that's the spot. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey turned to retrieve some potions from the cabinet, returning to carefully apply them to Draco's injury by the window. The cool sensation penetrated his skin, alleviating the sharp pain in his arm significantly. Is everything else all right, madam? To be cautious, Pelusia inquired with genuine concern, wanting to ensure all was well. He evidently was not adept at healing magic or potion making. This realization struck him as a concern. All is well. Should you feel any discomfort elsewhere, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, upon examination, it appears that he is not in grave condition. Madame Pomfrey, without raising her head, tidied up the potion bottles and returned them to their original places. I understand, thank you. Perusia nodded and approached Draco's bedside, extending his hand. Shall we return to the dormitory then? Draco did not place his hand in Perusia's. Instead, he jumped down to the floor, silently following Perusia out. By the way, do take care. Try to avoid any strenuous activity with your arms for the next few days, Madame Pomfrey's voice called after them. She watched the departing students, shaking her head. The youth of today truly possess an abundance of vigor. Is brawling not commonplace? They shall recover swiftly. On their way back, the two remained silent, walking in quietude towards the Slytherin common room. Along the route, they encountered Theodore, who was clutching a book as he headed towards the library. I heard you were injured. Draco. Although Theodore was not particularly inclined to converse, he paused to inquire about Draco upon seeing them. Cough, it's nothing serious. Draco cleared his throat, appearing to be recovering quite well. Theodore had not attended the Quidditch match, but he had heard of Draco's injury, and more importantly, He had caught wind of the considerable ire Purusha had displayed at the time. Casting a glance at Purusha, who stood beside Draco with an expression of calmness, Theodore raised an inquisitive eyebrow. That's good to hear. You should rest up. With that, he departed the corridor without a backward glance. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Purusha, are you angry with me? At last, Draco could no longer contain himself. The oppressive atmosphere was unbearable, and he deemed it best to voice his concern directly. Purusha wore a distinctly perplexed expression as he looked down at the boy. Why would you think that? Is it not because I often trouble those Gryffindors? Speaking harshly and frequently mocking them. Not to mention, I just had a scuffle with them. If you had witnessed the entire ordeal, you would know it was I who instigated the fight. Draco poured forth his thoughts, realizing that Purusha had already seen everything. Concealing it further would serve no purpose. Oh Merlin, he reflected, feeling as though he had become impulsively akin to a Gryffindor. Was he truly worried that I would blame him for witnessing the entire incident? Purusha's eyes widened in understanding. Because you evidently maintain a good rapport with those individuals, Draco mumbled, lifting his gaze to meet Purusha's. I saw everything, but I was not angry because of it. You know my inclination is to observe rather than intervene. Such matters are trivial to me. They do not provoke my concern. Purusha stepped in front of Draco, speaking softly, referring to Draco's troubles with the Gryffindors. Of course, this encompassed many other issues, the breadth of which depended on his choices. Moreover, he had come to realize that, rather than being a righteous hero, he preferred to be a spectator whose perspective aligned more closely with his own desires. Nevertheless, even a spectator may experience moments of anger. That was when he could not bear to see the protagonist in his view, the platinum-haired Rose, sustaining injury. Is that so? I thought it was nothing. Draco opened his mouth, acknowledging the truth in Purusha's words. Do not overthink it. Just remember that I am your friend. And also, do not allow yourself to be hurt again. Purusha's voice conveyed a seriousness that instantly eased Draco's anxious heart. What a relief. He was not angry with me. So, are you not going to use a cleaning spell to tidy your clothes? They appear quite wrinkled. Purusha gestured toward Draco's dusty robes and crooked tie, sounding like a professor in his admonition. He knew this was a subtle request to check his magic. Very well. Draco exhaled, his eyes regaining their previous sparkle. With no one around, he drew his wand and cast a cleaning charm on his garments. Instantly, his attire became immaculate and orderly, the only flaw being his tousled hair. With a gentle flick of his wand, Purusha transformed Draco's disheveled locks into a neat and voluminous style. You look more appealing with your hair down, Purusha remarked. A smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the boy, now devoid of his usual defensive demeanor. Chapter 85. Allow me to perform a little magic. Hoping to soothe your unease. Draco's platinum hair fell gracefully, appearing soft and full, significantly diminishing the usual air of arrogance and prickliness he exuded. Why did you let my hair down? Draco flailed his arms comically, resembling an agitated cat, lightly swatting at Purusha. Because it suits your age better. Purusha pondered briefly before delivering a rather compelling response. What do you mean? Are you suggesting my usual hairstyle makes me look like an old man? Your typical style is overly mature, resembling that of a little old man. Purusha seamlessly continued what Draco had been thinking. Draco felt his mood plummet, as if the earlier warmth had been but a fleeting spark of fireworks, dazzling for mere seconds before vanishing without a trace. Thank you, but you can forego the latter comment. The boy crossed his arms and hurried into the dormitory, with Purusha trailing closely behind. My apologies. Perhaps I did not articulate it well. However, I genuinely believe you look better this way, Purusha confessed as he closed the dormitory door. Considering that Draco might take offense at his previous wording, it seemed Draco was somewhat helpless against this version of himself. Voiceover, wow? Someone has a firm grip on young Draco. The boy, with his back to Purusha, felt the tips of his ears flush crimson, his posture tense, and fists clenched. Uncertain of his thoughts, he swiftly turned to face Purusha. All right. Since you find me more attractive with my hair down, then you shall put it back up for me. Do not let your bangs obscure your eyes. It looks dreadful, like a brooding stalker. Draco rattled off a torrent of words, rising onto his tiptoes to sweep Purusha's bangs behind his head, exposing his forehead. I shall see how you choose. The boy crossed his arms, glaring at Purusha. The depths of his onyx eyes, reminiscent of the Black Lake, flickered with surprise before realizing the implication. Did you just call me an old man? How infuriating. Do you not realize that you appear as a somber stalker in others' eyes? What? Can't do it? Draco scoffed. Then do not expect me to let my hair down either. Moreover, isn't he undeniably handsome? The platinum-haired figure on the shoulder exclaimed indignantly, hands on hips. Fine. What? Draco's voice rose in astonishment at Purusha's belated response. Fine. Is it because you want to see my eyes? Perhaps he thinks his appearance is too gloomy? Well, he doesn't really care. Who wants to see your eyes? Draco unhesitatingly dismissed. All right. If you were to change your hairstyle or reveal your eyes, I could occasionally agree to a different hairstyle. How about that? He still couldn't bear to part with his stylish slicked-back look. Okay, I agree. Purusha acquiesced to Draco's proposition, which essentially meant Purusha must change his hairstyle, and Draco could no longer slick his hair back so greasily. After freshening up, Purusha emerged with damp hair, while Draco was already nestled under the covers. The bedding formed a small mound, suggesting the boy had fallen asleep, provided he and T heard the brief pause in the boy's breath. All right, he's pretending to sleep. Realizing this, Purusha silently chuckled, then extended his hand, revealing a silver-white luminescent butterfly formed of glimmering points of light. It fluttered gracefully towards Draco's bedside. The previously feigning Draco suddenly caught sight of the silver butterfly flitting near his head. How beautiful! Instinctively, he reached out, wanting to catch the butterfly, allowing it to alight upon his fingertip. Well, it was his left hand. Oh no! Draco smiled at the butterfly resting on his fingertip, but his expression soon shifted. He had forgotten he was pretending to be asleep. In the next moment, the silver butterfly transformed with a soft pop into a bouquet of pale golden roses. The fragrant blooms caused Draco, who had been strategizing with his eyes shut, to freeze. He opened his eyes to behold a magnificent bouquet of pale golden roses at his pillow. All right, the pretense is over. How did you do that? He held the bouquet with curiosity, gazing at Purusha, who had approached his bedside, his face betraying uncontainable astonishment. Purusha removed the towel from his head and settled onto the bed, leaning back against the headboard. A simple fusion of magic and illusion. Magic? What is that? Wait. If I remember correctly, that's merely a trick used by muggles, isn't it? The well-informed Draco quickly deduced what Purusha meant by magic. To him, it was merely a trivial trick employed by those without magical abilities to amuse the ignorant masses. Where is the authenticity and richness that true magic can achieve? You must admit, such a trick is rather innovative, isn't it? Purusha chuckled softly, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he turned to Draco. Then why did you conjure roses for me? Could you perhaps conjure a small dragon next time? TSK, if muggle magic is just magic, it's rather straightforwardly romantic. If used on those girls, wouldn't they be utterly enchanted? Unfortunately, he understood Purusha all too well. While others viewed his actions as romantic, to Purusha, they held no significance whatsoever. He would not assign any special meaning to his actions. That was simply how it was. Draco pouted, shrugged, and fiddled with the delicate, vibrant pale golden roses. I thought these flowers suited you, and I hope the events of the day did not frighten you. Isn't it said that seeing flowers can lift one's spirits? Purusha tilted his head, questioning whether he didn't like them. Humph, only girls would like flowers. What does happiness have to do with flowers? Cough, it would be a pity to throw them away, so I'll just leave them here. Draco retorted stubbornly, then climbed out of bed to find a vase to temporarily place the flowers in. Is that so? Well, a dragon might get us expelled if Professor Dumbledore discovers it. After all, it would frighten many people. Yes, even if conjured, it would incite panic. Truly, can't you conjure a smaller, miniature dragon? I refuse to believe you cannot. Draco returned to bed, seemingly eager to see. All right, I'll look into it and give it a try. Purusha had indeed grasped Draco's fondness for dragons. Speaking of which, it seemed Mr. Lucius also referred to Draco as Little Dragon. Chapter 86. Professor Snape was furious due to Draco's arm injury. Although Madame Pomfrey had advised against strenuous activities and lifting heavy objects, the boy still used his injury as an excuse to boss Purusha around. Fortunately, they discovered that Purusha remained as silent as ever, allowing Malfoy to direct him. Thus, some speculated that Purusha had not been angered by Draco during their last altercation. His current demeanor appeared more like a diligent caretaker of the self-satisfied young master. Draco's self-satisfaction was particularly evident during potions class. Purusha, pass me that potion. Pour a bit into the cauldron. Yes, and chop the roots into 8 equal parts. Be strict about it. Hurry, stir it a bit, and then add the powder. The boy and Purusha were partnered, busily concocting their potion at the table. In truth, it was only Purusha who was bustling about. Draco merely stood by directing. Ron, seated ahead, couldn't help but comment to Harry. Hey, why does he treat Purusha like a servant? His arm isn't really broken. The key is, he sees Purusha complying without complaint, executing every task flawlessly. Really, didn't Purusha witness Malfoy as arrogant and overbearing behavior last time? Surely, some blame lies with Malfoy. Given how furious he was then, how can he act as if nothing happened now? It's infuriating. Harry cautiously placed the chopped roots into the cauldron, then gently stirred according to the steps in his notes. His expression was calm, his focus entirely on the cauldron. After previous experiences, he was determined not to give Professor Snape the opportunity to trouble him again. Yes, he needed to successfully brew this potion, at the very least. He couldn't make any more mistakes. Regarding Ron's comments, Harry only allocated a fraction of his attention, not lifting his gaze from the cauldron as he replied. I think how to deal with the previous situation is Purusha's matter. It doesn't concern us. After all, you did teach him a lesson, didn't you? Ron chuckled. Well, you don't know, but the strongest wasn't me, it was Neville. He took on Malfoy's 2 lackeys single-handedly. Harry's ears perked up, and he turned to glance at Ron, his expression one of surprise. He then looked over at Neville, who was with Seamus. The bruise around Neville's eye had yet to fully fade. No way, I didn't expect Neville to be so formidable. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Harry. And without a moment's thought, he knew precisely who it was. Potter, have you mistaken my classroom for your personal chatting lounge? Snape's low, incisive voice pierced through the air, each word pricking Harry like a thorn. He had long observed the 2 incessantly conversing Gryffindors, as if he were invisible to them. Ah, Professor, I assure you. I was intently focused on my cauldron, Harry replied, glancing down at the unremarkable cauldron, realizing that Snape was merely seeking to pick a fight. I uttered but a few words, and we certainly weren't as boisterous as Malfoy. He is the one who incessantly babbles. Though Ron felt a twinge of fear at Snape's predatory glare, he bravely pointed toward Malfoy, who was still orchestrating chaos in the back. Suddenly called out. Draco raised his gaze, arching an eyebrow, his expression a blend of arrogance and satisfaction. Oh, if I've disturbed you, I sincerely apologize. As you can see, my arm is rather incapacitated. Weasley, you bear some responsibility as well. Draco lifted his somewhat immobile arm, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Professor Snape cast a glimmering glance at Draco before retracting his gaze, his expression as impassive as ever as he remarked, Did you hear that, gentlemen? Malfoy requires assistance due to his impaired mobility. What of you? Is one of you likewise incapacitated? His piercing stare fell upon the loquacious Weasley. Aye. Ron stuttered, his neck stiffening as he struggled to find words, clearly aware that Snape was targeting them. Aligning himself with Malfoy, the head of their house would naturally favor that scion. Just then, a familiar explosion erupted from the table across the aisle. Boom. The classroom's occupants, including Harry, Snape, Draco, and Parvati, all turned their heads in unison. They beheld Seamus, his hair singed once more, face blackened, and smoke billowing from his mouth. Meanwhile, Neville, his partner, seemed oddly prepared, shielding himself with a robe from the splattering potion, appearing considerably better off than Seamus. Heavens, what is wrong with him? Seamus Finnegan seemed to have a knack for instigating explosions. Soon, no one would dare partner with him, even in defense against the dark arts class. The students buzzed with commentary, openly mocking, and thus began to comprehend Seamus Finnegan's peculiar talent. It's you again, Seamus Finnegan, Professor Snape bellowed, hastily advancing toward him. At once, the pressure shifted toward Seamus, and Harry exhaled in relief. Yet, before he could relish the moment, Professor Snape's voice resonated throughout the classroom. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, your chatter has disrupted the class. Gryffindor, deducting 10 points each. Finnegan, do you intend to obliterate the potions classroom? I see no reason for you to continue attending this class. 10 points deducted. Now, a single lesson had resulted in Gryffindor losing a total of 30 points. Hermione slammed her fist on the table. Harry believed Snape was seizing the opportunity to retaliate for Gryffindor's victory in the Quidditch match, seeking ways to dock their points. However, they could no longer speak. Any further words would only lead to more deductions. He could already feel the sharp gazes of his classmates piercing into him. Oh, Ron, dejected, slumped over the desk, sensing a bleak future. The class concluded with Gryffindor's 30 points lost, and Snape, visibly enraged, pointed toward the door, ordering everyone to leave immediately. He seemed to wish to avoid their presence for even a moment longer. Slytherin, remain. Malfoy, exit. Finally, once most of the classroom had emptied, Snape turned to Parvati, who was tidying up the equipment on the desk. Before Draco could utter a word, Snape hastily added that he should leave. Very well. Draco grimaced, questioning why his godfather was so irate. He bid farewell to Parvati and departed. Chapter 87. Professor Snape's suspicions. The potions classroom fell into an eerie silence as it became desolate. After summoning Parvati to stay, Professor Snape refrained from further conversation, instead standing alone at the podium, organizing his desk. Consequently, Parvati opted to stand by the door in silence, believing that if anything required discussion, Snape would eventually speak up. At last, Snape, his face a mask of irritation, set down the materials in his hands and turned to scrutinize the boy who stood like a wooden statue. What are you still doing there? Clean the classroom thoroughly. No magic allowed. He quickly added, honestly, must I issue commands for you to act like a human being? The Muggle world has yet to produce such a humanoid robot to infiltrate our ranks. That would be utterly extraordinary. Very well. Parvati, taken aback, dutifully began to organize the disarray of equipment on the desks. He had to admit that students should have tidied up before leaving, as was customary, but today was exceptional. They had been hastily expelled by the professor. Was he left behind solely for this menial task? Or was it a punishment? A virtual light bulb flickered above Parvati's head as he turned to Snape and asked, "Professor, is this a punishment? What have I done wrong? Or have I been discovered?" He hesitated, pondering whether it was his nighttime escapades or his foray into the restricted section that had been revealed to Snape by another professor, warranting this punishment. Snape, who was placing books onto the classroom shelves, stumbled slightly at the boy's inquiry. Gradually, he turned to examine Parvati from head to toe. "Do not overthink, Mr. Slytherin. This is merely the labor owed for your nocturnal wanderings." With that, he glanced at the now tidied classroom, nodding in satisfaction. At least there was some initiative, not bad. Moreover, he had heard whispers of a scuffle between Malfoy and the Weasley brothers during the Quidditch match. He was well aware that Draco's injuries stemmed from that altercation. However, since neither party reported the incident to a teacher, there would be no grounds for point deductions. "I assumed you might demonstrate some magical prowess to them," Snape remarked, his tone laced with intrigue. "However, it seems merely a verbal spat. I don't consider it a significant matter." "Professor, did you not say that I should avoid using magic in crowded situations?" Parvati replied, shaking his head faintly, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Snape. As if caught off guard. "TSK, once you finish tidying up, you may leave, but first, compose an 8,000 word research report on the type of potion you previously showcased. Submit it to my office immediately upon completion." Professor Snape waved his hand impatiently, decisively dismissing the individual. "Very well, goodbye, Professor," said Perugia as he walked towards the door. Just as he reached the middle of the staircase, Snape called out to him once more. He had almost forgotten the more pressing matter, the disappearance of the troll they had confined in the basement, which had caused considerable distress among the faculty. In particular, Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore were quite perplexed by the sudden vanishing of the creature. Fearing further complications, they had spent several days inspecting Hogwarts, ultimately confirming that the troll had vanished without a trace. The abrupt disappearance of such a colossal being was, indeed, highly suspicious. Thus, Snape recalled the encounter he had had with Perugia near the basement that fateful night. It was decidedly dubious. He surmised that Perugia would certainly have ventured to the basement to investigate, although what transpired thereafter remained a mystery to him. Furthermore, Snape had to concede that the dreamless sleep potion he had concocted was remarkably effective. Regrettably, the ingredients were exceedingly rare and difficult to procure, rendering him unable to attempt to create it himself. A portion of what he had managed to produce he had securely stored in his quarters. "After you handed me that vial of potion, did you visit the basement?" Snape inquired, fully aware that he could not expect Perugia to answer honestly. He scrutinized the boy's perpetually impassive face for any telltale signs. "The basement?" Perugia hesitated for a moment before grasping the implication of Snape's words. Indeed, the sudden disappearance of such a large troll would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the professors. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that only Professor Snape had cast his suspicions upon him. "I did go," he replied candidly, adding, "but I left after just a glance. I have no knowledge of what transpired thereafter." Was anything amiss in the basement? Snape half squinted, bemused by Perugia's seemingly convincing facade. He was certain that this matter was either linked to Quirrell or to Perugia himself. It is of no concern. After all, a troll was confined there. It would be prudent to avoid the basement in the future. The peculiar sense of dissonance he felt in Perugia's presence perpetually compelled him to question the boy's true nature. Snape's instincts told him that Perugia was far more complex than he appeared. "I understand, Professor. I shall take my leave now," Perugia said with a slight bow before turning to depart. Observing his retreating figure and leisurely pace, one would hardly suspect anything amiss. Could it truly be Quirrell's doing? No. He would maintain a skeptical outlook. No one could be fully trusted, not even a first-year student. As Perugia traversed the corridor, he gazed at the setting sun outside. Unbeknownst to him, night was swiftly approaching. After dinner, he returned to the empty dormitory, enveloped in silence. The dining hall and dormitory were devoid of Draco's presence. Where could he have gone? Turning away from the dormitory, Perugia glanced out at the night sky, checking the time once more. Perhaps he has gone to seek out Harry and the others. After circling the castle and finding none of them, Perugia was bewildered until his gaze fell upon the dark expanse of the forbidden forest through a large window. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastened towards the castle's entrance, appearing somewhat anxious as he hurried through the doors and across the lawn towards the forbidden forest. Midway there, he spotted a figure rushing back towards the castle, none other than Draco. If memory served him correctly, he was headed in the direction of Hagrid's hut. What could he be doing there? And why the urgency in his return? Chapter 88. Draco's Discovery. The most exhilarating event after potions class. Draco exited the classroom alone. In the corridor, he noticed the Gryffindor trio huddled together, behaving rather furtively. They seemed to be grumbling about Professor Snape deducting points from them, claiming he was deliberately provoking them. Then, after glancing around nervously, Draco quickly stepped behind a pillar. Ron, Harry, and Hermione exchanged hurried words before making a swift exit from the castle. The platinum-haired boy cautiously peeked out from the castle entrance, witnessing the trio's silhouettes vanish into the lawn ahead. That direction led to Hagrid's abode. Draco gripped the edge of the door tightly, glancing back at the students milling about, then at the spot where the trio had disappeared. Should I not wait for Perugia to return? He sat at the long table in the great hall, resting his chin on his hand, growing increasingly impatient as darkness fell and mealtime approached. Why hadn't Perugia returned yet? Was his godfather asking him to assist with something? Ultimately, Draco could no longer endure the wait. Clenching his fists, he stood up, regardless of the absence of the Gryffindors. He suspected they were likely preparing for a nighttime escapade. If he were to sneak after them, he might also be caught. Yet, the urge to uncover their secrets drove him to pursue them. I must see what you are truly up to. Draco swiftly exited the castle, greeted by the encroaching night and the chill in the air, prompting him to wrap his outer robe tighter around himself. The empty lawn was eerily silent, the tranquil environment coupled with the looming forbidden forest instilling a sense of unease and trepidation within him. Nevertheless, his resolve prevailed. He gritted his teeth and ran towards Hagrid's hut. As he passed through the forest bordering the Black Lake, Draco inexplicably felt compelled to approach the spot he had seen in his dreams. Why am I here alone? Upon reaching the lake's edge, he stared into the dark, still waters that resembled a vast abyss, the sound of rustling leaves echoing in his ears. He had to admit, the night air was indeed unsettling. A flicker of apprehension crossed Draco's gray eyes as he steeled himself and cautiously approached the location from his memory. Peering down at the inky waters, he saw nothing but ripples stirred by the wind. Was it merely a dream? Surely, there are no tentacled monsters. Those three must be lying. Perhaps the visions he experienced were simply a result of their tales about the tentacled creature and Perugia. Shaking his head, he slapped his own face to dispel the fog of confusion. Since there were no unusual occurrences here, it would be best to hurry to Hagrid's hut before Potter and the others returned to uncover what they were truly up to. The platinum-haired boy hastily departed from the lakeside. A single leaf, caught by the wind, fluttered down and landed where he had just stood. The water stirred once more, and suddenly, a dark tentacle emerged, seizing the leaf. Eerily distinct eyes, stark in their black and white, emerged upon the lake's surface, seemingly perplexed as they observed the departing boy's silhouette. Perugia stepped out of the castle, gazing at the sparse stars scattered across the sky, before directing his gaze forward. There, he spotted a boy with disheveled hair hastily approaching from the direction of Hagrid's hut. The boy appeared quite flustered, yet his face bore an expression of excitement that was nearly inexpressible. Draco felt his heart racing, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. A dragon, a newly hatched dragon. He had not anticipated that by following Potter and his friends, he would stumble upon such a shocking and thrilling secret. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. That little newborn dragon looked utterly adorable. Draco trembled with excitement, eager to relay this news to Perugia. However, before doing so, he felt compelled to inform the professor about Potter and his friends' nocturnal escapades. As for the dragon, that could wait until after Potter faced his punishment. Is that him? Perugia. Draco hurriedly dashed towards the lawn, only to find the tall boy also making his way towards him, holding a lantern that flickered in the dim light. Perugia seemed to have noticed him as well and came to a halt, observing the boy's breathless state, with hair in disarray and a few leaves clinging to it. He noted the edges of his robe were smeared with mud, likely a result of his hurried return from a stumble. Perugia, how splendid. You've finally returned. Draco, too excited to inquire if he had come to seek him out, grasped Perugia's arm with fervor, trembling with anticipation. Where have you been? Even if you wish to roam at night, you shouldn't have left the castle. It's perilous outside. Perugia reached up to remove a leaf from Draco's head, then spoke with a tone of seriousness. Without sufficient self-defense capabilities, he did not recommend that Draco venture outside the castle alone. While there was but one concealed danger within the castle, he could not ascertain that individual's true intentions. Yet, the threats beyond the castle walls were unpredictable. No, I merely followed Potter to Hagrid's hut and discovered it there. A dragon. Perugia, it's a dragon. I saw them gathered around a newly hatched dragonling. Draco felt a twinge of guilt under Perugia's serious gaze, but the excitement within him was undeniable. He spread his arms wide, attempting to reenact the scene he had just witnessed, nearly leaping with joy. Oh, it seems true. Perugia's eyebrows arched slightly. It was only natural for Draco, who adored dragons, to exhibit such enthusiasm upon encountering one. But aren't dragon species exceedingly rare and powerful? How could Hagrid have one? Oh, that sounds truly incredible. A newly hatched dragon? Indeed, a genuine dragon. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Potter and the others even attempted to follow me, but I ran faster. Draco laughed heartily, his breath gradually calming. Then why didn't you stay there and watch with them, instead of rushing back? Parousia questioned, perplexed. If he was so enamored, he could have simply gone in for a closer look. Draco crossed his arms and huffed. No. I must first report Potter's nighttime escapade to the professor. Points must be deducted. We can seek out Hagrid regarding the dragon later. Surely, he won't part with the dragon so soon? Parousia pondered for a moment. Considering Draco's unpopularity, that may not be the case. Chapter 89, A Dragon. It's a dragon. Draco refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was momentarily stunned, gazing up at Parousia, who wore an amused expression. What do you mean, not necessarily? Parousia stroked his chin and then cast a cleaning spell on Draco, tidying his hair and clothes. He then calmly explained. Setting aside the matter of point deductions, which is guaranteed, consider the implications of your discovery of the dragon. Do you not think Hagrid and Potter would take action? They are likely concerned you would indiscriminately spread news of the dragon, compelling them to swiftly relocate it. Potter and the others would hardly trust your ability to keep a secret. You're right, but Draco's eyes widened in realization. He had evidently overlooked this aspect. The boy's expression fell as he lowered his head. What should I do? I adore that dragon. Just to touch it would suffice. Then let us not speak of the dragon at all. We shall report it to the professor under the guise of your nighttime wanderings, Parousia suggested. Contemplating that mutual secrecy was essential until the dragon's safety was assured, at which point Hagrid would be less inclined to part with it. It's settled then. Draco and Parousia sought out Professor McGonagall, who was diligently organizing materials in her office. Upon hearing their words, she looked up in surprise. Oh, Mr. Malfoy. You mean to say you discovered Potter, Weasley, and Granger out roaming at Hagrid's? Professor McGonagall's glasses glinted in the firelight as she raised an eyebrow. I understand. But Mr. Malfoy, you must comprehend one thing. Since you were able to discover their nocturnal activities and pursued them, it indicates you too have breached school regulations. I must be impartial, do you understand? The witch stood up with a serious demeanor, prepared to escort Draco and Parousia to Hagrid. And Mr. Sarist, you accompanied him on this nighttime escapade as well. Professor McGonagall held a high regard for the school's most talented student. But upon hearing Draco's remarks and seeing the two of them together, she fell momentarily silent. No, Professor. I merely noticed Draco was missing and went to find him. Encountering him at the castle entrance, he mentioned he had something important to discuss with you, which is why I accompanied him. Parousia replied respectfully, meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze with calm assurance. Very well. He does not appear to be lying. Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement of Parousia's words, leading the two towards Hagrid's hut, as the group deliberated on the best place to conceal the dragonling. They were taken aback when they heard Professor McGonagall's voice outside the door. Oh no, Malfoy has brought Professor McGonagall with him, Ron exclaimed, spotting the three figures outside through the window, with Draco wearing a smug expression. We should hide for now and observe. If he truly informs Professor McGonagall, we can address it later. Hermione and Hagrid hurriedly sought a place to conceal the small dragon before finally stepping outside to meet Professor McGonagall. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid stammered, scratching his head, unable to meet the sharp gaze of the witch. Good evening, Hagrid. I trust you understand that this is not a time when students are permitted to roam freely. You should encourage them to return to their dormitories rather than linger here chatting with you. Professor McGonagall gave a faint nod, her tone turning serious as she admonished Hagrid. Oh, very well, I apologize. Hagrid, unwilling to argue, could only respond to Professor McGonagall's remarks in fragmented sentences. And you lot, are you not aware of the dangers that lurk outside the castle at night? How exceedingly reckless, she exclaimed. Now follow me back. With a cold glance directed at the three children, Professor McGonagall turned and departed. Draco turned back and made a face at the trio before trailing behind Pansy. This is a disaster, Hagrid lamented, as if all strength had drained from him. He slumped onto the steps outside his door. Throughout the walk back, Harry and his friends dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in disappointment. Upon entering Professor McGonagall's office, they stood in a line, awaiting their fate. First and foremost, you should all be well aware that wandering about at night is a violation of school rules, Professor McGonagall stated gravely, reiterating her point. We understand, Professor. Harry took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging. Very well, each of you shall lose 50 points. Let this serve as a lesson. Now, return to your dormitory immediately. Ron glared at Draco, who was comfortably leaning against Pansy, and pointed accusingly. Professor, why not deduct points from them as well? Draco scowled at Ron, his face contorting with displeasure. Do not fret. I have already deducted points from him, just as I have from you. Professor McGonagall sighed, fully aware of Ron's concerns. As Draco and Pansy exited the office, Harry and his friends soon followed. The two groups exchanged glances filled with mutual annoyance before promptly parting ways. At least you weren't penalized. It appears Professor McGonagall trusts your word more, Draco exhaled in relief, knowing that had he lost such a significant number of points, he would have become the target of Slytherin's ire. Pansy shook her head, her expression unyielding. I did indeed seek you out. Professor McGonagall is a fair individual, so you too must face the consequences of reporting them. Very well, Draco sighed but quickly brightened at the prospect. At least the little dragon is safe, right? I may not be able to see it today, but tomorrow, I must go and take a look. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stormed back to the Gryffindor common room, seething with indignation. However, Hermione, arms crossed and deep in thought, finally discerned the oddity of the situation. I understand now. What is it? Ron asked, turning to her with a puzzled expression. Malfoy saw Norbert, but he only informed Professor McGonagall about our nocturnal escapade. Hermione stated earnestly. She had anticipated that Professor McGonagall would address the dragon incident, yet she had merely punished them for their nighttime antics. Moreover, judging by Malfoy and Pansy's demeanor, it was clear they were both aware of the dragon's existence. Yet, Malfoy had chosen not to divulge this to Professor McGonagall. I knew it. Malfoy didn't mention the dragon. But why? Harry's expression turned complex as he regarded Hermione, his brow furrowing. Perhaps he simply didn't see it clearly? Ron suggested, a hint of doubt in his voice. No, I suspect he deliberately withheld that information. While the precise reason remains unclear, at the very least, Hagrid need not worry about Norbert being taken away. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, a distressed Hagrid sat outside his door, mourning throughout the night. Chapter 90. What's the matter? The news of Gryffindor losing a whopping 150 points spread rapidly the following day, leaving everyone aghast. They could scarcely fathom that the hard-won 150 points from the Quidditch match had been so easily squandered by Potter and his friends. As a result, their hopes of claiming the House Cup were utterly dashed. Instantly, every student in Gryffindor cast a venomous glance at Harry and his companions, their expressions filled with barely concealed fury. Harry Potter had become the pariah of Gryffindor, although Slytherin had also incurred a deduction of 50 points, which irked them. It paled in comparison to Gryffindor's loss, somewhat alleviating their anger. They could not admit that it was because the point-deducted individual bore the surname Malfoy, and he had a formidable magical prodigy as his bodyguard, no less. In any case, they would soon recover their points. What was there to worry about? Draco nonchalantly popped a piece of bacon into his mouth, completely unfazed by the glaring stares from those around him. He sat at the dining table in the Great Hall, unperturbed, and deftly snatched a cream puff from Pansy's plate. However, 150 points. Potter and his friends were truly in a dire predicament. Just look at the expressions of those Gryffindors. They looked as though they could pierce the trio with their glares. Draco appeared somewhat amused, his head bobbing rhythmically as if he were humming a tune, reveling in the moment. As long as this year's House Cup did not go to them, he was satisfied. Perhaps it won't even go to Slytherin, Pansy remarked flatly, drawing the ire of those around her. Draco awkwardly forced a smile. You really ought to be careful with such words. You might just invite a beating, he jested, though he knew they might not actually be able to retaliate. Come on. We can still perform well in class and earn points, can't we? Draco asserted earnestly, which managed to ease the tension among those nearby. Heaven knows how petty this lot could be if they chose to take things too seriously, disregarding their camaraderie as housemates. I'm afraid Slytherin lacks such camaraderie, Pansy replied, nodding in agreement. Then she turned her gaze to the right, fixating on a third-year boy who had been staring at her from several seats away. She had no recollection of him. The moment the third year met Pansy's gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, though his flustered actions betrayed his thoughts. A flicker of annoyance crept into Pansy's eyes at the boy who had been observing her. Yet she said nothing and continued to listen to Draco. Excited by the prospect of the dragon, Draco was in high spirits throughout the day. His thoughts seemed to have already drifted to Hagrid's hut to catch a glimpse of the little dragon. He was so engrossed in sketching a miniature dragon in his notebook that he failed to respond when the professor called his name, only regaining his focus when Pansy nudged him and supplied the answer. Had it not been for her, Draco would have undoubtedly faced another point deduction. His mind was too far gone, completely disinterested in his studies. As expected, as soon as the last class of the afternoon concluded, Draco hurriedly pulled Pansy along with him out of the classroom. They navigated through the bustling corridors filled with students, swiftly exiting the castle. Are we going now? Pansy inquired, trailing behind Draco. With so many people seeing us leave, is this really wise? Of course, what's the issue? As long as we return before dinner. It wouldn't be considered a nighttime escapade, would it? Oh no, you don't understand. I must quickly verify that Hagrid hasn't sent that dragon away. The platinum-haired boy, with an anxious expression, turned to Parvulia and said, Well, that does sound urgent. Parvulia remained silent, merely following Draco towards Hagrid's hut. Just as they were nearing Hagrid's abode, They encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione approaching from the opposite direction. The atmosphere grew palpably tense upon their meeting. Both Harry and Ron's eyes radiated fury. If it weren't for him, how could they have lost 150 points? Now the entire school regarded them as troublemakers. But thankfully Ron mentioned that Gryffindors would forget about it in a few days. Nevertheless, despite their anger, they were relieved to have saved Hagrid's dragon, which was why they hurried back to inform him right after class. Little did they expect to run into Malfoy and his companions. In contrast to the trio's astonishment and ire, Draco appeared somewhat provocatively pleased. "What are you doing here?" Harry's tone was decidedly irritable, laced with wariness. In response, Draco raised an eyebrow and replied with a hint of disdain, "What do you think, Potter? You should be grateful I haven't informed Professor McGonagall about the dragon. Otherwise, do you really think you would have had the chance to see it? It's merely a matter of lost points. Consider yourselves fortunate." Ron, fuming with anger, stepped closer to Draco. The moment Draco noticed him approaching, he instinctively moved closer to Parvulia. "Haven't you caused us enough trouble already, Malfoy? Even if you didn't say anything, it's still your fault. We absolutely won't allow you to see Norbert." A steady hand landed firmly on Draco's shoulder as Parvulia spoke. "Norbert? It appears you've named that dragon. To be honest, I've never seen a real dragon before. Hearing that Hagrid has one indeed piques my interest." Before Draco could interject, she raised her hand to silence him, signaling for him to remain quiet. "Besides, you do need someone to keep the secret, don't you? Draco simply adores dragons and wanted to see it, which is why he didn't inform Professor McGonagall. I believe you should let him have a glimpse." "Exactly," Draco exclaimed, pulling Parvulia's hand away, standing with his hands on his hips and chin raised defiantly. Hermione's gaze flitted between the two, her eyes conveying a hint of skepticism. "Is it really just to see the dragon? Ah, so Malfoy is fond of dragons, which is why he chose to keep the dragon secret. That being the case, perhaps they indeed should allow Malfoy to take a look. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly send the dragon away." Parvulia nodded. Harry remained silent for a moment, then conceded. "All right, then let's go see it together." They all made their way to Hagrid's hut, and upon entering, they found a weary and haggard Hagrid sitting at the door. How had he changed so much in just one night? "Hagrid, what are you doing here? Is Norbert still here?" Ron dashed towards Hagrid, astonished as he observed the giant's disheveled appearance. "Norbert? Is Norbert going to be taken away?" Hagrid murmured, glancing at the children and then at the expression on Malfoy's face. It seemed he was beginning to comprehend the impending separation from Norbert. Chapter 91, Detention, Forbidden Forest Patrol 1. Hagrid's ashen visage left Draco profoundly shaken. Heaven knows how important that dragon was to Hagrid. He had come to view it as his own son, having nurtured it for so long, witnessing its birth. He was now faced with the imminent loss. His experience as a mother was indeed tragically fleeting. Parvulia cast a meaningful glance at Draco, her expression seemingly conveying, "See? It was a good thing we didn't reveal the dragon's secret. Otherwise, not only would we miss seeing the dragon, but Hagrid would also completely despise you." What does that have to do with me? I didn't say anything, did I?" Draco, feeling indignant, crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Parvulia. "Oh, Hagrid, we really should have come to tell you sooner." Harry and Hermione stepped forward, patting Hagrid's broad, sturdy back. "You can still be with Norbert. Malfoy didn't inform Professor McGonagall about him. Sorry to make you worry all night." Upon hearing their words, the towering, despondent giant seemed to grow even more sorrowful, covering his eyes and emitting a low, mournful sound. "You don't need to comfort me anymore. I've come to terms with it. I truly should return Norbert to his companions." Draco, feeling quite helpless, quickly stepped forward, arms crossed disdainfully. "Hey, you better listen carefully to what they said. Or do I need to tell you myself? I haven't told Professor McGonagall or anyone else about you and the dragon, except for Parvulia. It's really annoying to see such a big person crying endlessly." Draco scoffed, though his tone, while unfriendly, did manage to halt Hagrid's sobs. "Really?" The giant suddenly hiccuped. "Sorry, I might have eaten a bit too much this morning." Hagrid awkwardly covered his mouth, noticing Draco's evident look of disgust and his retreating step. Draco decisively pulled Parvulia in front of him as a shield, then covered his nose. Parvulia looked down at Draco in confusion, 3 imaginary question marks appearing above her head. The hulking giant finally revealed a relieved smile, and after confirming Norbert's safety, he stood up from the steps, looking gratefully at Draco. "Thank you. Thank you for not telling anyone about Norbert." Although he felt that the Malfoy family was full of unsavory characters, he was immensely grateful for Draco's discretion regarding Norbert's secret. This also led him to form a new and different impression of young Malfoy. All right, I'm just so happy." "All right, you came to see Norbert, didn't you? Come in." Hagrid opened the door to his house, inviting the children inside for a tour. Upon entering, they were struck by the scene within. Clearly, although it was a newborn dragon, it possessed an innate capacity for destruction. Its small body, though not massive, had wreaked havoc throughout the entire interior of the hut. Goodness, Norbert is about to demolish your house. Ron gaped at the chaos inside. The small hut was in disarray. Furniture was singed, and there were scratches on the walls. All evidently the work of Norbert. Ahem, he is indeed a bit lively, but it's nothing to worry about. Hagrid coughed awkwardly, then appeared to disregard the mess entirely, his inner joy rendering him indifferent to the chaos. Parvulia observed Hagrid's doting demeanor towards the dragon, while casting another glance at the rambunctious creature wreaking havoc everywhere. I recall reading in a book that dragons are inherently destructive creatures, exceedingly difficult for humans to tame. Their self-awareness is notably potent, suggesting that they are ill-suited for domestication. Once they reach maturity, their capacity for devastation multiplies, and at that point, it would not only be Hagrid's humble abode that would be at risk of being obliterated. Even the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts itself would face dire consequences. When that time arrives, the repercussions Hagrid would encounter could be severe. Of course, I am aware of this. Yet, given its diminutive size, with proper guidance from a young age, it could undoubtedly grow into a magnificent dragon. Hagrid confidently patted his chest, brimming with faith in his ability to nurture Norbert. The children present expressed a sense of resignation, particularly after witnessing Norbert's formidable destructive potential. Hagrid cradled Norbert and presented him before the children, placing him gently on the table. "Here, I know you all wish to touch him," he said, especially directing his words towards Draco. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously approached the little dragon, extending his hand while glancing at Hagrid, then turning back to Parvati for reassurance. Parvati nodded, readying her wand, as Draco presumably intended for her to be prepared for any potential aggression from the dragon. He speculated this while gripping the wand concealed within his sleeve. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood to the side, exchanging incredulous glances at Malfoy's serious demeanor. Ron leaned closer to Harry, whispering, "What s with him? Why so serious?" The platinum-haired boy gently extended his hand, his fingertip lightly prodding Norbert's head. Suddenly, Norbert flapped his wings a few times, startling Draco. The little dragon exhaled a burst of flame, causing the group to instinctively retreat a step. "It's all right. It's all right, as long as you're careful," Hagrid reassured them quickly. "Norbert might just have a little indigestion." "All right then," Draco murmured, gently stroking Norbert's scales, the smooth yet sturdy texture igniting a thrill within him. As they gathered around Norbert in Hagrid's hut, they soon realized the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Ron glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh no, dinner time has already passed," he exclaimed. "If we don't hurry, it will soon be time for bed. I can't believe how swiftly time has flown." "What?" Draco exclaimed, abruptly raising his head, his expression shifting. Grabbing Parvati, he stood up decisively and dashed toward the door. "We need to get back, quickly." Harry and the others concurred, hastily flinging the door open and stepping outside. They had scarcely taken a few paces when Filch's sharp gaze bore down upon them, his eyes wide with intensity. "Ah, so you've all been together. That saves me the trouble of searching for you," he croaked, his voice low and gravelly, tinged with a sense of malicious glee. "Yesterday was quite a haul, catching several night wanderers, thanks to Professor McGonagall's tip-off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered coming to find you. You are indeed here with Hagrid," he continued. "And don't forget what I mentioned yesterday about punishment." Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on the five of them, her expression stern, especially as Hagrid hurriedly concealed Norbert before emerging. Punishment? Evidently, Ron and the others had forgotten after their brief respite. Only Harry and Draco's expressions shifted, disbelief washing over their faces. "Surely, Professor McGonagall, you do not intend to have Filch punish us." Chapter 92, Detention. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid hastily concealed Norbert within the hut, aware that the children leaving first would aid in his concealment. Once he had successfully hidden Norbert, he emerged, astonished to find Filch and Professor McGonagall awaiting him. "Oh, good evening, Professor McGonagall," he stammered, his giant frame awkwardly greeting her. A flicker of exasperation crossed McGonagall's face before she addressed the children with a serious tone. "Very well, you are all present. I trust you are prepared for the consequences regarding the detention I mentioned last night. This is your punishment for your nocturnal escapades, and I hope it serves as a lesson." Though McGonagall's eyes usually radiated warmth, her stern demeanor left no room for debate. As silence enveloped the young wizards, Filch snickered derisively. "Had we not abolished those archaic punishments, students caught wandering at night could have faced days of starvation suspended. Humph. You should be aware that I maintain those instruments in my office, eagerly awaiting the day they may be employed." His sidelong glance at the students was sinister. Harry was convinced that Filch harbored a deep desire to subject students to corporal punishment. It was utterly despicable. "Enough, Filch," McGonagall interjected, raising her hand to silence his musings about past punishments in front of the children. "Honestly, how can you still dwell on that? Times have changed, she continued. But to ensure you remember this lesson clearly, this punishment is necessary. Humph. I doubt they will remember anything. Had I not come looking for them, they would likely still be wandering about tonight. Filch sneered, a twisted smirk forming on his lips as he squinted at them. Actually, they were here to retrieve something that was left with me yesterday. Today should not be counted as a night out. Hagrid quickly defended the children, grateful for their presence. Norbert had not been taken away, had he not? He sought to assist these young ones. I know, Hagrid, you have always been lenient with them. But that is not in their best interest. It places them in danger. You must understand, McGonagall stated bluntly, her seriousness evident as she conveyed her genuine concern. Very well. I understand, Hagrid replied, lowering his gaze, conceding that McGonagall was correct. The stern witch sighed in relief, regaining her composure before turning her attention back to the children. You are to accompany Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest tonight, and afterward, return to your dormitories. Is that understood? The Forbidden Forest. There are werewolves there. It is perilous, Draco exclaimed, his face paling in terror. The headmaster declared it a forbidden zone. I refuse to go. Once McGonagall departed, Draco's expression shifted dramatically, his hands flailing in rejection. Oh dear, the Forbidden Forest. It harbors many dangerous magical creatures. He clutched Parvati's arm, his grip trembling as his emotions surged. Moments ago, he had been elated at the prospect of touching a dragon, only to plummet into despair. If you know it is a forbidden area, why did you break school rules and venture out at night? You were bound to end up there eventually, weren't you? Filch remarked, carrying a lantern and chuckling darkly as he turned to cast a glance at them before limping away. He now harbored suspicions that the traces of night wanderers previously discovered within the castle were the handiwork of these very children. If only there were evidence, cursed magic. He glared at the ground beneath his feet, angrily stomping back toward the castle. The children fell into a contemplative silence. Oh no, the Forbidden Forest. Ron slumped his shoulders, appearing utterly despondent. He had indeed heard tales of the fearsome magical creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest, and a moment's inattention could render them mere sustenance for those beasts. There was no alternative. At least they had Hagrid accompanying them, right? Harry exhaled deeply. Once Professor McGonagall had made her decision, they had no choice but to comply. At that moment, Malfoy turned to Hagrid. Is it possible for me to avoid entering that Forbidden Forest? I'll just wait for you here, he declared. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction as he detected the tremor of fear in Malfoy's voice. Oh, I think it's rather unfortunate. This time, we simply must go. Hagrid scratched his head, equally resigned. However, rest assured, I frequently patrol the area and am quite familiar with the Forbidden Forest. With me around, I won't allow any of you to encounter danger. Trust me, Hagrid insisted, thumping his chest with a rugged voice that, indeed, provided them with a modicum of reassurance. The platinum-haired boy appeared quite uneasy, lowering his gaze and clutching his robe tightly. Malfoy, if you're too afraid to go, that's fine. You can stay here. Parvulus will accompany us into the Forbidden Forest. Having him along certainly added a considerable sense of security. Harry rolled his eyes and, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, replied, There's no way we can leave him behind. Professor McGonagall specifically instructed that everyone must go, particularly naming Parvulus to accompany us. Parvulus believed that Professor McGonagall's decision to have him join them was undoubtedly a testament to her confidence in his magical abilities. At the very least, he could prove instrumental during critical moments, contributing a semblance of safety. He could only commend Professor McGonagall's astute planning. Besides, he had intended to enter anyway. After all, wasn't this a splendid opportunity? Not to mention, Draco was also on the list of those to be punished, so he naturally had to follow suit. Malfoy suddenly shot a glare at Harry. You think this is a splendid idea, don't you? Parvulus is my friend. He wouldn't concern himself with your affairs. With that, he stepped forward, seizing Parvulus by the arm and showing no intention of letting go. Ron couldn't help but feel exasperated, akin to observing two children squabbling. Parvulus sighed inwardly. Oh, look at you getting all worked up. Ron made a face at Draco, inciting the boy's ire, his fair ears flushing crimson. Parvulus noted that Draco was rather prone to emotional outbursts, and his pale skin would betray a hint of color due to such fervor. Perhaps the emotional turmoil caused blood to rush to the surface? He was uncertain. Hagrid returned to his hut to gather his gear, emerging fully armed with protective equipment. He bore a massive crossbow in hand, and it appeared that a quiver of spare arrows was strapped to his back. A robust, jet-black dog, its coat gleaming, trailed closely behind Hagrid, wagging its tail. All right, Hagrid proclaimed. Now listen carefully. The Forbidden Forest is perilous for you, especially with the task we have tonight. However, I will not permit anyone to encounter danger. You must stay closely behind me and refrain from wandering off. Understood? Before their departure, Hagrid reiterated his warnings, anxious that the young wizards might stray and land themselves in trouble. If anything were to go awry, the consequences for him would be dire. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had also deemed it wise to include the clever and composed Serestus, which granted him a certain level of reassurance. The comfort derived from a good student. Indeed, they cautiously followed Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, their ears attuned to the myriad sounds emanating from the shadows. The young wizards' hearts hung in suspense, nervously swallowing as they scrutinized their surroundings and the path beneath their feet. Once they ventured deeper, the moonlight grew sparse, casting an oppressive gloom over the forest. The only sources of illumination were the lanterns held by Draco and Harry's group. Parvulus trailed behind Draco, bringing up the rear of the procession, his demeanor exuding calm. His eyes, unimpeded by the darkness, discerned every subtle detail of their surroundings. The gazes of creatures lurking among the trees and various traces of life were all perceptible to him. Yet, he remained silent, observing everything with an air of tranquility. Hagrid raised his lantern high, guiding them along the narrow, winding path through the dense underbrush. The ground was ensnared by a tangle of tree roots, resembling a net sprawled across the earth. A chilling breeze swept through the forest, ruffling their hair. Ron instinctively recoiled, feeling a chill creep up his spine. Look over there. Hagrid suddenly halted, pointing ahead. Do you see that shimmering patch on the ground? That's unicorn blood. Draco gasped, craning his neck for a better view. How can that be? Those are among the few benevolent and pure magical creatures in the forest. Indeed, it appears something has been hunting unicorns. This is the second injured unicorn I've discovered. I wonder how it is faring now. Hagrid led the children closer to the pool of unicorn blood to examine the area for any suspicious signs. Parvulus crouched down, dipping his fingers into the silvery liquid while the others surveyed different areas. A faint hissing sound emanated from his fingertips as they began to corrode, wisps of silvery smoke rising abruptly. He swiftly rose, concealing his hand behind him as though nothing had transpired. What were you just doing? Draco inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Parvulus. Was this fellow under the impression they were merely out for a leisurely stroll? There was no sense of urgency whatsoever. Yet, this behavior oddly reassured Draco, who subsequently exhaled, feeling less fearful than before. It appears we need to split up to search for the injured unicorn. Upon arriving at a fork in the path, where three routes diverged, Hagrid pondered briefly before addressing them. What if that creature harms us? You promised to protect us. Draco raised his voice, incredulous at the suggestion of splitting up. Had Hagrid assumed they were all as capable as Parvulus? Both Draco and Ron thought simultaneously. Well, perhaps as long as I'm with Yaya or Serestus, we might be safe. We simply need to follow the blood trail. If we don't find anything, we'll return here immediately. Parvulus understood that Hagrid intended for them to divide into three groups, and he would serve as the cornerstone of one team. I want Yaya and Parvulus, Malfoy exclaimed, eyeing Yaya's formidable teeth and muscular build. How can you do that? It was supposed to be one from each group, and you're choosing two? Ron interjected, incredulous at the audacity of Malfoy's request. Indeed, you may choose but one. Or perhaps I shall assign you. Hagrid cast a glance at the group and, without hesitation, declared, Thus, Ron shall accompany me. Harry and Malfoy will pair with Yaya. Hermione and Slytherin will form another pair. Is that acceptable? It is not. Harry and Draco protested simultaneously. I refuse to be with him. In the next moment, they both accused each other of the same vehement rejection. A subtle expression flickered across Hagrid and Perusha's faces. I didn't anticipate you would be so engaged already. Splendid. Seeing your harmony puts my mind at ease. Hagrid chuckled heartily before leading Ron down one path. Oh, by the way, if you encounter danger, remember to send off red sparks. If you find a unicorn, use green ones. Do exercise caution. He turned back to admonish them once more before departing. How reassuring of him to leave so nonchalantly. Hermione tugged at the corners of her mouth, unsure whether to commend Hagrid for his carefree nature or not. She glanced upwards at Perusha, who appeared completely unfazed, as if merely out for a stroll, and then at Draco, who clung to Yaya, reluctant to let go. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber as Draco and Perusha exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word. Harry and Hermione shrugged in resignation. Malfoy will not abandon Slytherin. Hermione whispered to Harry, Perhaps we should take Yaya with us. You are right, let them partner up. Hagrid has already left. And I certainly do not wish to patrol with Malfoy. Malfoy, hand Yaya over to us. You shall accompany Perusha. Hermione stepped forward and took Yaya from Draco's grasp, then departed down a side path, not looking back. Draco, momentarily stunned, released his hold and turned to face Perusha. Let us proceed. It appears they have made a choice on your behalf. Oh, Perusha led Draco down the last diverging path into the depths of the forest. Along the way, Draco visibly brightened, smirking to himself. Regardless, only I get to team up with Perusha. After all, Hagrid had mentioned that Yaya was timid. He might as well let Potter and the others have her. What's the matter? You seem more inclined to team up with Harry and Yaya, Purusha remarked, glancing at the sporadic bloodstains on the ground before stopping to look back at Draco. I have no desire to be with Potter. Draco's eyes widened in protest, immediately denying the suggestion. Though he hesitated momentarily, wanting to stay close, he was still with Purusha, after all. Chapter 94, Detention. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest once there were fewer people around. Walking in the Forbidden Forest truly made Draco feel the terror it harbored. He swatted at the tufts of Yaya's fur that clung to his clothes while cautiously following Purusha, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. He could guarantee that he would never wish to return to such a place again. Moreover, he could hardly fathom that Professor McGonagall would allow first-year students to venture into the Forbidden Forest. What sort of punishment was this? The boy grumbled incessantly about telling his father, asserting that punishments should not involve such perilous night excursions into the forest. His incessant murmuring did not distract Purusha from observing their surroundings. In fact, he occasionally responded to Draco's words, providing a sense of security that kept Draco from succumbing to sheer terror. I must admit, I was rather nervous then, otherwise, I would not have embraced Yaya. She sheds fur so profusely, Draco exclaimed, exasperatedly attempting to brush off the fur from his garments. Ultimately, when he could not rid himself of it, he decided to cast a cleaning charm. Once his clothes were tidy, he finally relaxed. Now deep into the night, a chilling wind swept through the Forbidden Forest, causing it to moan through narrow passages, as if some creature was lamenting or emitting strange calls. Sudden sounds or glimpses of animals would startle Draco. The dim, desolate atmosphere of the Forbidden Forest and the imminent danger kept his nerves on edge. Purusha recognized that although Draco was frightened, he was forcing himself to remain calm and brave. I will never again report Potter to Professor McGonagall. I might as well consult my godfather, Draco muttered, his voice strained and trembling as it escaped through clenched teeth. He clutched tightly to the hem of Purusha's garment, twisting the fabric in his grip. Unbeknownst to Purusha, he suddenly felt an urge to laugh. In fact, he did just that. Ha! Draco was taken aback, hesitantly speaking as he observed the boys back ahead of him. From the quivering of Purusha's shoulders, it was evident he was indeed laughing. What on earth is he laughing about? This fleeting distraction led Draco to overlook the protruding tree roots beneath him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Ouch! His knees and palms struck the earth and branches painfully, and he glared at the offending roots with irritation. You are still laughing. It's your fault for distracting me. Draco glowered at Purusha, who loomed over him from his vantage point. With his dark eyes sparkling with mirth, Purusha wore a somewhat mischievous smile. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, tousling their hair momentarily. Draco looked up at Purusha in that moment, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. He could not comprehend why. He felt secure beside Purusha. Yet, gazing at his silent laughter and those unfathomable black eyes, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. The surroundings were pitch black. He could scarcely see anything, only feeling as though his vision was cloaked by the night and darkness. The familiar scene, a dark night, a forest, and an oddly behaving Purusha, struck a chord of recognition. Panic surged in Draco's platinum eyes, shimmering tears of fear imminent. No, this is not Purusha. Am I dreaming again? Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Monster. He flailed his arms wildly, retreating in distress. Witnessing Draco's sudden abnormal behavior, Purusha, who merely intended to tease him, was taken aback. Gazing into Draco's eyes filled with fear and his repulsive words, he seemed to grasp the situation immediately. Oh, so you can connect to what transpired that night? No wonder there exists a sensation of being watched. Are you there, Draco? Purusha's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at Draco. He had recently experienced a rather peculiar dream, wherein he admonished 3 Slytherin students using his pet from the depths of the lake. However, he soon became aware of another prying gaze. Initially inclined to investigate, he instead caught sight of a platinum figure concealed behind a tree. Curiously, he pondered why Draco had appeared in his dream. Could it be mere coincidence? Perhaps they had both dreamt the same dream, and Draco had inadvertently intruded upon his reverie. Did he now believe himself to be that monstrous figure from his dream? Purusha sighed softly, coming to a realization before squatting down. He gently placed his hand upon the boy's head, calling his name in a soothing tone. Draco? Draco. It's me, do not be afraid. The familiar voice and tender gesture gradually roused the panic-stricken Draco, who was struggling to discern reality from nightmare. The dimness of his gray eyes began to glimmer once more as he studied Purusha before him. The inexplicable fear began to ebb, allowing him to relax, albeit wearily. Purusha, you truly frightened me just now. Was I ensnared in some magical creature's illusion? After all, he was the Purusha he knew, the one who embodied safety. Draco's voice bore a hint of grievance, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, his eyes slightly reddening. My apologies, Draco. I intended to coax a smile from you. not to instill fear. I am truly sorry. Perugia shrugged off his outer robe and draped it over the boy's shoulders. He squatted with his back turned to Draco, extending his hand and glancing back at him. Are your knees all right after that fall? Let me carry you. It's no trouble. Draco appeared somewhat dazed as he slowly stood up and clambered onto Perugia's back. Really? You're just a first year like us, merely taller. Are you truly able to carry me? You one tea drop me, will you? The boy, enveloped in Perugia's robe, inhaled the familiar scent of irises. I one tea. For you are quite light. As compensation for frightening you, allow me to bear you, Perugia replied, rising effortlessly and securely gripping Draco's legs as he proceeded forward. Chapter 95, Detention, Forbidden Forest Patrol 5. The brief interlude between them was swiftly resolved. Perugia carried Draco with ease along the path marked by bloodstains, while Draco illuminated their route with an oil lamp. Unfortunately, Perugia's hands were occupied holding Draco's legs to prevent him from falling. Nevertheless, Draco felt that the lamp he held was of little use. Perugia moved swiftly, traversing the varying heights and paths with an air of nonchalance. Several times, Draco would only notice the protruding roots and dips illuminated by the lamp, just as Perugia deftly stepped over them without needing any warning. Their journey was smooth and uninterrupted. Hey, why do I feel like the lamp is utterly useless? Draco poked at the boy's back, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Are your eyes like light bulbs? Don't tell me you can see perfectly in this dim forest. What an astonishing ability. Can you truly see so clearly at night? Magical eyesight? Draco's imagination began to run wild. My vision has always been excellent. Nighttime does not significantly impair it. Yet, I infer certain terrain changes, Perugia replied, maintaining a stoic facade while being somewhat evasive. Oh, I see. Draco nestled against his back, inhaling the faint floral scent emanating from the boy, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The bloodstains had nearly vanished at this point, indicating that the unicorn had not ventured further inside. Perugia approached a tree, observing a few silver drops of blood while surveying the surrounding emptiness. Let us return to the junction and meet up with Hagrid and the others. Just then, Draco yawned widely, overwhelmed by fatigue. Are you tired? Very well. If Hagrid and the others haven't found anything, we should be able to return to the dormitory. Perugia detected the boy's weariness in his voice and spoke softly, heaving you upon my back. I shall turn away from this relatively open area when suddenly a particularly clear scream resonated from nearby. What? The boy on his back jolted awake with fright, and Perugia could feel him tremble. Such a timid little rose, Perugia thought, shaking his head in exasperation as he turned to face the direction of the sound. That was Hermione Granger's voice, not too far from us. It seems they have encountered some form of peril. The duration of the scream suggests that Hermione and her companions are evidently quite frightened. Potter and Granger? Have they encountered the creature that slays unicorns? Draco clutched Perugia's shoulders in agitation. We should hasten away. This place is far too dangerous. Let us go investigate. Wait, you want to go towards it? Draco's voice rose in alarm at Perugia's words. No, you must carry me. I refuse to let you go alone. The boy clung tightly to Perugia's neck, unwilling to let him venture forth. Will you wait here for me then? Perugia inquired, eager to ascertain the unicorn's fate and the creature that threatened it. What did you say? Draco's face contorted in disbelief, his anger manifesting as he tugged at Perugia's hair in frustration, making it a chaotic mess. You intend to leave me here all alone? Not a chance. Draco was genuinely furious now, repeatedly thumping Perugia's back. Perugia felt as if he were being struck by cotton fists. Then I shall take you with me. Do not forget, I also possess some silent magic. He assured Draco, I promise to protect you, and I shall keep that promise. Do you not trust me, Draco? He turned to look at the pouting boy on his back, who fell silent. How cunning of you to throw such a dilemma upon me. Draco surrendered, lying back down without further protest, clearly having acquiesced. He wondered if he was being foolish for believing that a first-year classmate could be so formidable. Even if he was indeed a genius, displaying remarkable magic, would he truly be able to safeguard both himself and Draco when danger loomed? Uncertainty enveloped him as he relinquished his resistance and contemplation. Perugia smiled faintly, carrying Draco toward the sound. As I parted the underbrush and prepared to leap into a small ravine, a shadowy figure suddenly swooped from behind a tree like a wraith. Perugia, behind you, Draco exclaimed, his gaze drawn to the ominous presence that had materialized. The entity resembled a humanoid creature, yet it glided through the air like a specter. Perugia clutched Draco tightly and leapt into the chasm, narrowly evading the stealthy assault of claws from behind. The dark cloak obscured the true visage of the figure, but the horrific, rasping growl emanating from its mouth, coupled with the scent of blood, was unmistakable. It was him, the assailant of unicorns. Perugia immediately discerned the situation. It appeared that Harry and his friends had successfully rescued themselves and driven this creature away. Is it human? Draco inquired fearfully, peering cautiously. Uncertain. There was a familiar aura surrounding the humanoid entity. Perugia's eyes pierced through the darkness beneath the cloak, locking onto the malevolent, icy red eyes lurking in the shadows. Indeed, it was he who had been attacking unicorns. No wonder he and Professor Quirrell had been absent in recent days. The shadowy figure seemed to vanish in a flash, retreating deeper into the forest upon realizing its attack had failed. Hey, is that you? Did you see that thing? A figure cloaked in darkness. Hagrid charged towards them, wielding a crossbow, ready for action. He approached Draco and Perugia with a serious demeanor. Is Malfoy injured? Were you attacked? No, he just had a little accident and fell. Perugia clarified, finally noticing Harry, Hermione, and Ron trailing closely behind, their faces etched with fear, likely still shaken by the encounter. Most notably, a centaur accompanied them. Upon hearing Perugia mention that the hunter had fled deeper into the forest, Hagrid thumped his leg in frustration, noticing the puzzled expressions on Perugia and Draco's faces. Hagrid quickly introduced, "Do not worry. He is Firenze, a friendly centaur from the Forbidden Forest. He just helped Harry and his friends drive off the hunter." Chapter 96. Secrets regarding that individual. The centaur that appeared behind them was robust and strikingly handsome. His platinum hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, and his sapphire eyes glimmered with a penetrating light that seemed to see through everything, mirroring the scrutiny directed at Draco and Perugia. What just transpired? Draco leaned in, astonished by the centaur's beauty, and queried Hagrid. Well, Harry and his companions encountered the one who hunts unicorns, but alas, he escaped. Hagrid sighed, indicating that he would need to conduct a thorough search of the Forbidden Forest soon. Thankfully, the children were unharmed. You must leave the Forbidden Forest. The night here is perilous. Firenze's voice was gentle and melodic as he addressed the children, warning them of the dangers that lurked within. Moreover, you are still quite young. This forest is not a place for your adventures. Even adults dare not linger here for long. Meanwhile, Harry appeared to be pressing his forehead, his complexion pale. Are you all right? You seem unwell. Perugia approached Harry hesitantly and inquired. If memory serves, the spot Harry was clutching was where his lightning-shaped scar resided. Draco, observing Perugia leaning towards Harry Potter, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Honestly, why are you getting so close? I'm fine. Just a headache. Perhaps a night's rest will suffice, Harry replied softly, shaking his head, his tone revealing fatigue. Seeing this, Hagrid bid farewell to Firenze and prepared to escort Harry and the others out of the Forbidden Forest. However, before they departed, Firenze called out to Harry. We shall wait for you ahead, Harry. Hagrid seemed to understand that Firenze had something to discuss with Harry as he gestured for the others to leave. Harry looked up at Firenze, puzzled. They had just been discussing the one who had slain unicorns and the threat of Voldemort's potential return. Did Firenze have more to convey? Firenze's gaze remained fixed on Perugia, the tall boy, until they had moved away. What I can tell you is what I have already shared. Destiny lies in your hands, and the variables begin with you. However, after witnessing that boy, I feel I have gleaned further insight into the visions I previously encountered. He lowered his head in contemplation, his gemstone blue eyes filled with confusion and perplexity. It is strange, that boy carrying another gave me an odd sensation. Just a glance, and I could see nothing at all. Impenetrable. Inscrutable. Wait, which one? Perugia? The tall one? Harry asked, momentarily taken aback, then curiously pressed on. Indeed, Firenze looked up at the stars above and murmured. The trajectories of the stars are unpredictable, but whether fortune or misfortune lies ahead may depend on his will. Yet, it appears that when it pertains to that star, everything becomes inscrutable. The prophecy has been disrupted. That is a secret beyond our grasp. Harry, I cannot be certain, but I must remind you, not only must you be wary of those who lurk in the shadows, but also of your classmate. He is quite peculiar. Harry recounted to him the sudden emergence of Perugia's family and the name Sirius, which belonged to that family. However, Firenze furrowed his brow, acknowledging that it was indeed a non-existent lineage. Perhaps the uncertainty of future destinies stemmed from that unexpected presence. In any case, after offering Harry some brief advice, Firenze vanished back into the forest. Perugia carried a seemingly slumbering Draco on his back, his eyes subtly fixed on the approaching Harry. The centaur had appeared to scrutinize him moments ago. Had he spoken to Harry about Voldemort? As a being of profound intellect, they were surely acquainted with Voldemort. However, Perugia was genuinely curious about what calamity had befallen that upperclassman, compelling him to rely on unicorn blood for sustenance. Had there not been so many present, that upperclassman might have had more to say to him. Never mind, it was not worth his concern. Well then, let this confinement come to an end. I hope you were not too frightened. Now, return and rest. Hagrid bid farewell to the children in front of the hut. As they made their way back, each heart felt heavy, preoccupied with their own thoughts. Except for Draco, who had fallen into a deep sleep on Perugia's back. Ron couldn't help but scoff. Oh, is he a baby? He still needs to be carried after all this time. He is sleeping quite soundly. How does Perugia indulge this arrogant young lord? It is truly incomprehensible that one cannot understand a friend. Perugia, do you not feel weary? Would you like us to assist you? Despite the lingering sting on his forehead, Harry approached and inquired. It's all right. I can head back to the dormitory alone. Rest well, good night. Perugia shook her head and, with Draco in tow, made her way back to the Slytherin common room. Harry and the others, burdened with heavy hearts, returned to their own quarters. The fireplace in the Slytherin common room crackled warmly, casting a cozy glow throughout the space. Given the late hour, Perugia moved quietly as she carried the boy back to the dormitory. She gently laid Draco on his bed, helping him out of his coat and shoes before tucking him in. During this time, the boy drowsily opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and feeling the softness of the bed beneath him. Ah, are we back? He murmured before drifting off again. Perugia adjusted the blankets around him, standing at the bedside, gazing at the serene expression of the sleeping boy. Good night, little Rose. He appeared even more tranquil and obedient in slumber, though upon waking, he radiated like a resplendent sun. Harry still felt a pang of regret over the fright he had experienced in the Forbidden Forest that day. With this thought, Perugia turned to her belongings and retrieved a vial of healing potion. Dabbing the gauze, she carefully applied it to the boy's palm, and the scraped skin instantly returned to its unblemished state. As Perugia lay in bed, she glanced out the window at the fleeting shadow of a black tentacle. The centaur. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on matters that did not concern her. Instead, she resolved to find another opportunity to revisit the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 97. Draco's Speculations and Concerns. Upon awakening the next day, after their astronomy class, Draco seemed preoccupied as they strolled down the corridor. His attractive brows knitted together. He bit his lip, lost in thought. Even during lunch, he appeared absent-minded. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Perugia asked, observing the boy's troubled eyes, which lacked their usual sparkle. Draco hastily finished his meal and pulled Perugia out of the castle. He walked briskly ahead, prompting her to keep up. As they traversed the path, Perugia grew curious. It led them to the shores of the Black Lake. Why are we here? She wondered aloud, recalling the hunters who had attacked the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. From the way Hagrid and Forenza conversed, I can't shake the feeling I know who it might be. Do you know that individual, the one referred to as the Dark Lord? Draco plopped down on the grass by the lake's edge, and Perugia quietly joined him. Yes, I've heard of him. In fact, when I overheard their conversation with Potter, I felt an unsettling premonition. Is it possible that he is attempting to resurrect himself? Or perhaps he is planning a return? Draco's voice trembled as he held his head in his hands, unable to fathom the thought of the Dark Lord's resurgence. If that were to happen, would his father and mother, their family, not once again be threatened? The fact that his parents had once served the Dark Lord was no longer a secret within Slytherin or the wizarding world. Though his father had distanced himself after the Dark Lord's defeat, Draco could not shake the fear that his father might once again be exploited. Honestly, he had no desire to be associated with that man, nor did he wish to become a member of the Death Eaters. As Perugia listened to Draco's concerns, she finally grasped the source of his unease. So that's it. I believe that if danger truly approaches, Uncle Lucius would act to protect himself or you, even if it means siding with Voldemort. Draco frowned. How can you be so certain my father would do that? Because you know as well as I do that your father would make decisive choices for the sake of family interests, even if you would rather he did not. Perugia asserted confidently. Indeed, Lucius gives off that impression. However, beyond family interests, your loved ones are his greatest vulnerability. But I do not want my father entangled with such perilous individuals. That man may not be someone I can trust, Draco murmured, burying his face in his arms, his tone growing faint. The thought of confronting such realities weighed heavily on him. Beside him, Perugia gently ruffled Draco's hair, her calm voice imbued with a reassuring strength. That is merely your conjecture, is it not? We are at Hogwarts. Your safety is still paramount. Even if that day were to come, if you do not wish it, that individual will not harm you or your family. I promise you, Draco. The breeze from the lake tousled Perugia's bangs, and the unwavering confidence and commitment in her dark eyes shone through. Draco gazed at her, somewhat dazed. All right, I suppose overthinking serves no purpose. I shall just wait and see. I am not suited for such serious contemplation. It tires me. And have you forgotten you are merely a first-year brat? He teased. Beware. For boasting may lead to a longer nose. The platinum-haired boy took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and playfully nudged Perugia's arm. So absolute in your convictions. You are not nearly as powerful as Dumbledore, even if your talents are remarkable. I suppose that will come in time, yes? He conceded that Perugia's words had provided him with considerable strength and solace. The boy merely smiled faintly before turning to gaze at the lake's surface. Perhaps I possess some mysterious and astonishing powers, albeit ones that I cannot yet wield. Huh. Pray tell, Has your mysterious power been sealed away? Perugia chuckled. All right. Your comfort has been duly noted. Let us return. Draco stood, gently kicking Perugia's backside, and, with a cheerful demeanor, followed her back to the castle. Recently, the students had been preoccupied with preparations for their examinations, yet they still caught wind of various intriguing rumors. Among the most shocking was the news that Hagrid had secretly been raising a dragon. This stirred much discussion among the students, some of whom were eager to sneak a glimpse of the creature. Unfortunately, when Draco, accompanied by Harry and the others, arrived at Hagrid's hut, they were met with the disheartening news that Norbert had been taken away to join his own kind. It was for the best, as dragons required the company of their own species to thrive. Humans could neither tame them nor provide a sense of belonging. Perugia offered a rather incisive commentary on this matter. Oh, you are quite something, Draco remarked, rolling his eyes. But who leaked the information? Harry expressed his doubts regarding the matter, and Ron immediately thought of Malfoy, casting a glance in his direction. What are you staring at? I'm busy preparing for exams. There's no point in discussing that useless topic. Draco shot a glare back at Ron. No, it's not him. You all know Hagrid's mouth isn't one to keep secrets. He must have inadvertently let something slip at some point, which was then reported by other students. Hermione discreetly observed the despondent Hagrid and whispered to a few others. Indeed, Harry and Ron exchanged knowing smirks, concluding that it could only be Hagrid's own loose lips that had betrayed the matter. Well, that's settled then. No need to worry about dragons anymore. Let us focus on our studies for the exams. Potter, you better pray that you pass, Draco remarked, shrugging his shoulders, a mischievous grin forming on his face as he directed his words toward Harry. He then laughed heartily and left the vicinity of Hagrid's hut with Pansy. As the mention of exams loomed, Harry and Ron wilted like frostbitten plants. You two really need to get it together. Focus. Exams are important. And if you don't want Malfoy to mock you, study with me. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. The diligent Hermione regarded the two with exasperation. Letting out a sigh. Chapter 98. I am your senior, little brother. One day, amidst the tense atmosphere leading up to the final exams, a student whose mindset felt out of place sat alone in a deserted classroom. Yet, he was not the only one feeling this way. Hogwarts was home to many exceptionally talented students. He was merely one among them. In a secluded, empty classroom within the castle, a tall and slender boy was diligently concocting something at a long table. This was Pansy. He glanced at the ancient potions book beside him, then carefully measured a specific amount of ground plant powder from the table and slowly poured it into the bubbling cauldron. The classroom's windows were ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to stir the curtains, bringing in a hint of coolness from outside. The air was thick with the scent of brewing potions and various herbs. The equipment and ingredients had all been borrowed from Professor Snape. After submitting his request for a new rare potions thesis and formula, Snape had promptly provided him with everything he needed. You have 2 days to produce the final product. If you require anything else, come to me. Professor Snape had crossed his arms, utterly unconcerned with the fact that Pansy was merely a first year and had issued his orders with utmost certainty. This lad had managed to obtain so many rare potion formulas, and Snape was testing him, convinced that there was more to this first year than met the eye. Though Pansy considered his potion-making skills quite proficient, he decided to comply with Snape's request. For any missing ingredients, I will personally retrieve them from the Slytherin Manor. Snape's voice echoed in his ears. After all, this was a fair price to pay for the privilege of sneaking around and perusing the restricted section. Pondering this, Pansy felt a twinge of curiosity about what Snape had seen during the last dream revelation potion. He immersed himself in the intricate potion formula, stirring the cauldron filled with a potion that seemed to be taking shape, completely oblivious to the swift passage of time. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and a familiar presence entered. Pansy glanced back at the man standing in the doorway before returning to his work. Slytherin, are you really studying potions here? The speaker was Professor Quirrell, who stammered at the entrance, astonished by the sight of the boy's table. Upon entering the classroom, he was immediately struck by the potent aroma of potions. Professor Quirrell cautiously approached, examining the potions and books on the table, as well as the bubbling cauldron. Though he was the defense against the dark arts professor, he recognized at a glance that such potions and the meticulously prepared materials could only be crafted by a master like Snape. Yet, it was astounding that such a young first-year wizard was undertaking this task. Quirrell's mouth fell open as he alternately scrutinized the serious-faced Pansy and the potion in the cauldron. Good heavens, this must be a genius at work. Is Professor Quirrell merely here to see what I'm doing? Pansy replied coolly, implying that he wondered if there was anything else the professor needed. Oh, well, yes. It's the... Quirrell stammered, seemingly nervous, and Pansy sensed he might bite his tongue at any moment. Perhaps unable to tolerate Quirrell's faltering speech any longer, a husky voice suddenly interrupted. Enough, Quirrell. Allow me to speak. Quirrell nodded, and in the blink of an eye, his expression morphed into that of another person, cold, ambitious, powerful, and aggressive, all reflected in his crimson eyes. "Ah, we meet again, little brother." Voldemort's voice was deep and hoarse, and since the last time he had permitted Pansy to refer to him as senior, he seemed quite insistent on calling him little brother. "Oh, this ordinarily understated and exceptional little brother is concocting potions from the restricted section." He paced slowly around the table, his eyes alight with admiration. Glancing down at the potion documented in the forbidden book, he let out a low, rumbling laugh. "Ha ha ha, you're actually studying such a complex potion? As far as I know, the most gifted potion master currently is also renowned for his exceptional potions since third year. He, too, is quite magically gifted. You should be familiar with him." Voldemort leaned against the table, scrutinizing the unperturbed boy. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, Pansy lifted his gaze. "You mean Professor Snape? He is quite an impressive teacher." Pansy had certainly heard of Snape's remarkable feats and held a great deal of respect for such a wise and powerful professor. If memory served, Voldemort was also considered Snape's senior. Indeed, quite deserving of respect, wouldn't you agree? Voldemort's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he gestured toward the cauldron. "My potion grades are also commendable. Perhaps I could offer you some advice. By the way, the final exams are approaching, aren't they? If you require my assistance." Having once been a student of Slytherin, he had certainly faced numerous exams and excelled in every subject with outstanding marks. Guiding a junior through an exam was not a daunting task, although he knew Pansy was clever enough not to need his help. Offering a favor could also be advantageous. "I'm fine with exams, thank you," Pansy replied, unsurprisingly refusing the offer. "Do you not think that adding some moonflower leaves would enhance the effect? You seem to be deliberating whether to include them." Voldemort picked up a small leaf, which emitted a faint fragrance. He immediately identified the core issue and offered the most prudent advice. Purusha observed him for a moment before placing the leaf into the cauldron. Indeed, it proved to be quite useful. He simmered the mixture for another 3 minutes, then extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, setting it aside to cool. "I am aware of your intellect, yet you still require assistance. This world is rife with matters you have yet to encounter, is it not?" Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk. From his observations, this junior indeed exhibited peculiar behavior, reminiscent of someone newly attempting to integrate into human society. Yes, human society. Chapter 99. I am your senior, junior. Once an elite student, Tom Riddle, even after becoming Voldemort, retained his keen observational skills and profound wisdom. Thus, he concluded that this Serestus Jr. was certainly no ordinary individual. Purusha was now capable of diverting his attention to Voldemort. He removed his experimental gloves and placed them on the table. The two regarded each other in silence, exchanging no words. However, Purusha scrutinized Voldemort, discerning the flickering instability of emotions in his eyes. Coupled with the matter of the unicorn's blood in the Forbidden Forest, he deduced, "Your soul is unstable. The unicorn's blood cannot restore your former strength." He spoke candidly, causing Voldemort's expression to shift momentarily. "The purity of its power will instead erode your curse. Even in the absence of a physical form, it is nearly ineffective against you." "Ah, you are mistaken. If it were futile, I would not be here conversing with you." Voldemort retorted with a cold chuckle. His soul was indeed frail, yet without the power of unicorn's blood, he feared he could not sustain even this fragment of consciousness, let alone await the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. With this thought, the man narrowed his eyes cunningly as he gazed at the boy. Indeed, he needed to entice this boy to follow him. The Philosopher's Stone could grant him the power of immortality, but more importantly, he required a perfect vessel. "I did not anticipate that you possessed knowledge regarding the essence of the soul, discerned perhaps due to the magical lineage of your Serestus family?" Purusha paused, contemplating before nodding. He could perceive that perhaps such insight was inherent to his family. He had read in books that certain pureblood families possessed their own unique magics, passed down through bloodlines. Voldemort likely believed this to be the case, leading him to think he could discern matters of the soul. "Indeed. Would you like to learn the methods to stabilize your soul?" Purusha stared at him blankly, a flicker of interest passing through his astute eyes. "No need. I already have my own methods. So farewell. I merely came to greet you. As I have said, should you require someone to answer your queries, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, aside from that universally despised identity, I remain your senior." Voldemort raised his chin, adopting a haughty demeanor reminiscent of the past, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glided past Purusha and exited the classroom. Silence enveloped the room once more as Purusha carefully transferred the potion from the cauldron into transparent vials. The concoction yielded only 3 bottles. And with Professor Snape's stern visage in mind, Purusha tidied the equipment and proceeded to Snape's office. The potion he had just brewed appeared to possess significant stabilizing effects on both the mind and soul. On his way back, Quirrell cautiously glanced around, hastily responding to greeting students before scurrying back to his office. Indeed, they had all noticed that the potion Purusha had brewed was a potent one with considerable side effects. As detailed in the restricted texts, a mental harmonizer. I am aware, but that is not what I require. Once the final exams conclude, we shall promptly acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort certainly desired the potion, but the side effects were a risk he dared not take. He feared it might render him oblivious to his identity and purpose. Very well. Professor Snape had just finished a class for the upper years. Rushing in like a bat swooping down, landing at his office door, and raising an eyebrow at the boy Purusha standing at attention. Professor, I have completed it. Purusha spoke softly, gesturing to the small bag in his hand. Come in. Snape, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure. He opened the door, allowing Purusha to enter before slamming it shut behind him. He tossed his assignments and lesson plans onto the desk and strode briskly to stand before Purusha. The man scrutinized Purusha's face, as if seeking to discern the essence of the person beneath, then extended his hand. Hand it over. Purusha placed the potion into Snape's hand, then turned to return the remaining ingredients and equipment to their proper places. Snape observed the 3 bottles containing the pale gray potion and promptly uncapped one to inhale its aroma. It is acceptable. Indeed, it was remarkably perfect. It seemed your potion examination would pass with ease. His typically stern expression softened slightly as he placed the potion on the shelf. How is it that you can assess the quality of the potion? Humph, do not assume I have not perused those restricted potion texts. I have brewed such potions myself. Which is why I know. The reason Snape had Purusha undertake this task was manifold. However, its quality appeared superior to the norm. Did you perhaps add something extra? Purusha paused, realizing it was likely due to the moonflower leaves. Yes, the moonflower leaves. They enhance stability and mitigate side effects. Interestingly, this suggestion had originated from that senior Voldemort. Well, he was indeed a clever individual. Yet, as he edged closer to his objective, Purusha could only surmise a fraction of it. Perhaps he required a follower or an informant. Very well, bold indeed. Return now, and prepare diligently for your exams. By the way, keep a close watch on Draco. Do not allow him to cause any more trouble. Inform him that if he does, I shall cast him into Gryffindor. Snape waved his hand dismissively, eager to usher Purusha away, but paused to admonish him before he left. I understand. The library frequently echoed with the presence of Harry and his companions, diligently studying under the guidance of the academically gifted Hermione, preparing fervently for the impending examinations. What good is cramming at the last minute when they only seem to be out causing mischief? TSK. When Draco and Purusha arrived at the library, they observed the Weasleys huddled around a table, seemingly intent on devouring their books for knowledge, and expressed their annoyance. Fine, let us settle here. Should you dare to fail and diminish the scores and standing of Slytherin, you shall be doomed. The boy chose a secluded corner by the window to settle down, beckoning Goyle and Crabbe, who had followed him, to take their seats opposite him. Indeed, he intended to assist Purusha in his final revision alongside Goyle and Crabbe. Purusha couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. Nonetheless, he was committed to helping little Rose achieve his goals. Goyle and Crabbe were left somewhat speechless. Chapter 100. The examination concludes. As the weather gradually warmed, Hogwarts found itself amidst the tension of examination days. Students congregated in a spacious classroom, armed with newly enchanted quills designed to prevent cheating. This inevitably caused a degree of distress among a small faction of students, who could only grit their teeth and strive to recall their studies in order to complete the exam. Observing this, Draco felt relieved that he had taken the initiative to tutor Goyle and Crabbe in advance. Otherwise, 2 more members would have been added to the throng of students clutching their heads in anguish. In contrast, Purusha navigated the subsequent exams with remarkable ease, receiving unanimous praise and commendation from the professors. Under Purusha's spell, a pineapple performed a perfect tap dance upon the desk, culminating in a gracious bow of thanks. For this, Professor Flitwick applauded enthusiastically, awarding Purusha full marks. Although Professor McGonagall's examination requirements were somewhat stringent and meticulous, Purusha still managed to achieve a perfect score. The transformation of a mouse into a snuffbox yielded higher marks for greater finesse, and while other students struggled with their transfigurations, Purusha had already crafted an exquisitely beautiful snuffbox. Upon witnessing his results, a satisfied smile graced Professor McGonagall's face as she bestowed upon him full marks. As for Professor Snape's potions examination, Purusha sensed that Snape barely glanced in his direction, simply assigning a perfect score while fixating intently on others. The reason was clear. If he could concoct potions from forbidden texts, there was no doubt he could manage the basic and commonplace potions. Snape had seen through the enigmatic and secretive seerist, realizing that he could not be treated as an ordinary mischievous child. The examinations concluded swiftly, and after the final history of magic exam. Purusha rose to leave the examination hall alongside Draco. The platinum-haired boy appeared quite animated as he discussed the exam content and the professor's evaluations with Purusha. Hey, I guarantee I'll be among the top. Although I might have faltered slightly on the history of magic, obtaining an E should still be within reach. Draco's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the throng of students emerging from the exam. Their expressions varied as they clustered together to discuss their experiences. That's wonderful. I believe you will achieve excellent results. After all, Draco was known for his diligent study habits, a true academic achiever. Once the exams concluded, the students previously taught nerves relaxed. Although the results would not be revealed for another week. Nonetheless, this did not dampen their spirits, as a week of leisurely enjoyment lay before them. Ah, is that my godfather over there? Draco suddenly halted, whispering to Purusha, as they spotted Professor Snape engaged in conversation with Harry and his companions. The exchange appearing far from jovial. Observing their expressions, Purusha remarked, "He's approaching us." Draco, noting Snape's serious demeanor, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Upon seeing them standing there, Snape raised a hand and gestured. "Sirius, come with me." "What's the matter?" "I can also," Draco exclaimed, astonished by his godfather's abrupt summons. Puzzled as to why Purusha was being called away alone. "Draco, you may go about your business. It's merely a trivial matter that requires your friend to visit my office." Snape dismissed Draco's inclination to follow. His gaze fixed on Harry, revealing thoughts of a perilous nature. With the final exams concluded, the possibility of that individual making a move during this period loomed large. It was imperative to ensure Harry Potter and his friends did not proceed with their plans. "Don't worry, I'll see you in the Great Hall later." Purusha offered Draco an apologetic glance. There was no choice, for Snape's insistence implied there was something important for him to attend to. "Very well," Draco pouted. Having hoped to bask in the warm weather by the lake with Purusha, he would have to wait for his return, though he was not overly concerned about boredom. Observing Potter and his companions whispering conspiratorially, he felt a compelling urge to uncover what schemes the trio were concocting. Bang! Snape forcefully shut the door and began to pace within his office. Tonight, they were set to venture out, and Quirrell was conspicuously absent. "Sirius, have you seen Professor Quirrell today?" Snape inquired, finding it peculiar how often Quirrell sought out Purusha for discussions. "No, but now that you mention it, I believe I spotted him on the 3rd floor of the castle yesterday, just as I suspected. That fool has indeed chosen that individual as his master. Listen, Sirius, you are quite extraordinary. Therefore, I am granting you this opportunity and choosing to place my trust in you." Snape stood before Purusha, his voice low and serious. Locking eyes with him, he could have read about Quirrell's intentions through Purusha, just as he did with Harry Potter. But the Cruciatus curse had no effect on this boy. "Tonight, keep a close watch on Mr. Potter and his friends. If any issues arise, alert me using any means at your disposal, understood?" Purusha momentarily processed the gravity of the situation before responding earnestly, "I understand. Is it because an unexpected crisis may unfold tonight?" "Humph, your guess is quite astute. Or do you have some connection with the mastermind behind this?" Snape scoffed, scrutinizing the boy's expression, yet finding no evidence of treachery. "No, but I will keep an eye on them." Purusha accepted the task assigned by Professor Snape and departed the office. As he ascended the castle, he spotted a boy sitting on the lawn, seemingly lost in thought. Draco had lost track of Harry Potter and his companions, but their movements were suspicious, undoubtedly plotting something. He fixated on the grass beneath him, tugging at it, pulling it out one blade at a time. The warmth of the sun on his back made him feel drowsy. "What are you doing sitting here?" Purusha's voice broke through, and he looked down at the nearly dozing boy clutching the grass clippings in his palm. Chapter 101. The Trio's Pursuit, Witnessing. Draco turned to glance at the boy standing behind him, and suddenly, his drowsy mind sparked with a mischievous idea, causing him to chuckle quietly. Rising to his feet, he first inquired about the recent visit to the office. "What did the godfather summon you for? Honestly, why wasn't I invited?" With this thought, the boy pouted in mild displeasure, murmuring to himself. While grumbling, he discreetly concealed the bits of grass he had clutched in his palm and edged closer to Parvulius. "Perfect. It seems he hasn't noticed the grass in my hand," he thought, smirking to himself. All he said was to assist with organizing the exam materials and scores before returning. Parvulius gazed quizzically at Draco's hand hidden behind his back, sensing that he might be up to something. "Your godfather certainly seems to have high hopes for you. I was his trusted aide not long ago." Draco felt a pang of jealousy at this thought, as if he had fallen from favor. Perhaps he simply wanted to spare you from undue toil, given how troublesome it can be. Knowing Draco's temperament, it was clear he would find it unbearable to sit idle. He would prefer to frolic outside rather than grade papers. As Parvulius pondered how to keep watch over Harry and the others that evening, Draco feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a caterpillar in your hair. Quick, bend down so I can take it out." His exaggerated disdain compelled Parvulius to bend forward without suspicion. Haha. The boy swiftly tossed the handful of grass onto Parvulius's head and bolted away, laughing heartily at his successful prank. Now you have grass on your head instead of a caterpillar. Ha. Draco dashed across the lawn, leaving Parvulius momentarily dumbfounded. Straightening up, he looked after the boy's retreating figure, puzzled, and then noticed the grass clippings near Draco's hand. Realizing that Draco had tricked him into bending down, Parvulius brushed off the remnants of grass from his hair. Holding a blade of grass between his fingers, he found himself not angry but silently amused. The boy, carefree in the sunshine, laughed and ran, appearing even more radiant and vibrant. Night fell swiftly. Once Draco had succumbed to slumber, Parvulius quietly donned his outer robe and slipped out of the dormitory. Professor Snape had expressly instructed him about a particular location to monitor, the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. The three of them might be concealing something significant, and if he couldn't spot them, well, he would wait here. Recalling previous experiences, Snape's expression turned somewhat grim. Potter. Could it be that thing was left for this Potter as well? Parvulius stood outside the door, from which the low growls of a beast emanated, awaiting Harry and his companion's arrival. During this time, Peeves had popped up, shrieking about seeking Filch to report a grievance. However, upon seeing Parvulius, he screamed for mercy and hastily vanished into the wall. As footsteps echoed sharply in the quiet corridor, Parvulius cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, witnessing a hand with a wand materialize from thin air before opening the door to the forbidden corridor. Ah, such adeptness in spellcasting can only belong to Hermione, he mused. Crossing his arms, Parvulius observed the door swing open, then followed them inside the room. Ron turned, puzzled by the sudden sound of the door slamming shut behind them. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is following us? What nonsense are you talking about? It's just the three of us here. And look, Ruins is being hypnotized by that harp's tune. We need to think of a way to get in quickly. Snape might have already acquired the Philosopher's Stone. As Hermione, Ron, and Harry's figures became visible, Parvulius noticed a peculiar cloak in Harry's possession. An invisibility cloak. No wonder the professor suspected they would go unnoticed. Yet, as he listened to their conversation, he felt something was amiss. It seemed as if they regarded Professor Snape as a villain plotting to steal something, specifically, the Philosopher's Stone. Parvulius couldn't help but smirk. Snape was likely unaware he had been designated as a suspect by the trio. No wonder they always appeared so wary around him. If memory served him right, he had read about the Philosopher's Stone in an alchemical tome. It possessed the ability to create the elixir of life, granting immortality and enhancing one's power. Indeed, something to covet. No wonder Voldemort, that elusive senior, sought it. He desired to resurrect himself and become an indomitable force. However, as Parvulius observed Harry and his friends bravely advancing, he wondered if they could truly succeed. One had to admit, Voldemort's meticulously crafted plans demonstrated an extraordinary level of patience and meticulousness. It would not be an exaggeration to call him learned. Parvulius raised his wand, witnessing the courageous actions of the three Gryffindors, and used magic to shield Ron from the shards of debris. While he sustained only minor injuries, he still lost consciousness. Seeing Harry and Hermione press forward, Parvulius decided it was time to transform a stone on the ground into a flying envelope to seek out Professor Snape. As he traversed the dim and lofty staircase, Parvulius sensed the familiar aura emanating from the door ahead. Yes, both Professor Quirrell and Voldemort, who had been missing for a day, were inside. You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for quite some time, Harry Potter. Quirrell's voice was devoid of its previous stammering, replaced instead by a sinister satisfaction, his gaze fixed malevolently upon Harry. However, he too sensed another presence in the room. Voldemort, of course, could identify who it was, but he chose not to disclose it. At this moment, acquiring the Philosopher's Stone from Harry was his utmost priority. Quirrell abruptly yanked Harry toward the mirror of Ariste, anxiously and impatiently exclaiming, "Quick, tell me what you see. Where is the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry struggled against the overwhelming scent of garlic in the air, staring into the mirror with wide, astonished eyes. Chapter 102, The Philosopher's Stone, Ancient Spells. As they approached the final step, Quirrell grasped Harry's shoulders, urging, "Tell me, what do you see in the mirror?" In that mirror, he could discern no clues. Only a vision of himself seemingly serving alongside the great Dark Lord. Oh, he was so highly regarded, even though he lacked the strength worthy of such allegiance. Was that a glimpse of the future? Quirrell even entertained such thoughts. Yet, regardless of whether it was a future event, his paramount duty was to seize the Philosopher's Stone for his master. Harry's muscles tensed, and he swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. Did Dumbledore know all along? Thus, the Philosopher's Stone truly manifested itself within my grasp. He must not discover this. It is imperative. The boy, maintaining a composed demeanor yet feigning surprise, gazed into the mirror, and spoke candidly. "Oh, I see Dumbledore shaking my hand. I have even secured the championship for Gryffindor." Quirrell abruptly shoved the boy aside, eager to glimpse the mirror, yet he could perceive nothing. The mirror of Erased reveals only what its possessor wishes to see. "Enough. You are lying." Quirrell glared at Harry Potter with a brooding expression. "If you refuse to speak, I shall not hesitate to employ certain measures. For instance, the Cruciatus Curse." Harry furrowed his brow. He did not consider himself a match for an adult wizard. Yet he knew he had to find a way to stall until Hermione arrived with help. He bravely met Quirrell's fierce gaze, though his hand trembled uncontrollably near his pocket. It was the fear of impending doom. Despite being known as the boy who lived, he was merely in his first year. How many spells could he possibly know to repel Quirrell, the dark arts professor? "Quirrell, allow me to meet him." A sharp, raspy voice unexpectedly echoed, causing Harry to whirl around, suspecting the presence of another in the room. "Are you in a suitable state, master?" Quirrell's countenance shifted, cautiously inquiring, as he remained unaware of whom he was addressing. However, since that voice emerged, Harry felt his scar burn more intensely, throbbing painfully. He instinctively pressed his hand against the scar, unconsciously retreating a few steps. Harry Potter. What a most anticipated encounter. Quirrell removed his thick scarf, revealing his eerily smooth scalp. Harry's expression morphed into one of horror as he seemed to emit a scream upon witnessing a grotesque, terrifying face slowly materialize upon the back of Quirrell's head. The visage was ghastly pale, resembling ash with crimson eyes that radiated an unsettling light, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Instantly, Harry recalled a horror film he had surreptitiously watched as a child, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Quirrell finally beheld Voldemort's true face. Previously, he had merely controlled Quirrell's body, speaking through his visage. Now, the face, frail and distorted, made it clear that Voldemort sought the Philosopher's Stone. This was essential for his resurrection. "Look at this pitiful state. It is truly lamentable. To survive, to return to this world, I must utilize unicorn blood to sustain some semblance of power. Oh no, but now it is different. Harry Potter, I am fortunate you have always suspected Snape, which has allowed me to manipulate you into coming here." Voldemort's hoarse voice erupted in a series of mocking laughs, while Quirrell stood respectfully silent. "What? Professor Snape is not the one who harmed you?" Harry's complexion shifted. "Oh no, why? Ha ha ha, one could say. Had it not been for him, you would have long since met your demise." Quirrell smirked coldly at the remark. In the corner, Parseltongue sensed that Professor Snape had received the envelope sent to him. Reflecting back, he surmised Snape was already approaching. Voldemort relayed some information regarding Harry's parents. Yet Harry refused to believe his disparaging words about his once heroic parents, merely gazing at the steadfast figures behind him in the mirror of Erased. He understood his parents were not the weaklings Voldemort portrayed, for he had survived under their protection. Dumbledore had conveyed this to him. Harry clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "My mother and father are the greatest heroes. Such commendable courage, yet you have no choice. Go and seize the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket." Voldemort screeched, commanding Quirrell to pounce on Harry, knocking him to the ground, hands gripping his throat. "Hand over the stone. Otherwise, you shall meet your end." Quirrell wore a malicious grin. With just a bit more force, he could easily strangle this first-year brat. Harry fell to the ground, his head striking the steps behind him, crimson blood trickling down his forehead. Though his vision darkened and his scar throbbed excruciatingly, he struggled to push Quirrell away. At that moment, Parseltongue, who had intended to remain passive, suddenly radiated an extraordinary light in his eyes. He perceived a golden-orange aura emanating from Harry, reminiscent of the sun's dying rays. This power enveloped Harry, and the golden energy swiftly traversed the hand gripping Harry's neck, spreading to Quirrell. Parseltongue unabashedly dispelled the disillusionment charm, appearing before them. Indeed, this was the essence of an ancient magic, from the tales Harry had endured and the legacy of his parents. Parseltongue deduced that it was the protective spell cast by his parents. An ancient magic, its cost intertwined with love and sacrifice. He had long sought such a magical force. Yet today, he encountered it within Harry. "So it is you. It seems you finally wish to assist your senior?" Voldemort regarded the boy with an expression of calculated confidence. "Excellent. The moment I acquire the Philosopher's Stone, I shall possess a new body. Fate still favors me." "What? Parseltongue? How did he suddenly appear here?" Harry felt a flicker of confusion as his struggles weakened. Why did Voldemort say that? Had he lured Parseltongue to his side? No. Harry dared not contemplate that Parseltongue could be an ally of Voldemort. Though they had minimal interaction, his instincts told him Parseltongue was not malevolent. Now, he stood before Harry with an odd gaze, causing Harry to fear that many of Voldemort's followers lurked nearby. Unfazed by Voldemort's endearing moniker, Parseltongue's focus was solely on Harry Potter and the unseen power that enveloped him. The golden energy had fully encased Quirrell during their exchange. Noticing the sudden cracks appearing on Quirrell's fingers, Parseltongue offered a peculiar smile directed at Voldemort. I am not here to aid you. At these words, Voldemort's smile froze. Moreover, he was losing his grip. The spell had been activated. Parseltongue pointed at Quirrell's hand, though Voldemort remained oblivious. In but a brief moment, Quirrell began to tremble in terror, releasing Harry and stumbling away in disarray. Ah, my hand, master. Quirrell's appendage resembled a flower that had withered abruptly, visibly losing its moisture as it shriveled rapidly. Subsequently, it appeared akin to damp clay drying beneath the wind, cracking swiftly and crumbling to the ground like grains of sand. Voldemort sensed the disturbance as well. Like Quirrell, he too felt the insidious power of a curse. They both screamed and howled in anguish, struggling fervently to seize Harry's Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, if they could obtain the stone, kill him now, retrieve the stone. Voldemort bellowed, his visage contorted in extreme agony. How could this happen? Harry gasped for breath, his vision dimming, and felt a surge of relief that Perugia was not aiding Voldemort. Yet, he noticed Quirrell's peculiar behavior. The boy gazed at his own hands, then resolutely stood and reached for Quirrell's head. Quirrell cried out in torment, while Voldemort roared in fury. Before Harry's eyes, they rapidly transformed into hardened clumps of sand, which ultimately disintegrated into a cascade of dust upon the floor. The cacophony around him ceased abruptly, and Harry felt his heart race, his hands trembling uncontrollably. They had indeed turned to sand. Was it over? Harry gazed at the heap of clothing and sand on the ground, swallowing hard as he cast a questioning glance toward the approaching Perugia. The physical forms had been utterly annihilated by potent magic. Upon contact, it had invaded their bodies. Perugia crouched, fiddling with the fabric, observing the fine grains of sand. He shook his head. Had it truly concluded so easily? No, the soul of that man still lingered. In an instant, Perugia turned, and indeed, he beheld the shadow of the soul coalescing in the air. That howling spirit, brimming with malice, charged towards Harry, who was seated on the ground. With no time to react, an icy chill enveloped Harry's limbs and consciousness, causing him to collapse. Perugia rushed forward to support Harry, checking for his breath. Fortunately, his life was unaffected. He looked up to witness the chaotic soul roaring defiantly as it fled toward the exit. Soon, a tumult of footsteps echoed outside, and the first to burst through the door was a disheveled and anxious Professor Snape. He quickly surveyed the room before rushing to them, seizing Harry to examine him. Where's that man? Snape inquired gravely of Perugia, then produced a vial of restorative potion, administering it to Harry. Given the brusque manner in which he pried open Harry's mouth, it was evident he had been exceedingly anxious on his way there. He fled. That is Professor Quirrell on the floor, Perugia replied, standing with a calm demeanor, gesturing toward the pile of sand and clothing. Humph, he brought this upon himself. Snape scoffed, his gaze falling upon the Philosopher's Stone tightly clutched in Harry's hand. Remarkably, he had managed to protect the stone by himself, just like his father, both arrogant and foolish, not valuing his own life. After receiving the potion, Harry, pale and weary, visibly improved. Snape lifted the boy into his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Perugia. Well done. That was an excellent transfiguration. Now, what transpired here is of no concern to you. Consider yourself uninformed, understood? Return to your dormitory at once. Otherwise, explaining his presence here would pose a troublesome issue. At least, through this episode, Snape had ascertained that Perugia did not align with Voldemort. That was sufficient. The secrets between them should remain concealed. Perugia glanced at Harry before vanishing from the room with the disillusionment charm. No sooner had he departed than Dumbledore, along with Professors McGonagall and Hermione, and Ron, rushed in. Ron, his head bandaged, hurried to Snape, who held Harry. They appeared somewhat suspicious of Snape as a potential culprit behind Harry's unconsciousness. Fortunately, Dumbledore could perceive more than the others. He patted the shoulders of his two students. Do not worry. I sent Professor Snape to rescue Harry. I feared I would not arrive in time, thus I dispatched him. He protected Harry. As he spoke, Dumbledore glanced at Snape, winking knowingly, his eyes conveying unspoken words. Snape, pursing his lips, realized that he had indeed been observed by Perugia. However, it was prudent not to voice this. He wished to avoid trouble. You two should return to your dormitories and rest well. We shall escort Harry to the infirmary. Come back to see him tomorrow. Dumbledore instructed McGonagall to take the children away, leaving the silent room with only the two of them and the unconscious Harry. Was Perugia here to assist? Dumbledore mused. I did not misjudge. He is a remarkable child. As is Harry, he displays great courage. Dumbledore smiled kindly, accepting the Philosopher's Stone from Snape. The man murmured, I had him accompany Potter and the others, as I could discern their intentions by merely observing them. It has nothing to do with him. Do not seek trouble. Snape lowered his brow, fixing his gaze intently upon Dumbledore. Ha! Very well, I understand. It appears Professor Quirrell chose the wrong path. The magic left by Harry's family indeed manifested. Dumbledore approached the mound of sand on the ground, sighing softly. But that man has escaped. Snape's voice dropped. Chapter 104. The Philosopher's Stone, concluded. Oh, he certainly has many contingencies for himself. We must proceed with caution from here on. Dumbledore nodded, stroking his beard, the atmosphere heavy with silence. At length, the two exited the forbidden chamber on the third floor, carrying Harry to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Perugia stood alone in a corridor of the castle, gazing at the luminous moonlight outside. For reasons unknown, a faint sense of foreboding began to stir in his heart. Recalling Draco's earlier words about the potential resurgence of Voldemort. Nothing will happen, Draco, Perugia murmured, placing his hand against the window as if wishing to caress the silvery moonlight. However, from the shadows emerged a cold, sinister figure, fixated on Perugia's form, and without hesitation, surged into his body. Perugia's body momentarily froze, his hands dropping to his sides. Before quickly regaining composure, he stared at his palms, perplexed, moving his fingers slightly. Why had he felt such a sudden wave of fatigue? No. He lowered his gaze to the inky shadow beneath him, which appeared to writhe with life, as the darkness in his eyes seemed to shift and stir. An entity foreign to this corporeal form has infiltrated. This external force endeavored to invade his mind, bringing with it a chilling and malevolent sensation, unsettlingly familiar. You didn't run away? Perugia murmured to her reflection in the window, as if lost in her own thoughts. However, the spirit within her remained silent, seemingly weakened and battered. Indeed, its subdued state was connected to its forced entry into Perugia's body. Never mind, it matters not, she thought, as the darkness swirling in her eyes gradually settled. While she could surmise Voldemort's intentions, regrettably, he had chosen the wrong vessel. A slight smile curled at the corners of Perugia's lips as she calmly turned to return to the Slytherin dormitory. Gently pushing open the dormitory door, she found the platinum-haired boy still sleeping soundly, blissfully unaware of his roommate's brief excursion. Perugia's previously cold gaze softened instantly. The matters concerning Voldemort and the Philosopher's Stone had reached a resolution. Once their results were released, they would be free to return home, and afterward, she would attend to some preparations. Lying on her soft, comfortable bed, she stared at the canopy above, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unfolding events in this world. Surely, more intriguing occurrences awaited in the days to come. The following morning, Draco awoke with exuberance. Having enjoyed a dreamless night, he felt utterly refreshed. He first replaced the water for the still vibrant pale gold roses on his nightstand, a gift he had previously requested from his father, who had sent a more suitable and exquisite vase. Let us go. It seems we can indulge in some Quidditch today, with no classes scheduled. The waiting period for exam results was dreadfully dull, and he needed to find something to occupy his time. Draco urged the leisurely dressing Perugia outside, his demeanor radiating vitality. During breakfast, he cast a glance towards Gryffindor. Strange, where are Potter and his friends? They must have been up to something sneaky yesterday, surely. They've been caught by Filch and are now in detention. Haha. The mere thought made Draco chuckle, as he found joy in their misfortunes. Meanwhile, Perugia remained focused on her meal, feigning ignorance. Even as Professor Snape swiftly glided past their table, he did not spare them a glance. Draco, who had intended to greet him, suddenly dropped his hand, sensing that the professor seemed unusually cheerful today, at least less tense than usual. Perugia, don't you think Professor Snape seems a bit odd today? He appears to be in good spirits, the boy remarked, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Hoping Perugia would share his observation, he lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Snape, who merely nodded curtly in acknowledgement. Snape, with a stern face, nodded slightly. Perugia nodded back. It seemed matters had been resolved satisfactorily. Harry was likely unscathed, and the professors, along with Headmaster Dumbledore, would undoubtedly manage the ensuing affairs well. Really? I can't discern it, Perugia replied, her voice laced with uncertainty. Oh, how peculiar that you can't perceive such a nuanced expression. It's obvious. Yet you still need to refine your observational skills, Draco sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he patted Perugia's back. The subtlety of Snape's expressions required meticulous observation and familiarity to detect. For now, humph, he prided himself on being one of the few who could recognize such changes. As they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, they found it relatively empty, save for the dedicated Gryffindor team, still entrenched in rigorous training. They couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, a true fanatic for the sport, unwavering in his commitment even now. Look at our Slytherin team. They haven't made an appearance yet. Different captains, different training regimens, I suppose. Moreover, fifth-year exams and courses are evidently more demanding, Draco mused. Draco and Perugia took to the skies on their broomsticks for a while, but ultimately, It was Purusha who called a halt when she noticed Draco, drenched in sweat and visibly fatigued. The platinum-haired boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly oblivious to his exhaustion. Yet, Purusha could discern the tremor in his hands as he gripped the broom. That's enough. You must consider whether your body can endure any further exertion, she cautioned. Draco had been overly exuberant, clearly exhausting himself. All right, I understand, but it was so exhilarating. The exhilaration of physical exertion and the release of sweat is unmatched, he conceded, realizing he could barely hold on to the broom, and promptly handed it over to Purusha. Excessive activity could harm your body. You must take into account your age and physical development. Purusha accepted the broom and, together with Draco, returned it to the rack before leaving the pitch. Chapter 105. Is something wrong with my ears? How did Potter become a hero? They returned to the dormitory to freshen up, and of course, Draco dashed into the bathroom at the first opportunity. I can't stand being covered in sticky sweat. It's unbearable. Just wait for me, he exclaimed, winking mischievously as he disappeared with a change of clothes. Purusha closed the dormitory door, realizing that a simple freshening charm would suffice for her. However, not only would Draco scold her for it, but she also felt that a proper shower would be more refreshing, even if she hadn't perspired much. After changing into clean clothes, the two ventured out of the dormitory to wander the castle. However, Draco's previously relaxed demeanor began to shift into something more peculiar. As a nearby which excitedly recounted the latest gossip about Potter, Draco could no longer contain his astonishment. He stood frozen, staring up at Purusha. Did you hear that? Or is something wrong with my ears? Why has everyone been talking about Potter? Wasn't he caught out at night doing something bad? Then why is everyone so animatedly discussing how Harry Potter uncovered Professor Quirrell's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone and single-handedly defeated him to protect it? Protect the Philosopher's Stone? Defeat Professor Quirrell? Him? A first year who hasn't even mastered many spells? That's the dark arts Professor Quirrell. Even if he appears timid and cowardly, surely he wouldn't be bested by a first year, would he? Could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that because he once defeated Voldemort, he possesses some extraordinary magic? The platinum-haired boy pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at the singular conclusion of a peculiar enchantment. Oh, I am uncertain, he murmured. Purusha seemed to be contemplating earnestly, then expressed her ignorance on the matter. How could it be that in just one night, he had transformed into the valiant hero who vanquished Professor Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Did they not remember that Potter was merely a first-year student? Draco found this utterly perplexing. By all accounts, it seemed entirely unreasonable. Merlin's socks. If everyone held a positive view on this, it could only mean one thing. That Potter fellow might possess some extraordinary magic. The boy's mind was flooded with impossibilities. Amazing. That's insane. It's impossible. Purusha observed his incredulous expression, sensing he was grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Even his predictions about the outcome were nearly accurate. A gentle smile graced his lips, prompting the boy to stare at him in confusion. What if it is as you think? That there is indeed some wondrous magic at play? This world is filled with the marvelous and the impossible, just as the potential of individuals is boundless and unknown. Everything is indeed so enchanting. You are correct, yet to suddenly hear such news is quite astonishing. Draco scoffed. Lucky Potter, suddenly a celebrity at Hogwarts. Humph. However, upon hearing he was still in the infirmary, Draco refrained from further comment. It was true that bravery was commendable, he conceded, but facing an adult wizard alone was simply irrational. He believed that if he were a professor, he would undoubtedly deduct points for such folly. Alas, the entire school was currently praising their courage, making point deductions utterly inconceivable. When the end-of-term results were announced, during the final banquet before leaving school, they might even receive extra points. The house cup could very well slip through their fingers. The two then encountered a hurried Ron and Hermione racing towards the infirmary. Their faces momentarily stiffened upon seeing Draco blocking the path, but the next instant, he stepped aside, graciously giving them passage. Goodness, he would never normally do that, Ron exclaimed, astonished. Was he still half asleep? With that thought, he pinched his own cheek hard. Ouch, not a dream. Perhaps they had all heard about Harry's situation. Forget him. Let's hurry and check on Harry. Hermione shook her head, and the two swiftly departed down the corridor towards the infirmary. Humph, only this once. Draco glanced back at the two hastily retreating figures, snorting softly. Their demeanor resembled a vibrant peacock from the Malfoy manor. Purusha mused. After all, Harry Potter had now become the hero of Hogwarts, safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Should he cause trouble again, it might draw the ire of some individuals. Though he previously would not have cared about such things. Because you are an elegant and refined noble, it is merely the decorum you possess. Purusha's eyes sparkled as she offered Draco a different way to decline, clearly satisfying the boy. You are correct. It is simply a matter of courtesy I naturally possess. A gesture of respect for the hero. Draco held his head high, his demeanor composed as he and Purusha exited the corridor. Soon enough, the day of the exam results arrived. Students crowded around the Castle's notice board to check their scores, with each year's results displayed in different sections. As they approached, they noticed Harry and his companions approaching, laughter echoing around them. Purusha had, in a sense, assisted Harry, at least she hadn't aided Voldemort. And from what he learned from Professor Dumbledore, it was someone who had informed Professor Snape that led to his rescue. Upon seeing Purusha, Harry beamed with a broad smile. However, observing Malfoy's expression made it evident that he was unaware of the events, as Purusha had chosen not to disclose the matter to him. Perhaps it is best not to speak too much. The results board displayed the student scores in neat alignment. The names at the top were particularly noteworthy. Ron gaped in astonishment at the first-year rankings, where the name Purusha Slytherin stood proudly at the top. Following closely was Hermione Granger, then Draco Malfoy. And in third place was Theodore Nott. Congratulations, Theodore's cool voice remarked as he passed by Purusha before departing. His third-place position was understated, revealing his confidence in his performance. Purusha caught a glimpse of Theodore leaving, while Draco erupted in cheers, though somewhat disgruntled that Hermione Granger had tied with him. Chapter 106, Slytherin Dominates Talent Rankings. In the first year of Slytherin House, 3 students occupied the top 3 positions of their year. Not to mention, within the top 10, nearly all were Slytherin students, with some Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff shadows. Oh, that fellow's intellect is simply astounding. Ron stared in disbelief at the uniformly perfect OS. A full score across the board. If it weren't for Purusha, I wouldn't be surprised at all, Hermione remarked, glancing at her own results. Slightly disappointed to have only secured second place. I will surpass him next time. I need to put in more effort. The girl gazed at the leaderboard, silently resolving to exceed her goal. She turned on her heel, leaving Ron and Harry still searching for their rankings. Fortunately, their prior cramming had paid off. They managed to pass without too much trouble. The 2 brothers sighed in relief. Hey, Potter, TSK, all just barely passing. You need to put in some effort. Relying solely on brute strength without applying yourself academically will lead to misfortune, Draco smirked, wearing a proud smile as he approached Harry and Ron. Behind him, Purusha observed, astonished by the unexpected emergence of genius, while the others thought, an unexpected prodigy has arisen. Ron opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, his brows furrowing in irritation as he glared at the arrogant Malfoy. Thank you for the reminder. Next time we will surely work to improve that weakness. Then, we shall displace you from that position, Harry replied calmly, enunciating each word to Draco before leading Ron away from the notice board. The boy stomped his foot. Did you hear what he just said? When did Potter become so sharp-tongued? Did he truly believe he could surpass me academically? The platinum-haired boy scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms and muttering under his breath. If he were to outdo me, then I would. Purusha gazed curiously at the boy, seemingly eager to learn what he would do next. If that were the case, I assure you I would never again bully Potter and his pitiful sidekick, Weasley. Ha ha, well, that would indeed be something to anticipate. He chuckled, and just as Draco was about to utter another remark, a tall figure materialized behind them. Simultaneously, a heavy, oppressive aura descended upon them. No need to turn around to know, it was Professor Snape. Professor? Draco would never address him as Godfather in front of others. He stared quizzically at the silent man standing behind him. Was the Godfather upset? Perhaps due to his poor performance in History of Magic? The boy cautiously observed the man's stern expression. Professor Snape surveyed the surrounding students before focusing on the 2 of them. Very well. At least you have brought honor to Slytherin. An impeccable performance. I trust you will maintain this standard in the future. A surprisingly commendable compliment. Both Purusha and Draco thought simultaneously. Professor Snape, Godfather, rarely, if ever, offered such praise. I will, Professor. Purusha nodded in acknowledgement, evidently pleased that Professor Snape was in good spirits regarding the ranking. Professor Snape. Of course, the top 3 are all Slytherin. Draco, keep up the good work. I doubt your father would be pleased to see your glaring shortcomings. Having just praised Purusha, Professor Snape's expression turned grim as he regarded Draco. Oh, I will be mindful of that. Stop dawdling here, go tidy yourselves up. You'll find tonight's feast quite intriguing. Snape huffed lightly and departed swiftly, his robes billowing behind him like grand wings. Once he was gone, Draco slumped his shoulders. I can only imagine how furious my father will be upon learning I didn't score full marks in History of Magic, even if it's just a minor slip. He genuinely feared the look of disappointment that might cross his father's face. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but still. Well, next time, he would certainly strive for a perfect score. After all, the top student resides in his own dormitory, doesn't he? Tonight's banquet also marked the end of the semester, where students and staff alike would gather in the Great Hall to share a festive meal. Furthermore, it would herald a significant announcement regarding the House Cup. The entire hall was lavishly adorned, with tables overflowing with sumptuous and delectable dishes. As Slytherin was the previous champion of the House Cup, the hall was predominantly decorated in silver and green. Banners bearing the emblem of Slytherin hung from the walls, creating a veritable sea of silver and green. It was quite a sight to behold, and one could only hope that Slytherin would retain the title this year. Draco sported a pointed little top hat, resembling a mischievous sprite, as he gazed at the hall's decorations, fervently wishing for Slytherin to emerge victorious once more. Perugia sat nearby, idly tracing the rim of his plate, casually surveying those around him. The professors gradually arrived, taking their seats and engaging in quiet conversation. The bustling hall was alive with chatter until Dumbledore stood and rang a bell, bringing silence to the entire room. Why is Filch still standing guard at the door at this hour? Draco leaned closer to Perugia, whispering, and gestured toward the unwelcoming figure of Filch glaring at everyone. Doesn't he have a place to be? It's rather uncomfortable having him there. Filch leaned against the wall with his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, keeping a hawk-like watch over the crowd. His dedication was commendable. Perugia couldn't help but admire Filch. He had heard tales of the man, an ordinary, non-magical individual, patrolling the castle at night. If courage were to be measured, he certainly possessed it. Oh, another year has passed. And I presume you are all eagerly anticipating the upcoming holiday, Dumbledore said, his eyes crinkling into a warm smile as he surveyed the students, as if he were the one about to enjoy a break. And before you depart, surely you are all looking forward to the next segment, are you not? The old man mischievously winked, pausing for dramatic effect before chuckling heartily. Chapter 107. The allocation of the House Cup, an unexpected outcome. Indeed, as the final period of the semester approached, it was not only Quidditch that saw the four houses striving to accumulate points. Particularly, Slytherin and Gryffindor were fiercely competing. Although Gryffindor ultimately claimed victory in Quidditch, points were deducted from them due to the escapades of the so-called Chosen One and his friends, nullifying their hard-earned Quidditch points. Following that, both houses exerted every effort to gain additional points, primarily reflected in the comprehensive exam scores at the semester's end. In any case, they could surmise who would ultimately claim the House Cup, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. Just as Draco and Blaise Zabini engaged in a heated discussion and analysis, Perugia interjected calmly and rather inopportunely, extinguishing the platinum-haired boy's fervor. If the House Cup is lost due to your ill-fated words, I believe none present will spare you. Perugia, you're finished. Draco pouted and playfully punched Perugia, casting him a resentful glare. His expression seemed to convey, you had better pray that no unforeseen event occurs, or I will ensure you experience what unexpected truly means. Dumbledore, no longer in suspense, cleared his throat and unfurled the scroll in his hands. The final scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. Please excuse any discrepancies in the scores. Woo! Slytherin erupted into raucous applause. They all proudly lifted their heads, their expressions filled with pride and the delight of anticipated victory. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff remained as unassuming as ever, but at least they outperformed Gryffindor. Draco couldn't help but voice his thoughts, feeling that Hufflepuff truly embodied a sense of tranquility, a detachment from competition, living independently. Hufflepuff. Perugia suddenly recalled something he had forgotten, the incident in the corridor where a Hufflepuff student had unhesitatingly reached out to save him. He lifted his gaze towards the long table of Hufflepuff, where the students of their house appeared to engage in gentle exchanges, seemingly indifferent to the scores. Among them, the handsome Cedric also looked up. Cedric raised his goblet and shared a smile with Perugia before continuing his conversation with his companions. Indeed, this was commendable. Dumbledore's crowd of admirers quieted down, and he continued, however, many events have transpired recently, which must be taken into account. The great hall fell silent, as the Slytherin students exchanged apprehensive glances at Dumbledore. What more could he possibly want? Draco could hardly believe that it wasn't completely over yet. The House Cup was practically theirs. I understand, he mused, considering how Harry Potter triumphed over Professor Quirrell and safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. Perugia rested her chin on one hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. It was said that his companions, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, played significant roles in this affair as well. What? Is this reason enough to alter the outcome of the House Cup? Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in indignation, simultaneously stepping lightly on Perugia's foot. Look at your earlier ill-fated words. This is not a desirable twist of fate. Oh no. The boy cradled his head in his hands, utterly disheartened, as if he were witnessing the House Cup slip away from them. Amid the Slytherin's unease and the Gryffindor's anticipation, Dumbledore began to speak. He commended Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Harry Potter for their vital contributions in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Whether it was their calmness under pressure, strategic planning, confronting Quirrell and Voldemort, or safeguarding the stone, the indomitable spirit of Gryffindor was epitomized by these three. As Dumbledore continued, he elevated Gryffindor's total score from last place to second. The Ravenclaw students were understandably taken aback and reluctant to accept this turn of events. After all, the points added felt substantial. Why? They are now tied with us. Draco stood up abruptly, his brow furrowed. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into a cacophony of noise. Professor Snape clearly did not anticipate Dumbledore's actions. His expression dark as he glared at the back of the old man's head. Ahem, please be quiet. This is indeed a hard-to-believe fact, but in the face of crisis, first-year wizards have demonstrated remarkable capabilities. I believe these points are well-deserved for their bravery and courage. It is far better than paying a grievous price. Children. Professor Dumbledore raised his hand, his tone earnest as he regarded each student with gravity. Yes, this is certainly preferable to sacrifice. They merit these points. Every house at Hogwarts has such brave and noble young individuals. They dare to confront danger, protect their friends, and transcend their limitations. It is you who imbue Hogwarts with meaning. So, let us applaud yourselves for the resilient you who never gave up on your true self. As he observed the atmosphere among the students gradually soften, he shook his head with exasperation and raised his wand. Well, this is a particularly unique end of term. Thus, Gryffindor and Slytherin shall jointly receive this year's House Cup. Glory and courage are to be shared, for you are all exemplary children. The magical sparks illuminated the hall, transforming it into a sea of gold and crimson, emerald and silver. Tied for first, Draco plopped back down into his seat, while Perugia reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, casually removing his hat in the process. No way. Perugia, you must have known something all along, right? Draco pondered for a moment before abruptly fixing his serious gaze upon Perugia. Given the circumstances, the students had no choice but to accept the outcome, forgetting their grievances and focusing their attention on the food before them. Why do I say this? It is merely my conjecture. Perugia feigned innocence, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. You guessed quite accurately. The platinum-haired boy fell silent, his stubborn demeanor unable to withstand the situation. Chapter 108. Joy for some, sorrow for others. The events of the end-of-term feast marked an unprecedented outcome in Hogwarts history. Although Slytherin, initially poised for victory, reluctantly accepted the bittersweet result. After all, they still claimed first place, albeit tied. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, with students animatedly discussing the joint victory of the House Cup and recounting how Harry Potter and his friends had triumphed over Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. In stark contrast to the jubilant ambience among the other three houses, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table was quiet, even stifled. While the other three houses celebrated the conclusion of the term by tossing their hats in the air, Slytherin students clutched their hats with bitter faces. Some even angrily tossed theirs to the ground, letting out heavy sighs. Perugia observed their tightly clenched hats, as if they were desperately grasping onto Harry Potter and his friends. Draco, too, felt the urge to throw his hat to the ground to express his frustration, only to discover that it was missing when he reached up. Turning around, he found his hat in Perugia's hands. Why did you take my hat? The boy sulkily sat up and snatched the hat from Perugia's head, slamming it onto the table with a scowl. Incredible, tied for first. It was evident that the Slytherin students struggled to accept this outcome. Yet they were powerless to change it. What does that say about our previous efforts? With a thud, his fist struck the table. In an instant, Perugia noticed Draco's tense posture. All right, that must have hurt, she thought, as his skin appeared as delicate as it looked. But the acknowledged first place, which had been predetermined, rightfully belonged to Slytherin. We have remained at the top, never faltering. Perugia's wand gently tapped the back of the boy's hand, and Draco felt the pain in his hand subside. His voice was neither too soft nor too loud, but just right for the surrounding Slytherins to hear clearly. Oh, Slytherin, I never expected you to utter such words. It seems you have made great strides under Malfoy's tutelage. A beautiful upper-class woman approached Perugia from behind. He recognized her as Emily Ralston, a fifth-year prefect. Of course, under my wise guidance, his progress has been remarkable. Just look at what he just said, she exclaimed, shaking her head. I won't even hold his previous ill-fated words against him. Draco raised his head with an air of pride, a confident smile gracing his lips. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, the previously somber atmosphere lightening considerably. Indeed, the honor still belonged to us, an immutable truth. Let us savor the final evening of this semester. Emily Ralston raised her glass in a toast and returned to her seat. The students at the Slytherin table, buoyed by Perugia and the head girl's words, found their spirits lifted. They began to engage with one another once more, expressing both discontent and skepticism, while also acknowledging the bravery of the Gryffindor trio. After all, they dared to confront such an adult wizard, did they not? Moreover, Quirrell had once been our defense against the dark arts professor. Who knows how much dark magic he might wield? It was undeniably perilous. Yes, only those lions would dare to undertake such dangerous endeavors. At least we have managed to retain the house cup, though the process was far from satisfactory. The little snakes exchanged their insights, each articulating their views, some glancing at the trio cheered on by the Gryffindors. Despite their earlier anger, hunger proved to be a stronger force. Draco, eyeing the sumptuous spread before him, resolved to transform his indignation into appetite, selecting several of his favorite dishes. If you had discovered Professor Quirrell's intentions alone, would you have acted to stop him like Harry Potter did? Perugia inquired, observing the boy devouring his food with fervor, as she handed him a glass of orange juice. At her question, the platinum-haired boy seemed momentarily choked. Perugia quickly patted his back. I can't help but feel that your rapid progress in these thoughts and emotions may not be for the best, she remarked. Draco wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. He had certainly been rather outspoken today. What do you mean by how would he do it? Do you wish to know the answer? The boy raised an eyebrow, a flicker of complexity flashing in his gaze. Well, no. I would not be foolish enough to confront an adult wizard adept in dark magic alone. For heaven's sake, I am merely a first-year student with little magical training. As a Slytherin, why would I rush forward to confront him? Draco fell silent for a moment, contemplating his serious response to Perugia's earlier question. All right. You probably have little recollection of Slytherin's rules and codes. We must always maintain our composure, prioritizing self-preservation in many situations before considering how to adeptly handle such events. If it were me, I would certainly seek out my godfather or Dumbledore. Why would I risk confronting him myself? Even if I survived, if my father found out, I would surely be in grave trouble. The boy shook his head, resolutely rejecting any notion of reckless confrontation. Thus, he had previously criticized Harry Potter's impulsive actions, truly the hallmark of a Gryffindor. Perugia nodded, his response aligning with her expectations. We Slytherins are never lacking in courage, but our bravery is founded upon wisdom. We remain calm, assess the situation, and then take the most appropriate course of action. After their exchange, Draco and Perugia returned to their meals. Oh, I feel a bit parched. How amusing it is that I find myself guiding Perugia like a life coach. Reflecting on his earlier serious demeanor, he took a sip of the orange juice she had given him, his cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. I rarely hear you articulate such profound truths. I have learned much from you, Draco. Thank you. With a snort, Draco nearly spat his juice across the table, forcing it down instead. Cough, cough. What nonsense you speak. Just because I don't often voice my thoughts doesn't mean I am unaware. You would be better off remaining the clueless oaf you are. Who could predict how this fellow would transform into someone shrewd and cunning? Chapter 109, Departure Day for the Holidays. The events and twists of the end-of-term feast perhaps became an unforgettable night for every student. For Harry, the central figure of the feast, it was a night filled with cherished memories. For Draco, it would likely be equally memorable. As he put it, I have never been so speechless. After the feast concluded, the students dispersed in a flurry, and upon returning to their dormitories, Draco vented his frustrations until sleep finally enveloped him, bringing silence to the room. Dawn arrived swiftly the next day. Students within the castle busily packed their belongings, each maneuvering varying sizes of suitcases through the corridors. In the Slytherin dormitory, Perugia stood at the door, clutching a small suitcase while awaiting Draco. The platinum-haired boy busily sorted through his clothes, hesitating over each item, ultimately filling 2 large trunks to the brim. Oh, I wish I could take everything with me, including the notes and flowers you gave me, Draco exclaimed, darting about the dormitory before finally standing quietly before his 2 large trunks. Turning to Perugia, he winked, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. Having waited at the door for quite some time, Perugia understood the boy's plight. For heaven's sake, I haven't learned the shrinking charm yet. Please help me shrink these. Otherwise, I won't be able to move them, Draco pleaded, poking his fingers together in a pitiful manner. The shrinking charm not only reduces the size of an object, but alters its mass as well, making it incredibly convenient for travel. Draco, beaming, felt the lightness of his pocket where his belongings had been shrunk, following Perugia out of the dormitory with ease. Humph, you truly indulge him. I am gratified to see you possess such a repertoire of spells, though your methods of application leave me at a loss for words. A voice, laced with a cold arrogance and disdain, echoed in his mind. Perugia remained silent, responding coldly, You should be quiet. This is my affair. Or have you recovered sufficiently to engage in a proper conversation with me again? The part of Voldemort's soul fell silent, as if it had never existed at all. The reason was simple. Having awakened from a weakened state not long ago, He had been terrified by Perugia's formidable and terrifying spirit. Should he dare to rebel, he would likely be consumed by the dark forces within him. In this current situation, he found it unacceptable, yet he had no choice but to accept it. After all, he had chosen the wrong vessel. Voldemort shrank into a corner, hoping that other fragments of his soul could accomplish what he had failed to do. However, within this peculiar and enigmatic boy, he still perceived many intriguing aspects, particularly the affection bestowed upon the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. They traversed the corridors of Hogwarts and arrived at the grand entrance of the castle, where other students had gathered, their faces radiating the joy of impending holidays. Under Hagrid's guidance, they once more boarded the small boats, gliding across the Black Lake. The mist that clung to the lake's surface gradually dissipated in the morning light, as the boats gently swayed, ferrying the students toward the opposite shore. The serene waters and the brilliant sunlight enveloped them in a sense of relaxation and tranquility. Upon reaching the Hogsmeade train station, Perugia and Draco sought out a compartment that was relatively empty. "Would you two care to join us here?" A girl with short black hair, Pansy, poked her head out from a compartment. Upon spotting them, she waved enthusiastically, beckoning them inside. "This will do." Draco, eager to converse with his companions, ushered Perugia into the compartment with Pansy, Daphne, Theodore, and Blaise. Unsurprisingly, Perugia found herself seated beside Theodore once again. "Do you wish to sit by the window?" Theodore inquired, diverting his gaze from the book in his hands to look at Perugia. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of their first encounter at the start of the term when he had sat silently by the window, staring into the inky darkness outside. Now, in the daylight, the scenery was visible. Theodore surmised that Perugia might prefer to gaze out at the unfolding landscape. "It matters not to me where I sit," Perugia replied, momentarily taken aback, evidently unaware of Theodore's thoughts. "Let us switch seats. I need to step out for a bit, and sitting inside would be inconvenient." Theodore rose and exchanged places with Perugia. Draco glanced at the two of them before resuming his animated chatter with Pansy and Blaise. Their conversation sparked laughter, which echoed through the compartment. As the train whistle blew and the wheels began to turn, the Hogwarts Express departed the platform. Perugia peered through the window to see Hagrid standing on the platform, grinning widely and waving his arms. It appeared he was bidding farewell to Harry and the others. The surrounding mountains and trees were vibrant with life, a lush green, and in the distance, a gentle mist enveloped the mountain peaks. The majestic Hogwarts castle, perched atop the distant heights, gradually faded into a mere speck. By the time the train approached the station, they had all changed into more casual attire, stowing away their school uniforms. Upon seeing Perugia don a striking long black coat, the occupants of the compartment gasped in admiration. Indeed, Perugia looked stunning in anything with that tall stature, Pansy exclaimed, clapping her hands in appreciation and praising Perugia's taste in attire. They disembarked from the train, leisurely passing through the barrier, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Oh, I shall miss you all so dearly. Do remember to write." As they emerged from the station's barrier, they seamlessly blended into the Muggle crowd. Pansy waved a reluctant farewell before departing, and the rest exchanged pleasantries with their waiting parents before leaving the station. "Your attire is most unbecoming of a child," Draco remarked, tugging at the belt of Perugia's coat before suddenly having a creative impulse. He tied the hanging ends into a butterfly knot at the side. "This looks infinitely better," he nodded in approval. "Remember to write to me during the holidays." The boy spotted Narcissa waving from a distance and cheerfully ran off after giving Perugia a solemn message. "You can use the Flu Network to visit me anytime." Perugia smiled resignedly as the boy made a silly face. "That depends on my mood," he called back as he hopped into a carriage and departed. Perugia glanced over at Harry and the Weasleys, who were gathered nearby, engaged in cheerful conversation, along with several other redheads. Ah, those must be Ron's family. The kind-looking, plump woman was surely Ron's mother. He recognized the thoughtful gift he had sent her for Christmas. It was evident that she cherished it, as she was impeccably dressed today, adorned with the earrings, necklace, and watch he had seen her wear. Hey, Ron's mother seemed to have said something to Ron, and the red-haired boy, along with Harry, turned to search for Perugia, who waved back at them. The kind woman then looked surprised, smiling politely at Perugia, presumably thanking him for the gift. It was gratifying to see her pleased. It was merely a token of appreciation. Perugia nodded politely in return before turning to enter the carriage that Mr. Edmund had just driven up. Time indeed flew by, and he found himself looking forward to the next term. Perugia gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, a smile gracing his lips. "Hey, Mom, where did you acquire such magnificent jewelry?" Fred and George exclaimed, noticing the striking adornments Molly was wearing, unable to contain their astonishment and jest. "Oh, this is quite something," Ron gasped, astonished. It was no wonder his mother appeared particularly radiant today. "You are right, Ron. That Slytherin student is quite a remarkable individual," This was a return gift after I sent him a sweater for Christmas, Mrs. Weasley replied with a warm smile. My goodness. You actually gave him a sweater too? The twins exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. Ron covered his face in silence, then awkwardly remarked, Oh, that gift must have been quite lavish. You've struck gold, Molly. George and Fred laughed heartily as the family departed the platform, blending into the throng of people. Chapter 110. The Two Special Gentlemen of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office and the Little Yellow Duck. For students, holidays are the most delightful of times, yet conversely, holiday assignments are the bane of their existence. They often lament the existence of such assignments. However, this is often an unavoidable reality, since they cannot be thwarted. They must adapt their schedules to accommodate them. Sitting on a park bench, Purusha observed the passers-by with a detached gaze, the most frequent sounds being the disgruntled murmurs of students. Of course, there were also curious glances cast in his direction from the residents nearby. The locals were intrigued by the exquisitely handsome boy seated on the bench. His dark, silky hair appeared soft and lustrous, naturally curling and swaying gently in the breeze. His thick, neatly groomed black eyebrows framed a strikingly defined face, with deep, somewhat melancholic black eyes. A straight nose and moderately full lips curved slightly upward. He was a boy who had inherited impeccable genes. Is he a model? Oh, behold, what a remarkably handsome young lad. He is gazing at me. The surrounding crowd murmurs in hushed tones, marveling at the boy's extraordinary beauty. A few shy girls and boys, of a similar age, approach him to exchange greetings, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the boy's melodious yet distant voice. It is not until a tall, striking man with deep-set eyes and chiseled features, clad in a black cloak and sporting chestnut hair, amiably waves and strides towards the boy that they finally watch this father-son duo depart from the park. Unbeknownst to the spotlighted boy, Purusha, the scene unfolding today will become an everlasting dream in the hearts of several girls and boys, a serendipitous encounter akin to a dream. Today, Mr. Edmund has brought Purusha to a Muggle town to procure some essential supplies. Indeed, you heard correctly, it is Muggle-produced everyday items. For Mr. Edmund, who has recently ascended to a position within the Ministry of Magic, aided by the Malfoy family, and is currently employed in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. This might seem rather amusing. Is it not akin to knowingly breaking the law? Haha. Mr. Edmund picked up a yellow mini rubber duck, squeezed it, and imitated its comical quacking sound. Quack. As long as no one knows, who would care? These are Mr. Edmund's exact words. For they all believe that Muggle creations are remarkably practical, innovative, and aesthetically pleasing. Just look at these delightful trinkets. Truly creative. A childlike smile radiated from Mr. Edmund's face, clearly fascinated by these items. Purusha, however, felt a tinge of reluctance to continue observing the exuberant shopping spree of Mr. Edmund. As he turned his gaze away, a man appeared at the entrance of the shop, dressed impeccably in a sharp suit, draped in a black cloak, and donning a black hat. Quite the contrast to the Muggles. He was evidently a wizard. The man had a mane of fiery red hair and a bushy beard, yet his eyes exuded a warm and friendly demeanor. He hesitated at the doorway for a moment before his gaze fell upon Mr. Edmund, who was busily stuffing yellow rubber ducks into his basket. Why such an obsession with rubber ducks? Purusha, feeling somewhat exasperated, tugged at Mr. Edmund's sleeve, signaling him to look elsewhere. When their eyes met, both men paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter as if they were old friends. Hey, Edmund, what brings you here? Arthur? Fancy meeting you here. They shook hands, sharing a knowing smile. Well, we both know we have a mutual interest in these items. When you visited the ministry, I noticed the watch you were wearing, Mr. Arthur Weasley said, waving his hand and chuckling heartily, while also winking at Purusha. Ah, so this must be your son. Indeed. A fine young man. Mr. Edmund patted his shoulder enthusiastically, introducing the man. My son, they are all at Hogwarts. Haha, if he's in first year. You must know Ron Weasley. I certainly do. Ron is a friend of Harry Potter. They're quite famous, Purusha replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor composed and polite. The group continued their conversation until they soon parted ways, each bearing their respective purchases. Wizards from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures discreetly indulging in shopping. Once they departed, Purusha beamed as he observed the pedestrians on the street, turning to Mr. Edmund with a hint of exasperation. Ha ha ha. For us personally, we still adore these items. He's quite a nice fellow. I genuinely appreciate his character. Mr. Edmund, still grinning as he crammed the items into the trunk, replied, Indeed, he is. But do not forget that upon entering the ministry, you may attract other gazes. At that moment, Purusha's eyes flicked towards a man emerging from a nearby alley, clad in a trench coat and wearing a black hat. He was a wizard. Mr. Edmund, seated in the driver's seat, merely raised an eyebrow and shrugged nonchalantly. Some insignificant characters suspect me of dubious dealings with the Malfoy family. Addressing them would only raise more suspicion. Through the rearview mirror, Perugia's dark eyes revealed no emotion as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Just handle it as you see fit. Remember to separate one of those little yellow ducks and package it nicely. I should send it to Draco. I doubt he would despise such items. All right, Mr. Edmund chuckled, and the two fell silent as they returned to their suburban villa, later operating back to Searest Castle. Upon their return, Lady Eleanor, with a resigned smile, handed Perugia an envelope. Ha ha ha. I believe you might want to take a look at this envelope. But you know, we wouldn't mind such matters, would we? Lady Eleanor appeared to want to laugh, yet eagerly awaited his opening of the envelope. Chapter 111. A letter from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A week had passed since the commencement of the holiday, and during this time, he had received no correspondence whatsoever. The sudden appearance of this envelope took him by surprise, and Lady Eleanor's words prompted him to silently open the plain envelope. Well, it was evident from its appearance that this was not a letter from Draco. Perhaps he had enjoyed his holiday so much that he forgot to write. Perugia was not particularly concerned. He was certain Draco would remember or be compelled to write to him. Dear Mr. Searest, we have received a report indicating that today at 11:30 a.m., you used magic in a Muggle park. Please be aware that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Should such behavior persist, you risk expulsion from your institution. Furthermore, please remember that according to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-magical individuals, specifically Muggles, constitutes a serious violation. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Mafalda Hopkirk, Ministry of Magic Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It became clear to him why Lady Eleanor mentioned they did not mind such matters. As the members of Searest typically do not adhere stringently to rules, this is a hallmark of their family's spirit and confidence. At least, it has been thus far. Especially when it comes to using magic in the presence of Muggles, they pay no heed to whether a wizard is of age or permitted to cast spells. Feel free to use it. After all, there is no malicious intent behind it, he chuckled, bemused by their overly cautious demeanor. Lady Eleanor's assessment of the legal statutes within the magical realm mirrored this sentiment. What harm could there be in employing simple, everyday spells? Particularly considering that he had merely witnessed a Muggle child inadvertently tumble upon the cobblestone path, scraping his knee in the process. The boy's light-colored hair and his tear-stained face, desperately stifling his cries, instantly reminded him of Draco, who had previously incurred injuries during a scuffle with Ron and the others. Thus, he felt compelled to abandon his aloof observation and approach the boy, bestowing upon him a beautifully wrapped piece of candy. Though devoid of any magical properties, he reassured the child that consuming the sweet would hasten his healing. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, the boy gazed at his dashing older brother, taking the candy and, through his sniffles, popping it into his mouth. Following his request, he closed his eyes and counted to 3. When he opened them again, not only had the generous Pelusia vanished, but the wound on his knee had miraculously healed, leaving no trace of the injury, his skin pristine and unblemished. Unbeknownst to Pelusia, the boy believed he had encountered an angel and excitedly relayed the extraordinary event to his searching parents. Mr. Edmund, upon reading the letter, chuckled heartily, dismissing it with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Casting a disillusionment charm that rendered the missive into nothingness, the envelope dissipating into the air like sand eroded by the wind. No worries, I've got you covered. It was merely a healing spell, no need for such alarm. He whistled, gathering the multitude of items he had purchased alongside Lady Eleanor for organization. Pelusia remained unfazed. The magical community's vigilance regarding the application and context of magic was excessively stringent. Under such draconian regulations, how could one genuinely cultivate a passion for adherence? After all, weren't the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters precisely those who flouted the rules and laws of the magical world? Without opportunities for practical magical application, how could young wizards hope to mature? Throughout his first year at Hogwarts, he had learned extensively about the restrictions imposed on witches and wizards. However, the protective measures for Muggles were, indeed, an effective means of coercion. Though he absorbed this knowledge, it did not imply he would strictly abide by it. Unbeknownst to Pelusia, at that very moment, Harry Potter received a similar notification from the Ministry of Magic regarding the prohibition of the misuse of magic. The following day, Pelusia was taken aback by an unexpected letter of visitation. The signature read, Severus Snape. You better pray that your estate is well stocked with ingredients. Of course, to compensate for the supplies you previously depleted from my office. I shall arrive promptly at noon, Mr. Searest. Although surprised by Professor Snape's recollection of his existence, Pelusia instructed the maids and servants to prepare accordingly. As for Mr. Edmund and Lady Eleanor, one was at work, while the other attended a tea party with other noble women. However, he realized he had yet to provide Professor Snape with the key to Searest Manor, rendering it impossible for him to arrive via flu powder. Fortunately, he had previously written to inform him that flu powder was not an option. When Professor Snape arrived at the coordinates Pelusia had provided, he would likely find himself barred from entering the forest's interior. Very well, I need to go greet him, he mused, glancing at the time. It was nearly noon, the hour Professor Snape had mentioned. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a flash of light suddenly appeared, revealing a boy with platinum hair, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Looking like a little prince amidst the towering trees. Clutching a gnarled tree branch as a key, he surveyed his surroundings. In broad daylight, this forest possesses an eerie atmosphere. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, with only scattered rays filtering through the canopy, cascading like a rain of light upon the ground. The blend of the sinister and the dreamlike was indeed peculiar. Draco grimaced, startled by the sudden sounds around him, and quickly wrapped his arms around himself. Darting in the direction he remembered his father had taken him towards Searest Manor. Snape, utilizing the coordinates Pelusia had given him, attempted to apparate. But he immediately sensed a disorientation. A repelling charm had prevented him from reaching the precise address. He surveyed his surroundings, an ancient and perilous forest. My apologies, Professor. I should have provided you with the key in advance. Pelusia's form materialized before him, his expression far more animated than when they had last met at school. His cheerful demeanor made it seem like he was an entirely different individual. At least you remembered to come and fetch your professor. Snape huffed softly. With my presence, we can simply apparate directly to the estate. Under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, Pelusia led the way, apparating them both away from the forest's edge. Chapter 112, Two Unexpected Guests. While Pelusia guided Snape through apparition, he remained blissfully unaware of the professor's peculiar expression and the momentary sharpness in his gaze. Snape observed this transformed boy, who seemed so different from the one he had encountered at school, until the scenery shifted, the forest giving way to the pristine gardens and castle of Searest Manor. Indeed, it had succeeded, and under the guidance of a clever, worldly first-year wizard from Hogwarts for inversion, no less. Professor, I will provide you with the key to the estate before you depart. Should you need anything, feel free to come directly. Pelusia hurried ahead, gesturing for the maid to prepare tea for their guest. After issuing his instructions, he finally noticed the intense, piercing gaze lingering upon him. Professor Snape remained rooted in place, surveying the decor of Searest Manor and the surrounding trees. Then, he smirked slightly, his low voice escaping through the narrow gap of his lips. Oh, look at this. The man adjusted his black robes, turning his head slightly before stepping closer to Pelusia. Have you not noticed anything amiss, Pelusia? Realizing that merely observing the boy's unabashedly cheerful expression indicated the futility of his inquiry, Snape understood that this young wizard was entirely oblivious to the irrationality of his actions. A foreign version of a powerful, astute Hogwarts first year, whose true age remained a mystery. Young wizard, how could he so casually wield apparition? Indeed, even an adult wizard would face risks employing such magic. Not only had he used it, but he appeared remarkably adept, even capable of transporting an adult wizard alongside him. Professor Snape wore a stern expression, fixating intently on Pelusia's face, articulating every illogical aspect with precision. By Merlin's foul socks, he had never encountered such bewilderment. And all of it seemed to be directed at this peculiar Mr. Searest. Do you have nothing to say? Or perhaps he ought to criticize his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Searest, for so indulgently allowing their child to dabble in such magic and practice it without a thought for the inherent dangers. Was their household truly one where children were allowed such reckless freedom? What negligent parents! One might wonder if their minds had been devoured by a troll. Snape felt a pang of realization. It seemed he had never been so openly critical before. Should one conclude that such reclusive families possess peculiar quirks and distinctive traits? It was perplexing, but never mind. Anything to say? Oh, but I have been learning a great deal of magic since childhood. Apparition is the most familiar and the skill I have mastered best. Sensing the underlying meaning in Snape's intended inquiry, Pelusia chuckled softly. He produced his wand and, with remarkable fluidity and grace, spun it upon his fingertips. Magic is a gift, an instinctual memory ingrained deep within. Oh, Professor, have you refreshed yourself upon your arrival? Just as Pelusia was about to showcase something, he noticed the man's impeccably styled, voluminous black hair. His attire appeared remarkably clean and neat, devoid of any wrinkles. Quite a rarity. A look of astonishment flashed in Pelusia's eyes as he tucked away his wand. Professor Snape had indeed taken the initiative to present himself in such a refreshed manner. One could only wonder how Draco would react upon seeing this. Silence, Searest. Snape decisively instructed the astonished Pelusia to close his mouth. It was rare for him to invest time in perfecting his appearance for a visit. To voice it so directly would surely embarrass him. Truly, geniuses are rather proud. Haha. Very well, please follow me, Professor. A faint smile graced Policia's face as he courteously bowed and led Professor Snape into the parlor. The simple yet elegant long table was already adorned with tea and snacks, while the servants stood respectfully behind, ready to pull out their chairs. Snape cast a glance at the servants, whose expressions seemed eerily uniform, and felt an inkling of discordance. The teacup held freshly brewed black tea, and the rich aroma wafted through the air, causing his taut body to relax. Not a bad brew at all. Though he hadn't studied it extensively, just the scent alone indicated its quality. I'm glad you enjoy it. I can take you to see our herb collection shortly. Policia, seated across from him, observed his demeanor soften and spoke leisurely. Just then, a figure suddenly dashed down from upstairs. Wahoo! Oh, my friend Policia. Surprised, are we? Your dear friend Draco has arrived. The boy with platinum blonde hair stood at the staircase, arms wide open, beaming with joy as he looked down at Policia and his godfather, Professor Snape. Godfather? What brings you here? Draco abruptly fell silent, feeling the awkwardness seep in as he descended the stairs, his body stiffening. Oh, my friend, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have come to greet you. After a moment of surprise, Policia smiled and gestured for the boy to take his seat, pulling out a chair for him. He now understood the awkwardness his friend must have felt. Originally waiting upstairs, Draco had rushed down upon hearing Policia's voice, hoping to surprise him. Who could have anticipated that his godfather would be present? The lively boy who had just been brimming with energy now appeared somewhat bashful. Did you use the door key? Policia, seeing him emerge from the room, assumed the boy had utilized the crystal ball key. Ahem, no. I used the house key. Draco awkwardly cleared his throat and popped a piece of cake into his mouth. Well, at least the internal dangers have been eliminated. Policia chuckled. Yet Draco felt even more self-conscious, wishing he could erase the moment from everyone's memory. And another thing, though it's only been a week since we last met, how has it come to feel like Policia has completely evolved into a different person from who he was before the break? Has he truly undergone such rapid transformation that it is hard to grasp? Why be so nervous? It's not as if we are strangers meeting for the first time. I'm here to attend to some matters. Feel free to do as you wish without being so tense. Snape took a sip of tea, feeling remarkably refreshed and at ease. A rare sense of relaxation enveloped him. He glanced at the snacks on the table and picked up a cream puff. Well, I must admit, I didn't expect to find you here, Godfather. Draco finally relaxed, reverting to his playful demeanor. Chapter 113, The Two Visiting Guests 2. A brief and silent exchange ensued as Snape sat at the long table, idly finishing his tea. He raised his hand to decline another refill, silently observing Policia chatting with Draco. It was rather dull. There was simply no topic to discuss with these two youngsters. All right, I shall take a look at the herbs. I'm quite busy and have no time to play house. He stood up, straightening his attire, and addressed Policia. Very well. I shall show you. Would you like to join us, Draco? Policia glanced at Draco, inquiring for his opinion. Absolutely. I want to go too. After all, he wasn't very familiar with the Saracist estate. He had visited before, but only seen Policia's room. He was eager to explore other areas, for the estate and castle appeared so steeped in history. Surely, there would be many fascinating things to discover, wouldn't he there? With an air of curiosity, the boy followed behind them as they exited through the castle's front door, veering around to the other side. He had not noticed before, but to his surprise, there was a side building. Perhaps due to its location behind the castle, it was not immediately visible. A two-story structure, symmetrical in appearance, exuded a charm that harmonized beautifully with the castle's style. Policia waved his wand to open the door, and the dimly lit interior instantly brightened as the wall sconces ignited one by one. Right here, the first floor housed an array of collected books and artifacts, while the second floor contained various potion ingredients. Professor, if you wish to see the ingredients, you may head to the second floor. Policia introduced the space, and the spacious, well-lit hall was distinctly divided into specific areas. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the professor behind him had already ascended the stairs to the second floor with the swiftness of the wind. When it came to the topic of potions, the godfather could hardly contain himself. Draco quietly lamented to Perugia and then marveled at the treasures of the first floor. Your family's collection is truly vast. There are so many books I have never encountered before. The small second floor felt like a hidden realm unto itself. If it were up to you, you could come here anytime. However, for safety's sake, I have implemented certain restrictions. Perugia paused as she observed the boy excitedly picking up a rather perilous tome on dark magic. Draco looked up, perplexed. What restrictions? Books like the one in your hands I deem unsuitable for your perusal. You would be unable to open them, Perugia indicated, gesturing for him to try. Indeed, no matter how hard Draco exerted himself, the book remained as immovable as if it were a solid block of stone, offering no chance of yielding. You are truly considerate, but it's just dark magic. I'm not particularly interested in it. The boy pouted in dissatisfaction, returning the book to the shelf. He turned to another bookshelf and found a tome that he could actually open. The dangers of dark magic are unimaginable. Some books demand a price for the mere act of opening them. This is not something you should dabble in. Trust me, Perugia earnestly advised Draco, even though those prices and effects held no sway over him, merely wishing to convey to the boy that it was not out of a desire to prevent him from reading. All right, I understand. But how did you acquire this pop-up magic book? Draco swiftly shifted his attention away from the dark magic tome, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he spread open the book in his hands. The pages appeared enchanting, continuously transforming under the spell cast upon them, resembling a celestial dance of galaxies and the cosmos, both dreamlike and magical. Draco adored gazing at these stars, particularly after he had discovered his own constellation, Draco. Moreover, the other pages conjured illusions of various magical creatures, making it utterly captivating. This is far superior to those juvenile magic texts I read in my childhood. I seem to recall this must be a limited edition pop-up magic book from some year. The platinum-haired boy pondered, only to suddenly exclaim, I've remembered. It was released by a mysterious wizard author 6 years ago. You must know that only 2 copies were made. The author kept one, meaning this book is the only one left. When he saw the newspaper's advertisement for it, he knew many wizarding families, especially the nobility, were prepared to go to great lengths to obtain it. Unfortunately, no one managed to acquire a copy in the end. You actually managed to buy it. Draco tenderly ran his fingers over the exquisite cover, clearly enamored. It was so enigmatic that it bore no author's name, leaving everyone to speculate as to who this masterful creator could be, possessing such exceptional magical craftsmanship. If you like it, I can gift it to you, Perugia said without hesitation, causing the boy to suddenly look up, joyously exclaiming, Oh yes? Really? Thank you, Perugia. This is far more delightful than those chaotic writings by Lockhart that have been trending lately. Draco clutched the pop-up magic book tightly, and seeing the boy's radiant smile, Perugia silently entertained a thought. In truth, he possessed both copies of the book. Now you understand the situation, don't you? When they ascended to the second floor, Professor Snape remained silent, but as they walked up, they glimpsed him gliding like a wraith between the towering shelves. His black robe trailed behind him like a phantom's tail, swiftly vanishing from sight. Merely observing his hurried pace, Draco understood that Snape was currently quite exhilarated. Oh, this place is indeed a treasure trove. I dare say the Godfather would want to reside on the second floor. Having studied alongside Snape since childhood, Draco had become quite adept in potion making. And as he surveyed the shelves brimming with familiar ingredients, he soon found himself bewildered by the peculiar materials he had never even heard of. What are those? He gasped, incredulously staring at a crystal-clear jar filled with colorful, mushroom-like plants. Oh, you must exercise caution with that. Do not open the lid without protective gear, Perugia quickly warned Draco. Those unique plants and materials, aside from him, could only be handled by other wizards or anyone else if they donned protective equipment, for he could not guarantee what consequences might ensue otherwise. Some of these creatures and plants were hybrids he had cultivated himself and subsequently named. What? Draco immediately released his grip, astonished as he read the label on the jar. Iridescent Mushroom Spirit. Chapter 114, Professor Snape's Happy Abode. Draco hurriedly returned the diminutive jar of colorful mushrooms to its place, exhaling deeply. Had it not been for Perugia's timely warning, he might have indeed opened it out of curiosity. After all, they appeared so adorable and vibrant, with a name as delightful as Iridescent Mushroom Spirit. Beautiful things can also harbor unknown dangers. Many things are not as simple as they appear, Draco, Perugia consoled, patting the boy's shoulder. Unable to suppress a light laugh at his cautious demeanor, the shadowy figure suddenly drifted behind Draco, glancing at Perugia before fixating on the jar he had just handled. You should be aware that not everything here is meant to be touched casually, Draco. Professor Snape's tone was serious, clearly having witnessed Draco's near mishap with the jar. The boy, under the piercing gaze of the stern man, sheepishly averted his eyes. I know. You ought to label the uses and dangers of these items clearly. Without proper markings, even I wouldn't know how to use these remarkable plants, Draco replied. Well, I shall prepare a notebook for you, Professor. As for the iridescent mushroom spirit, just its scent can induce hallucinations and cause magical disturbances. Thus, one must strictly wear gloves and a mask. As long as it is added to a liquid, there is no issue, Perugia contemplated before deciding to organize a notebook for Professor Snape. After all, the professor had been quite attentive to both him and Draco at school, especially regarding his nocturnal escapades, which he pretended not to notice. Indeed, it is quite dangerous. Snape nodded after listening, acknowledging that the potion's hallucinogenic effects were not uncommon, but the iridescent mushroom spirit's impact, it seems to surpass anything he has encountered before. Moreover, after taking a brief tour here, he discovered that the materials for the previous dream manifestation potion were also present. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to this place as a treasure trove, as it boasts an even greater collection of potions than he has amassed at home. His heart swelled with joy, and his sharp, obsidian eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Draco wandered off to examine other shelves, leaving Professor Snape standing beside Pelucia, his posture impeccably straight and exuding a heavy, brooding aura. "Professor, do you wish to say something?" Pelucia inquired, having noticed Snape's slightly awkward demeanor and expressions. If possible. May I occasionally take some materials for research?" It was indeed somewhat embarrassing for Snape to ask a child, as his face twitched imperceptibly. "If your family would not mind." He cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards the rare ingredients on the shelves, attempting to mask his discomfort. "Of course. Both you and Draco are welcome to visit the Selrest Manor at any time. If you wish to utilize the materials here, feel free to come by. And you may instruct the servants should you require anything," Pelucia replied with a knowing smile, clearly aware of his unease. For those who revel in the study of magic and potions, this place was undeniably enchanting. Despite the fact that much of what was here had been crafted by his own hand, Snape's spirits lifted, and the oppressive aura that surrounded him dissipated like dark clouds parting. He raised his head, attempting to conjure a smile that appeared somewhat forced and stiff. "Very well. Your professor expresses his gratitude. This will indeed be of great assistance to my research." Pelucia then presented Snape with a branch from within the manor, serving as a key, allowing him direct access on his next visit. "I shall return tomorrow, young Selrest. I trust you and your parents will discuss this in advance." After the visit, Snape hurriedly departed with the key in hand. Draco and Pelucia watched him leave from the manor courtyard, and afterward, the platinum-haired boy suddenly hung his head in disappointment. "Oh, how I detest my godfather." The reason was simple. Before departing, Snape had specifically mentioned a matter concerning Draco's safety, forbidding him from entering the collection house. Thankfully, Pelucia had reassured Snape that the books on the first floor were restricted, and those Draco could not access would remain closed. Only with the approval of Pelucia and himself could one ascend to the second floor. Yet, he had left with that parting remark, which led Draco to feel that his godfather harbored a lack of trust in him. "Do not hesitate to ask me for anything you desire. However, if what you wish to do is perilous, I must decline your venture." The initial statement had brought a glimmer of joy to Draco's face, but the subsequent remark caused his smile to falter. "Oh, I no longer wish to come and play with you. But don't you wish to see a dragon?" Pelucia, with one hand behind his back, gazed at the boy, whose eyes had suddenly lit up. "Where?" Draco scanned the manor, finding no trace of a dragon. Cough. "Not just yet." Pelucia lightly coughed, hinting that a surprise awaited him in the future. "Very well, then I shall await it." Draco, slightly unsettled by Pelucia's constant cheerful demeanor, pouted. They spent a considerable time exploring the manor before bringing out flying brooms to soar around and play, and it was only then that the boy waved goodbye, his face alight with joy as he headed home. The following day, just as Snape had indicated, he returned for another visit, carrying a substantial amount of luggage, likely filled with his experimental apparatus and essential items. "As promised, I trust you will not mind," Professor Snape said earnestly to Mr. Edmund and Mrs. Eleanor, who had come out to greet him. They were well aware of Snape's intentions and welcomed his arrival with open arms. "Of course not. Should you require anything, feel free to inform the servants." Mrs. Eleanor and Mr. Edmund both responded warmly. Once on the second floor, Snape did not emerge again, occasionally appearing to stand on the rooftop in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought before abruptly returning to the second floor. At times, he would seek out Pelucia to inquire about various matters. In essence, Professor Snape had clearly established this place as an extension of his laboratory. Meanwhile, Pelucia pondered how to procure a dragon for Draco. Chapter 115. Admission Notices for the New Semester, Gilderoy Lockhart's Works. Mr. Edmund had been frequently absent from home lately, often busy coming and going. Today, he finally found a moment to rest, plopping down onto the sofa and exhaling wearily. At last, it is over. Recently, the Ministry of Magic seems to be conducting inspections quite frequently, Pelucia remarked, his eyes glued to the Daily Prophet in his hands, featuring the man who had recently garnered much attention. The man in the moving photograph smiled confidently and charmingly at the camera, as though reveling in the spotlight, waving his arms at the audience before him, a man clearly enamored with self-adulation. This was Pelucia's assessment of the man. Setting the newspaper aside, he then turned his gaze to Mr. Edmund. "Indeed, it appears they have gone somewhat mad lately. Perhaps they have been too bored and are now eager to work furiously?" "Quite the contrary." Mr. Edmund waved his hand dismissively, taking a sip of the tea offered by a servant. "You'd be surprised. These surprise inspections can be quite entertaining. We've uncovered a plethora of intriguing items. Those wizards who enchant objects for muggles are remarkably clever. Some do so for malicious mischief, while others merely seek convenience in their lives. Regardless, once caught, No one cares what dangerous transformations you've enacted or the potential risks to Muggle safety in the order of the magical world. All are apprehended for investigation. We have also seized many contraband items. Policia placed his hands calmly on his knees, his tone unwavering. Even this very sofa we are seated upon is of Muggle manufacture. Cough. Then Mr. Weasley and I shall have to catch ourselves. He chuckled. Just kidding. Of course, we have our methods. Mr. Edmund winked, evidently unconcerned about the inspections. Nevertheless, I have informed Lucius about the surprise inspections and the next target. His household is indeed next on the ministry's list, and the search department is practically itching to proceed. But do not forget, he is my friend. How could I not give him a heads up? They would sense it regardless, after all. Lucius Malfoy is an astute head of house. Perugia nodded, acknowledging the reminder, thus averting any unnecessary complications. At that moment, his owl, Tuan, flapped its wings and swooped in with a call, alighting gracefully on the armrest of the sofa beside Perugia, clutching 2 letters in its beak. Perugia took the letters and stroked the soft feathers of the owl. Tuan appeared quite content perched on the sofa, and Perugia rewarded it with a morsel of jerky. One of the letters was from Hogwarts, indicating that the holiday was drawing to a close. You are to return to school soon, he mused. Mr. Edmund keenly noticed the Hogwarts crest on one of the envelopes and chuckled heartily. Returning to school is not such a bad thing. I actually find it quite enjoyable. Perugia set aside the Hogwarts letter to open the other envelope, which bore the Malfoy family crest. Dear Perugia Ceresis, have you received your Hogwarts enrollment notification? Coincidentally, my father has business in Diagon Alley tomorrow and will be purchasing supplies for me for the new term. Would you like to join? We could go together. Oh, you have no idea. Among the supplies is a list purportedly required by the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. You would never guess. It's all about his own books. A new professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts? A separate purchasing list? Perugia pondered Draco's message, opening the Hogwarts letter. As usual, it contained greetings from the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, along with the necessary items for second-year students. Following that were rows of book titles at the bottom of the letter. Break with the Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling with Ghouls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Vacationing with the Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Walking with Trolls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Sailing with Vampires, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves, by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Year with the Yeti, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart. How astonishing that all the titles belong to him. Merely judging by the titles, it is indeed hard to discern their relevance to the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. It's him, the one who has recently been in the limelight. Yet, I find it rather amusing that he intends to prepare so many of his personal books for class. Is he aiming to host a personal reading session? Or perhaps a book signing? Mr. Edmund, observing as Perugia indifferently tossed the envelope onto the table, curiously picked it up. Oh, if any of your classmates are fans of his, they will likely be thrilled. Perugia rose and coldly departed. I have no interest in that individual. He ascended the stairs to compose a reply to Draco regarding their trip to Diagon Alley, and once finished, entrusted Tuan with the letter. Watching the owl's departing figure, Perugia mused that the wizard's mode of communication was rather sluggish, and the information often suffered delays. The telephone devised by Muggles was remarkably efficient, facilitating swift communication. The following day, Perugia first accompanied Mr. Edmund to Malfoy Manor, where they encountered Draco awaiting his father in the garden. What are those nonsensical books? That man's name seems akin to that of a mediocre novelist. How could he possibly serve as the professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts? The boy complained to Perugia, evidently harboring a poor impression of the author based solely on the sight of the books. He suspected the man would drone on about his past heroic exploits during class. Perhaps the curriculum would differ. They would only discover upon the commencement of the term. Although merely perusing these titles instilled an unreliable feeling, did it not? A flicker of disinterest crossed Perugia's gaze. Soon, Lucius emerged from the castle, cradling a large black box, engaged in jovial conversation with Mr. Edmund. Very well. We may now set forth. However, upon arriving at Diagon Alley, you may wish to explore on your own for a while. We have matters to attend to in Nocturne Alley and shall return shortly. Before departing, Lucius cast a sardonic glance at the 2 children. He was well aware of Weasley keeping an eye on him, while Edmund was aligned with his interests. It was imperative to relocate these items from home first. But father, I want to go too, Draco implored, his curiosity piqued upon hearing Lucius mention Nocturne Alley. Chapter 116. Mr. Lucius, seizing every opportunity. Being the favored child of the Malfoy family, Lucius could not bring himself to refuse completely. Reluctantly, he issued a stern warning to Draco to stay close. Refrain from wandering off, and avoid touching anything in Nocturne Alley. After receiving Draco's acknowledgement, they felt assured to commence their journey. Lady Eleanor and Mrs. Narcissa had arranged to attend a tea party together, Thus, this shopping excursion for the new term became a journey for the two pairs of fathers and sons. Under the guidance of the two adults, they opted for the more rapid and convenient method of apparition to reach Knockturn Alley. The air in Knockturn Alley was permeated with a pungent melange of decayed and moldy odors, each step forward invoking a sense of discomfort in the nose. "Oh, it smells like a garbage dump here." Draco pinched his nose, wrinkling his face in distaste as he surveyed the surroundings. Perugia glanced back at the wizards emerging from the various nooks and crannies, their figures flickering ominously at the dim entrance of the alley, eyes glinting with cunning and greed. They bore a gaze reminiscent of those scrutinizing rare treasures, and this band of ill-favored, wicked-looking wizards displayed unfriendly smiles. "Allow me to introduce you to this place. Did you see the looks those wizards were casting? Here, danger lurks like shadows in every corner, ready to devour anyone who dares trespass." Lucius's earnest tone, laden with a didactic air, sent a chill down Draco's spine. They would not care whether you hailed from a prominent family. Observing his son's timid expression, akin to that of a frightened rabbit, Lucius felt the weight of his responsibility in educating him was far from complete. In contrast, he glanced at Perugia, the son of the Saracist family, who appeared composed and steady, exhibiting behavior entirely uncharacteristic of a youth. The boy's keen gaze seemed genuinely intrigued by their surroundings, particularly by the malevolent and ragged-looking wizards. Such remarkable magical talent and maturity at such a young age prompted Lucius to contemplate a fleeting thought. Perhaps the old regime need not be upheld, and before the resurgence of the old king, he could cultivate a new leader for the purebloods in the wizarding world. With this reflection, Lucius straightened his back, subtly appraising Perugia, who stood beside Draco. Indeed, it is an opportunity he shall not let slip by, especially one that favors the Malfoy lineage. It seems the Ministry of Magic-S inspections have become rather stringent of late. Our Malfoy patriarch has, regrettably, been compelled to bring his collection of dark artifacts to such a place. Ah, how nostalgic this is. I have frequented this establishment more times than I can count. The individuals here are quite fear-driven and self-preserving. Parvulia found the atmosphere of Knockturn Alley undeniably intriguing, its shadowy ambience starkly contrasting with that of Diagon Alley. As such thoughts lingered, Voldemort, who had remained largely silent, finally spoke. He appeared to be recovering quite steadily. At least his voice now resembled that of a typical young man, imbued with a calm confidence and gentle demeanor beneath its somber tone. "There is an odd sensation." Parvulia followed Lucius and the others through the narrow corridor, turning to stand before a shop front. "Wait for us outside," Lucius instructed, gesturing for the two younger ones to pause before he and Mr. Edmund entered the peculiar shop, Borgin and Burke's. "What sensation? Are you sure you are not mistaken?" Voldemort smirked slightly, the miniature version of his soul standing amidst the darkness. Yet he could still perceive the outside world. Regarding Parvulia's earlier mention of a strange feeling, he feared he understood the cause, which prompted an imaginary bead of sweat to trickle down his brow as he cursed his misfortune. "Lucius exudes an aura akin to that of your soul." Parvulia boldly articulated this observation, causing Voldemort's essence to freeze in place. This was dire. Setting aside whether his current fragment of a soul could escape, if this peculiar boy were to locate the rest of his Horcruxes and confine them as he had done now, what hope would there be for a resurgence? He would be apprehended before the game even commenced. When he initially crafted the Horcruxes, he had never anticipated the emergence of a being as formidable as this boy. His soul had no effect on this child whatsoever. In fact, his stabilization was entirely due to the boy's intervention. Tom Riddle fell into deep contemplation, for the first time doubting his own prowess. "I am certain you are mistaken." Having uttered this, he fell silent, recognizing that further discourse might unveil the anomaly. Voldemort's voice faded once more, and Parvulia chose to disregard him. Lucius might have brought some dark magical items, perhaps even something previously used by Voldemort. For now, there was no clarity on that front, leaving only speculation. The platinum-haired boy beside him idly leaned against the display window, eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at the array of bizarre artifacts within. "Oh, these are all dark magical items. I must admit, they look rather impressive," the boy murmured, fixated on the glass orb perched upon a cushion inside the case. "Parvulia, shall we venture inside to take a closer look? That orb appears so fascinating. If only I could touch it. Oh, but my father forbids it. What a pity." Parvulia peered through the window at the various terrifying elements of the dark magical paraphernalia. Truth be told, he too was eager to explore those items. Hearing Draco's suggestion, he paused for a mere 2 seconds before pushing open the shop door. "Let us proceed. But remember, we may observe, yet refrain from touching. There may be hidden dangers." Draco's initial delight waned slightly upon hearing Parvulia echo his father's cautionary tone. Nevertheless, the fact that they were able to enter was a consolation, was it not? He leaned in closer to examine the glass orb, marveling at its lifelike quality. Draco slowly perused the shelves of the shop, from rows of skulls to vampire fangs, grotesque masks, and blood-spattered cards. How splendid! Just as he was engrossed in inspecting the wares, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Draco halted, hesitating as he gazed over. Potter? Chapter 117, Do Not Touch. Little Dragon. Upon entering, Parvulia observed Mr. Lucius conversing with the shopkeeper, Mr. Edmund, at the counter. Upon noticing his son wandering about, Lucius scanned the shop and, resigned, thought, well, he is here now. I trust Parvulia will keep a watchful eye on Draco. With a mere nod, he redirected his attention to the transaction with Borgin. Ah, it appears the sons of both gentlemen have also arrived. Welcome to our humble establishment, Borgin greeted, his cunning platinum eyes glinting as he flashed a toothy grin and slightly bowed to Parvulia. You have a discerning eye. Best expedite the arrangements for Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Edmund leaned casually against the counter, chuckling as he gestured to a box of items on the table. He then placed 10 gold galleons directly before Borgin, who became entranced by the shimmering coins, his eyes widening in delight. Ah, of course. I shall attend to it immediately. Should you require anything, feel free to collect it at your leisure, as if it were merely stored here. Borgin grinned broadly, his hand reaching out eagerly to grasp the pile of galleons. Pondering the generous nature of this Sir Lestis gentleman. Wealthy patrons indeed, he mused, relishing the experience of profiting from their riches. Borgin's expressive features contorted humorously as he reveled in his exaggerated mirth. Before he could seize the coins, however, a silver cane firmly pressed against his hand. Lucius frowned, a hint of exasperation flickering in his cool gray eyes as he glanced at Mr. Edmund. There is no need for your payment. Are you questioning the Malfoy family's standing? Take it. Although Mr. Edmund often spoke of friendship and camaraderie, which made Lucius feel somewhat uncomfortable, he chose not to reject Edmund's address out of goodwill. It was well known that Edmund frequently emphasized the importance of mutual assistance among friends. Yet this did not imply he required others to pay his dues. Lucius, unperturbed, produced several galleons of his own, placing them on the table, which rendered Borgin momentarily speechless. Ah, who should I accept this from? Perhaps I should just take them all. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, his eyes fixated on the coins. What a trivial matter. Ahem. Well then, just keep them all. Anything you require will be stored here from now on, and I trust you will take good care of them, Mr. Edmund remarked, covering his mouth with a slight cough before addressing the ecstatic Borgin. No problem. No problem. Ha. Borgin swiftly tucked the galleons into his pocket, his hands moving with such speed that they left behind a blur. Aha. If you two and the young master have any preferences, feel free to take whatever you like. What a windfall. No need, Lucius replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Draco rubbed his eyes, hesitantly glancing towards the corner where a massive Iron Maiden stood. What was happening? Why did he feel as though he had glimpsed Potter's shadow? The boy cautiously approached the Iron Maiden, staring into its hollow, vacant eyes. He reached out, intending to open it, and see how Potter could possibly be in such a place. In the next moment, a warm hand, temperature-wise, cold, yet with a slight warmth, grasped his wrist, and Parousia shook his head. Do not touch these dark magical artifacts, Draco. Simultaneously, Lucius's stern voice echoed, having witnessed the scene. Hey Parousia, I think I just saw Potter's silhouette. He seemed to have slipped in here, Draco said, gesturing towards the Iron Maiden before them. Indeed, it was large enough to accommodate a person. Parousia's eyes fixed on the Iron Maiden's eyeholes, seemingly attempting to discern the anxious eyes within. There are so many of us in the shop. Perhaps you were mistaken. Let us go. It's time to leave, Parousia said, retracting his gaze with a gentle smile as he turned to leave with Draco. Lucius stood ahead, tapping Draco lightly on the head with his wand. If it weren't for Parousia, you would truly have a penchant for touching everything. Dangerous magical items can claim your life in an instant upon contact. They were ushered out of Borgin and Berks amidst the flattery of the shopkeeper, and once outside, Lucius spoke sternly. Draco remained fixated on the Iron Maiden through the shop window, pondering, did I really see it wrong? I did see something indeed. Next to the Iron Maiden lay a beautiful necklace, yet the label ominously stated, it has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Parousia nodded. He had indeed witnessed what Lucius mentioned earlier. That must have been the magical artifact that, after being modified, accidentally seeped into the muggle world, causing tragedy, as Mr. Edmund had recounted. Precisely. Parousia, once school begins, I will need you to keep a closer watch on Draco. At the very least, ensure he doesn't cause trouble like a Gryffindor. Lucius sighed, imparting his advice to the composed boy. Rest assured, I will protect him, Parousia replied with a soft smile, determined to witness the growth of this platinum-haired rose. During this time, no one would be allowed to harm him. A thick darkness flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Draco sulked, trailing behind them into Diagon Alley. But Dad, You promised to buy me a gift with the potion. He glanced up at his father's tall figure. I thought I saw an eye in the window just now. I meant to buy you a racing broom, not those dangerous dark magical items. If you don't want anything, then it's for the best. Lucius's expression hardened, his cold gray eyes fixed on Draco, seemingly warning him. All right, the boy mumbled, lowering his head. Very well, now let us go to Flourish and Blots and purchase all the necessary books for school. The crowd surged along the way, parents leading their children towards the bookstore. Parousia quickly spotted the throng at Flourish and Blots, along with promotional posters. Gilderoy Lockhart will meet you at Flourish and Blots, Rose. Chapter 118. A suspicious Mr. Cirrus? A multitude of people moved back and forth at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. The sign at the door was inscribed in an ornate, flamboyant font. Gilderoy Lockhart will meet you at Flourish and Blots, Rose. Beside the sign was a poster featuring a charming, blonde-haired man smiling and waving at the camera. Almost every book inside bore dynamic images of the man, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Isn't it? While Parousia stood at the entrance, lost in thought, Draco stood beside him, offering a low, contemplative critique. Why do you say that? Parousia replied, amused by the boy's earnest expression. Can't you feel it? Just looking at these photos, he resembles a peacock, seemingly always showcasing his charm? Draco mused, his thoughts immediately conjured upon seeing the books and photographs. Haha, all right, your description is quite apartment, Parousia chuckled, the platinum-haired boy grinning as he felt a bit lighter, playfully nudging him as they entered the bookstore. As for their fathers? After exiting Nocturne Alley, Lucius suddenly changed his demeanor, hastily stating he had business to attend to in Nocturne Alley. He left Mr. Edmund to take the two boys to Flourish and Blots. But upon seeing the throng inside, Mr. Edmund decided he would wait at the entrance. Finding a chair, he settled down at the door, allowing the two children to venture into the bookstore together. Meanwhile, on the other side, a disheveled Harry joined the Weasley family and encountered Hermione waiting for them. They inquired worriedly about Harry's whereabouts, and upon hearing he was in Nocturne Alley, George and Fred excitedly exclaimed, Cool, just be careful. That place isn't good for anything. Mrs. Weasley seriously lectured Harry about Nocturne Alley, relieved to see he was unharmed. Fortunately, Hagrid showed up. He brought me out. Harry sighed, relieved, knowing at a glance that it was not a place of good repute. It felt akin to a little rabbit stumbling into a den of wolves. That's good. Mr. Weasley nodded, adjusting his hat. It's getting late. We should hurry to buy books. However, as they took a few steps, Harry frowned, halting to survey his surroundings. What's wrong, Harry? Mrs. Weasley turned to look at him. I actually saw someone familiar in that shop full of dark magical items. Moving closer to Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley, Harry whispered, it was Malfoy and his father. Mr. Weasley immediately furrowed his brow, alert. What did Lucius Malfoy go there to buy? Nothing. It seemed he sold something to that shop. Harry recounted what he had observed, causing Mr. Weasley's expression to grow serious. He is scared. Mr. Weasley suddenly seemed somewhat pleased, saying, I truly wish to catch Lucius Malfoy in the act. This indicates he is up to something, doesn't he it? But Harry, I'm glad you didn't confront them directly. The rest is for us adults to handle. Mr. Weasley chuckled softly, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth and approachability. He patted Harry and Ron on their heads, winking at them. You two should focus on your classes. Well, that is fine. However, I did see, Parvulia's father. Harry nodded. Since Ron's father had said so, it must indeed be all right. He added a remark. And in the next moment, Mr. Weasley abruptly turned around. You mean Edmund Slytherin went along with Lucius Malfoy? Mr. Weasley's voice took on a noticeably serious tone, his brows knitting together. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, spotting a handsome man leisurely reading the newspaper. Ahem. Harry quickly cleared his throat, pretending he hadn't said anything, merely nodding in acknowledgement. From their stance, conversing together, it hardly seemed like a chance encounter. To Harry, they appeared as if they were good friends. Yet, he nearly caught Draco's attention, fortunate that Parvulia intervened just in time to halt Draco's wandering hands. When Parvulia glanced over, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to flee, his mind racing with thoughts about why Parvulia and the others were there with Draco. Don't worry, leave it to me, Mr. Weasley murmured, giving Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat, and urging Ron to lead Harry into the bookstore. Edmund, you're here too? Mr. Weasley approached Mr. Edmund with familiarity, greeting him warmly, and they embraced enthusiastically. This was a greeting style they had learned from Muggles. Arthur, oh, has your whole family come? Mr. Edmund cheerfully waved at them, greeting the children. Although Mrs. Molly felt a twinge of suspicion due to Harry's earlier comments, Mr. Edmund's demeanor was genuinely affable. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding? It might be best for Arthur to observe a bit longer. Did you come alone? Is your son inside? Mr. Weasley asked somewhat indirectly yet straightforwardly. No, we came with Lucius and the others. He just had something to attend to at Nocturne Alley. We just arrived. Mr. Edmund answered candidly, alleviating the Weasley family's concerns regarding his vigilance about Mr. Slytherin and Malfoy's presence at Borgin and Burke's. Mr. Weasley sighed in relief, knowing Edmund had a good rapport with Lucius. Still, it did seem rather like a whistleblower. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that Lucius worked at the Ministry of Magic, so it was only natural for him to be in the loop. Best not to let his thoughts spiral out of control. Meanwhile, in the leaky cauldron, Draco was listlessly leaning over the railing on the second floor with Parvulia, observing the throngs of people below. Parvulia, fascinated, perused the various books in the store. "Oh, this one is quite interesting," he exclaimed, discovering a humorous biography that made him chuckle. It was far more engaging than the book by Lockhart he had flipped through earlier, which had left him feeling rather uninspired, as it lacked the authenticity of the author's personal experiences. Chapter 119. A book signing at the leaky cauldron? Parvulia sensed something amiss. Draco, discontent, sulked at the railing, watching the long queue of eager patrons, most clutching a copy of Gaddying with Ghouls. The atmosphere in the leaky cauldron was vibrant and electric, with staff struggling to maintain order, to little effect. Parents and students formed a line, gazing expectantly at the impeccably dressed, golden-haired man at the front. Among the parents, the majority were women, while the men rolled their eyes at Gilderoy Lockhart, clearly unimpressed. Gilderoy Lockhart was attired in a sharply tailored light blue suit, a bright red rose tucked into his breast pocket. His meticulously styled golden hair seemed to radiate light, and his emerald green eyes sparkled with charm. He stood behind the table, beaming at each arriving fan with a captivating smile. The bookstore erupted with the excited shrieks of women. Oh, how utterly tedious. Hearing Parvulia's laughter as he read a book beside him, Draco turned in surprise. In just a summer, you've evolved to the point of being able to converse so easily, he analyzed, summing up his thoughts. I'm glad you think so. After all, you play a significant role in that, Parvulia replied, closing the book and placing it back on the shelf. He moved to Draco's side, resting his hands on the railing, gazing down at the lively scene below. Of course, I had a hand in it. Without someone to provide emotional value, you'd probably still be as wooden as ever by the time you graduated, let alone engaging naturally with others. The platinum-haired boy proudly lifted his chin, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Splendid. This is indeed a testament to my influence. I assent it. A mini version of Draco danced with glee in his mind. Becoming your friend is my greatest achievement, Parvulia replied with a gentle smile, his eyes narrowing playfully as he gazed at Draco. For a moment, the boy's cheerful mood faltered, and he crossed his arms with a soft huff. Oh, you have no idea what I thought when I heard you say that. My father always told me that you are rational, composed, and talented, and that becoming your friend is my greatest triumph this year. TSK. He holds you in such high regard. Draco recalled his father's expression while speaking, bemused by the exaggerated praise for such a wooden character, even if he had changed now. Is that so? Perhaps this is a favorable outcome for both of us, Parvulia mused, lightly tapping his fingers against the railing, his gaze lingering on Mr. Edmund conversing with the Weasley family at the entrance. Downstairs, Gilderoy Lockhart continued to exude his charm, winking at every woman approaching for an autograph. A flicker of disdain crossed Draco's eyes. He was clearly irritated by Lockhart's ostentatious behavior. I can't fathom how someone like him became so famous in the wizarding world. Simply because of a few books? He glanced down at the set of books he and Parvulia had just purchased, frowning. They had come to buy textbooks for the upcoming school year, yet he now seemed to be turning it into his personal signing event. Oh, good heavens. I think we should leave, Draco said, tugging at his lips. He had no desire to remain in a place filled with sporadic shrieks. Parvulia watched with a calm expression, observing Lockhart strike confident and charming poses for the reporters and wizards from the Daily Prophet. The man's eyes brimmed with a conspicuous blend of hypocrisy and greed, particularly when he beheld Harry entering. His gestures bore an unmistakable intent of exploitation. It was evident that Harry found his demeanor equally distasteful. The script was utterly insipid, falling far short of the captivating tale of the dentist's magic, letting teeth run away that had just been witnessed. Purusha leaned against the railing, elegantly bending one leg, as a book by Lockhart materialized in her hand. Hey, Draco exclaimed, glancing around in astonishment, his eyes widening as he turned to Purusha. How can you use magic here? Indeed, the book had appeared in Purusha's grasp due to her use of the levitation charm. Shoo, no one can see from this angle, can they? She whispered, a smile playing on her lips. Although the prose was eloquent and richly adorned, it evoked a sense of novelty, yet it failed to immerse one in the protagonist's experience. Perhaps I should articulate it this way. Holding Lockhart's book, she paused momentarily. What? It feels akin to clutching someone else's narrative, recounting another's experiences. Draco's intrigue piqued. He cast a curious glance at Lockhart, who was down below, basking in the adulation of his fans while signing autographs. Leaning closer to Purusha, he murmured, "Are you suggesting he might be plagiarizing? Or perhaps he has pilfered someone else's story and published it as his own? Goodness, what a sensational revelation." Fortunately, Purusha's intuition was keen, and she discerned none of the insinuated implications. "I merely suggested a feeling. However, the veracity of the situation remains beyond my judgment." She shook her head. Conjectures could not be deemed as truths, and one could only wait to see if Lockhart would inadvertently reveal any telltale signs that might lead to his exposure. "If your suspicions hold merit, I recall he is an alumnus of Hogwarts, is he not? A Ravenclaw, no less." Draco opened his mouth, clearly in agreement with Purusha's assertion that without evidence, one should refrain from hastily judging another. "Ravenclaw?" Purusha gazed at him in surprise. "Hey, let us hurry downstairs. That fellow Lockhart just gifted Potter a complete set of his works, huh?" I just saw the disdain on Potter's face. Draco suddenly grasped her arm, eager to descend. "Wait, we haven't collected our books yet." Purusha bent down to gather their books, trailing behind Draco as they made their way downstairs. "Potter, I trust the complimentary books bring you immense joy? Or perhaps the girl will feel delight at your gesture of giving her a book." "Uh-huh." Draco dashed down the stairs, a sneer curling his lips. In an instant, Harry's expression soured. "That's none of your concern," Ginny retorted, recognizing the sharp-tongued, arrogant demeanor of Draco, the very person her parents and brothers had often spoken of with disdain. Clutching her book, she shot Draco a defiant glare. Chapter 120. The Turmoil at the Leaky Cauldron. The commotion inside the bookstore captured the attention of Arthur Weasley and Edmund, as well as the Granger couple, who were conversing at the entrance. Upon entering, they observed the children glaring fiercely at one another, each face adorned with an expression of stubborn defiance. Purusha exchanged nods with Mr. Edmund, then turned her gaze to the Granger couple standing beside him. Ordinary folk? Merely the muggles as referred to by wizards. It was astonishing that they had ventured into the heart of wizarding society, Diagon Alley. It seemed Hermione had brought them along to familiarize her parents with the magical realm. This might not be the wisest choice. Purusha quietly stood by the railing, listening without uttering a word as Draco and Ron exchanged barbs. However, she was somewhat surprised by the red-haired girl's furtive glances directed at Harry. Purusha's lips curled into a smile, as if she had stumbled upon a marvelous discovery. "Do put away that haughty attitude, Malfoy. Without your father, you are nothing," Ron declared, arms crossed, glaring at the boy who relished belittling their family's financial status. Casting a sidelong glance at Purusha, who was clutching a stack of books behind him. "You want to forever hide behind your father, will you, little Malfoy? You." Draco's neck stretched as he flushed crimson with indignation. Just as he was about to retort, a silver cane intercepted their exchange, wielded by a tall man with flowing platinum locks. Their identical gray eyes surveyed the gathering with an air of arrogance. "Quite the lively scene, isn't it? Have you completed your book purchases?" Lucius inquired, glancing at Draco before his gaze drifted to Purusha. Purusha nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Weasley, is it not? My apologies. I had not noticed you here. It appears you have been enjoying a delightful conversation with my friend, Mr. Saracist." Lucius shifted his gaze, feigning surprise as he exaggeratedly widened his eyes while addressing Mr. Weasley. His disdainful gaze swept over the disheveled Weasley family, a result of their travel by Floo powder. "It seems the Ministry's inspections have not alleviated your impoverished circumstances." He shook his head in mock sympathy, emitting a tsk sound. "Perhaps Mr. Saracist's entry into your department will provide you with a measure of benevolent support?" "Lucius Malfoy, you would do well to mind your words," Mr. Weasley retorted, his eyes widening, his flaming red hair seemingly igniting with fury. Had it not been for the presence of the children, he might have been tempted to strike this hypocritical man. Calm down. Mr. Weasley inhaled deeply several times, even in his anger. Retaliating would only place him at a disadvantage. He needed to devise a way to turn the tables on Malfoy. Perhaps my words have been somewhat indiscreet. My sincerest apologies. How about I sponsor your daughter's new books for school?" Lucius smirked, his smile devoid of warmth, his gray eyes brimming with derision. "No, thank you. Once Mr. Malfoy has completed his purchases, it might be prudent to address the affairs at home, lest you find yourself in a situation where you claim ignorance, asserting that the Dark Lord covertly filled your home with contraband." Mr. Weasley chuckled, observing the immediate shift in Lucius's demeanor, knowing he had struck a nerve. Meanwhile, standing quietly by, the seemingly inconspicuous Saracist father and son silently aligned themselves, guiding the Granger couple aside. Fear not, merely a minor dispute." Mr. Edmund harbored a certain fondness for these two enlightened and remarkably receptive muggles, offering a comforting pat on Mr. Granger's shoulder before promptly taking a seat. Both Purusha and Voldemort fell into a pensive silence. Voldemort's silence stemmed from the fact that Arthur Weasley had just used him to counter Malfoy. How infuriating. Was it truly the case that, after his defeat, Malfoy would resort to such an irrelevant excuse to evade punishment? Very well. Were it not for the fact that Malfoy was currently assisting in his resurrection plans, he would indeed be seething with rage. Alas, this knowledge resided solely within his own soul, while the others remained oblivious. How vexing. Could that insufferable boy possibly be the reincarnation of some malevolent deity? He found himself unable to contend with the situation and could only proceed step by step. The conflict between the parties soon reached its conclusion. With Gilderoy Lockhart standing amidst the crowd, seemingly unperturbed, occasionally urging the reporters from the Daily Prophet to capture more sensational news, all under the pretense of ensuring it would make headlines. Lucius adjusted his crumpled attire, a smile creeping onto his lips as he returned the book he had been holding to Ginny's cauldron. I trust you will not return disappointed. Malfoy Manor is ever ready to welcome your esteemed presence. Calling to Draco, he prepared to leave, but suddenly recalled Mr. Edmund and his companions still inside the shop. Glancing back, until we meet again, Arthur. Mr. Edmund, accompanied by Perugia, exited, bidding farewell to Arthur. Oh, that gentleman exudes an aura that suggests he would never dare offend anyone over there. Is he good or evil? Ron sighed, acknowledging the truth. After all, Perugia was his father. Well, never mind. The disputes among adults are of no concern to you. Any matters can be resolved at school. Arthur Weasley also exhaled in resignation. Mr. Thrillist was undoubtedly a neutral party. During their interactions at work, he had maintained a very favorable impression of him. Following the unpleasant altercation at the Leaky Cauldron, the crowd swiftly dispersed, vacating the bookshop, causing the staff to breathe a sigh of relief. Quite the spectacle, was it not? Did you capture many photographs? Gilderoy Lockhart jested, approaching the reporter from the Daily Prophet. Of course, all worthy of publication. He added, be sure to grant me ample space. Lockhart patted the reporter's shoulder, his gaze penetrating as he observed the retreating figures of the crowd. If his memory served him correctly, the wizarding families that had recently gathered here were quite notable. The Malfoys, the Weasleys, and the rising star, the Thrillist family. The Thrillist family, a mysteriously ascending clan, held many secrets ripe for exploration. Then, I shall craft a new masterpiece. Ha! The blond man chuckled slyly to himself, his gentle eyes momentarily turning cold. Chapter 121. The school year begins. Magical Creatures class. The holiday swiftly drew to a close, leading them once more to the familiar platform 9 3/4, and the equally familiar Hogwarts Express. Wizards, resembling ordinary folk, navigated through the crowd, slipping through the wall unnoticed by muggles. Perugia instructed Mr. Edmund and the others to return directly while he awaited Draco outside on the platform. The boy arrived fashionably late, impeccably groomed and undeniably handsome. Upon spotting Perugia, he eagerly waved and ran towards him, attracting the admiration of those around them. It was splendid to encounter two charming young lads, a testament to some muggles' aspirations. Their agreement from the previous semester was now set into motion, particularly as Perugia had altered his hairstyle during the break. Draco's hair cascaded softly today, lacking the sharp aggressiveness of before. Carrying his luggage, he nodded approvingly at Perugia. Indeed, your new hairstyle is much more appealing. Just look at those dark, narrow eyes and the subtly upturned corners. They are far more pleasing than that previous sullen expression, especially with that handsome face now often adorned with a smile. Pray tell, will you adopt a different style each semester? It feels as though you've undergone a transformation akin to a split personality, Draco quipped, playfully nudging Perugia in the side as they walked together towards the platform. Perhaps, perhaps not, but there is only one Perugia, he replied, turning to flash a smile at Draco, maintaining a light-hearted tone. TSK, I knew such a drastic change would evoke discomfort. The platinum-haired boy huffed, stepping aboard the train. Haha. Perugia chuckled helplessly, quickly glancing towards a certain stone pillar. Eyes were watching them, and that gaze seemed particularly fixated on Draco. Was someone lurking there? Inside the train, the compartments were divided into various sections, some lively, others tranquil. Perugia settled into a compartment with Draco and his entourage. As the two large boys entered, the space felt noticeably cramped. Draco chose to sit beside Perugia, claiming the spacious area. The train rattled along, producing a rhythmic clattering sound that had a soothing effect. Crabbe and Goyle had already leaned against each other, dozing off. Meanwhile, Draco grinned mischievously as he retrieved a beautifully bound book from his bag. It was none other than the 3D magical book he had previously obtained from Perugia's home, and as he unveiled it, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the doorway. Oh, goodness, what an exquisite pop-up book. I've never seen anything like it. It was Pansy, who had come to join Draco and the others, her eyes alight with curiosity upon spotting the remarkably intricate volume. Of course, you've never seen it. This is the highly sought-after limited edition that was all the rage a few years back in the Daily Prophet. A gift I received over the break. Draco beamed with pride, reveling in the admiration and envy surrounding him. He cast a furtive glance at Perugia, a grin spreading across his face. Pansy eagerly leaned across the compartment to request a closer look at the rare 3D magical book, which was simply too precious to miss. The young wizards chattered excitedly about the book's details, infusing their return journey to school with a delightful sense of joy. However, during this time, Perugia, seated by the window, suddenly glanced outside. If he was not mistaken, a blue car had just zipped past the train. Perugia fell silent for a moment, his gaze drawn outside once more. Indeed, not far above the train, a blue vehicle could be seen, partially obscured by the clouds, trailing behind them. Recognizing it as a car evidently modified by magic, he recalled the one driven by Mr. Weasley. He realized, the two individuals hastening to catch the school train must be Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. But why were they unable to board? He suddenly recalled the piercing gaze he had sensed at the station. As the train came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, the outside world had already been enveloped in shadows. The students, following their prefect, boarded small boats to traverse the dark waters of the Black Lake. Parousia, along with Draco, Pansy, and Daphne, shared a boat. "Hey, where's Coral? I haven't seen it around," Draco inquired, scanning the surroundings until he realized something was amiss. "It's been here all along. It just prefers to remain hidden," Parousia replied with a subtle smile, glancing at the two girls. "Oh, I absolutely adore it. We wouldn't mind at all." Understanding that they were concerned about the potential fright, Pansy and Daphne exchanged curious glances. "Please, they're not afraid at all," Parousia assured. "All right, Coral," he called out. And from beneath the hood of his robe, a small black tentacle emerged. Coral climbed onto his shoulder, appearing slightly bewildered as it surveyed the group. How adorable. It can move outside of water." The girls squealed, extending their hands to gently poke Coral's soft, cool tentacle. Hey, you're being too loud. Have you never encountered such a creature before? Don't you have your own pets?" Draco remarked, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at the excited girls. A smirk playing on his lips. Coral is a magical creature. It can thrive even without water. Perhaps it possesses some extraordinary inherent magic, he pondered, glancing sharply at Coral on Parousia's shoulder. After disembarking from the boat, they boarded a magnificent carriage, later revealed to be drawn by the magical creatures known as thestrals, visible only to those who have witnessed death. Parousia sat in the carriage, taking in the sight of these ethereal beings, which held a unique beauty in his eyes, though he could not reveal his ability to see them. Silence was indeed the best course of action. The students settled into the opulently adorned Great Hall, reminiscent of last year's spectacular welcome for the first years. As they awaited the commencement of the sorting ceremony, Parousia's gaze fell upon two vacant seats at the Gryffindor table, indicating that their friends were indeed the subject of discussion. The Weasley twins and Potter can't really be skipping school, can they? Draco chuckled, intrigued. Chapter 122, Campaigning for Head Boy. Embrace the initiative. To be frank, besides waiting for the first years to undergo their sorting ceremony, there was another task that Parousia felt compelled to address. With a sigh, he contemplated the inconvenience it presented. Just then, Draco pinched his arm. "Why the sigh? It's just about urging you to actively campaign for head boy. Is a sigh necessary?" The platinum-haired boy chided, exuding the exasperation of a mentor. "This is all for your own growth. You absolutely must do it. Besides, once you become head boy, it will greatly enhance my own convenience and reputation. Most importantly, it will significantly improve your social standing at the outset of this term. Currently, aside from us few, it is evident that you are unfamiliar with anyone else, and that is not a favorable situation." Draco's earnest gaze bore into the disinterested Parousia, prompting a retort. "Perhaps I have no desire to know anyone else aside from you all. It is not that others have isolated me, nor that I appear pitiful. Rather, I have chosen to isolate myself from the outside world." Parousia mused internally, but refrained from vocalizing it to Draco, knowing it would provoke a frustrated response. "You agreed to heed my advice, so you must comply?" Draco rolled his eyes slightly, exasperated by Parousia's unwillingness to take initiative despite his evident capabilities. Did he truly intend to remain a peripheral figure indefinitely? Remembering his father's admonitions at home, Draco felt a surge of determination to expand Parousia's social circle. "Fine. I will follow your lead," Parousia conceded with a resigned shrug, fully aware of the boy's intentions. The professors had also noticed the absence of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. And just then, the students erupted in a flurry of excitement as they turned towards the windows. Professor Snape's initial surprise morphed into a dark scowl, vanishing from the staff table like a specter. "They're here," Parousia chuckled, recalling the sight of the flying car that had descended from the sky, crashing with a thunderous noise. The resounding thud against the ground was undoubtedly caused by the school's enormous whomping willow. Fortunately, the sorting ceremony had concluded, and Professor Dumbledore instructed the remaining faculty to maintain order while continuing their dinner and welcoming the new students. He and Professor McGonagall hastily exited to assess the situation. The hall buzzed with animated chatter, as many had witnessed the flying vehicle. What was that? Draco rushed to the window, but it was clear that the spectacle had vanished. Curious and speculative, he returned to his seat. A flying car? That must be a magically modified object, right? Perhaps. Parousia mused, elegantly sipping a glass of fine wine, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction at the rich flavor. The professors at the staff table maintained order, while the bewildered first years exchanged puzzled glances at one another. Mouths high. Setting down his glass, Parousia caught a glimpse of Gilderoy Lockhart at the staff table, who, upon noticing him, cheerfully raised his own glass in a greeting. Was he just waving at you? Draco, pulling his attention away from the window, saw the flamboyant professor's gesture and his charming wink. He quickly turned back, relieved to see Parousia's expression unchanged. When did you get to know him? I don't know him. Perhaps he was merely greeting a student? Parousia replied, maintaining an impassive facade as he took a bite of the crispy sausage bacon. Why would this man take the initiative to greet him? Surely, he had ulterior motives. Perhaps he had learned about your family and sought to ingratiate himself with you. Draco also suspected the professor's intentions were not pure. Then why doesn't he prioritize ingratiating himself with your family, the Malfoys? Amused by Draco's wary speculation, Parousia chuckled as he placed several tarts onto the boy's plate. Perhaps his strategy is flawed. Draco scoffed, taking a hearty bite of one of the tarts. After dinner, they followed the Slytherin prefect back to the common room. However, before that, under Draco's watchful eye, Parousia reluctantly participated in the campaign for head boy. When he appeared amidst the throng of candidates, a segment of the onlookers sensed the futility of their aspirations. As anticipated, after Pelusia effortlessly triumphed over several challengers, no one dared to confront him thereafter. Ultimately, the title of second-year champion was bestowed upon Pelusia, alongside another standout student, the exceptionally talented Lupe Winterworth. This chestnut-haired girl had her locks neatly fashioned into a tidy bun, secured with a lovely butterfly clasp. Her very demeanor exuded competence and intellect. Hello. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lupe Winterworth greeted Pelusia with a cheerful disposition before confidently striding out of the common room. Oh, it appears you have a capable ally, Draco remarked, rising from the sofa with his arms crossed, casting a knowing glance at Pelusia. Fortunately, this fellow discerned nothing, which alleviated the peculiar sense of unease and foreboding that had settled in Draco's mind. Congratulations. I knew you would succeed. With so much magic already mastered in your first year, who could possibly rival you in the second? I reckon you could even best some fifth years. Draco coughed lightly, pretending he had said nothing, and swiftly changed the subject. He and Pelusia conversed animatedly about the expressions and astonishment displayed by others during the election as they made their way back to the dormitory. Cor emerged from beneath Pelusia's hat, spotting the transparent aquarium on the table, and cheerfully darted inside. Oh, you even have an octopus. When will I ever get a dragon? Draco gazed enviously as Pelusia offered Cor a morsel, lying on his bed with eager anticipation. I promised I would gift you something special. Perhaps one day you shall awaken to find a coveted treasure awaiting you. Pelusia replied softly, extinguishing the dormitory lights. You would say that. I shall await it. Draco firmly closed his eyes, soon succumbing to slumber. This semester, his focus would shift to the creation of magical creatures. Chapter 123, Mandrake, You Are Doomed. The unconventional arrival of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley via enchanted flying car at the previous evening's feast had rapidly spread throughout the campus, with various versions circulating. Yet the crux remained unchanged. They had not only become the center of attention within the school, but also caught the eye of the Ministry of Magic and Muggles alike. It was rumored that the Ministry had even sent letters regarding the sighting of their flying car over London, witnessed by several Muggles, and subsequently reported in the newspapers. After gathering intriguing tidbits from others, Draco eagerly returned to Pelusia's side. I hear Professor Snape caught the two attempting to sneak in. However, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall later escorted them away. Draco felt a pang of frustration. Had they been Slytherins, they would likely have faced expulsion from their godfather. Yet, Slytherin would never act in such a manner. I can't help but think they're being a tad too lenient with Gryffindor. Such a serious breach of conduct warrants expulsion, or at least a semester's suspension as punishment. The boy slammed his palm against the table, accepting the glass of milk Pelusia offered and gulping it down. Pelusia leisurely finished the last piece of bread slathered in jam before wiping his mouth. What the adults think is of no concern to us. However, their actions were indeed perilous. Two underage wizards piloting a magically modified vehicle for such a distance to Hogwarts. Well, They are indeed the brave Gryffindors, though they likely do not contemplate the ramifications of their actions, with Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore intervening to take them from Professor Snape. It was impossible to claim there was no bias. Anyone could see through that. Policia shook his head and glanced at the nearly finished meal of the second-year Slytherin students. All right, it is time to fulfill the duties of the year as champion. Second-year Slytherins, once you are finished, please follow me. His tone was somewhat indifferent as he waved his hand, prompting the second years to form an orderly line behind Policia as they proceeded to their classroom. Hey, quite impressive, isn't it? Draco walked alongside Policia, casting a proud glance back at their classmates. Fortunately, he felt no particular sentiment about it. After a moment's contemplation, Policia answered Draco's query. You certainly are. Who would have thought our first lesson of the new term would be alongside Gryffindor? The boy sighed in exasperation, clearly not looking forward to the class. This lesson was herbology, taught by Professor Sprout, as they traversed the castle to the greenhouse located at the rear. Inside, various magical plants flourished, and upon entering, the students couldn't help but curiously explore their surroundings. Be cautious. It's best not to touch anything indiscriminately. Lupe Winterworth timely advised the Slytherin students, and soon, the little snakes lined up neatly. Standing straight like a cadre of elite nobility, which they essentially were, on the left side of the greenhouse, they found themselves before a cultivation bed housing mandrakes. When the jovial Gryffindor students entered, they paused upon seeing the Slytherins standing so rigidly. They felt as though this group exuded an air of pretentiousness. Professor Sprout, beaming with a smile, entered the greenhouse wielding a small trowel, patiently addressing the students. All right, children. Today, we shall repot the mandrakes. Before we do, can anyone tell me about the properties of the mandrake? She eagerly glanced between the two groups, her gaze landing on a raised hand. Miss Granger, please share your thoughts. Oh, Draco observed the stoic Slytherins, then glanced up to see Policia intently focused on the mandrake before them. Well, this fellow seems preoccupied with whatever thoughts he harbors about that thing. Hermione's flawless answer awarded Gryffindor an additional 20 points, prompting cheers from her peers. My goodness. Why is it that not a single Slytherin is eager to raise their hand and answer questions? Draco's eyes widened. This was intolerable. They were far too indifferent. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, they donned earmuffs, ensuring they were tightly secured to avoid hearing the mandrake's screams. Oh, the beige gardener's attire is one thing, but these earmuffs are truly. Draco expressed his disdain as he picked up the distributed earmuffs, yet despite his words, he quickly put them on. For safety's sake. Remember Professor Sprout's warnings, Policia advised as he donned his own earmuffs. They forcefully uprooted the mandrake, and immediately the greenhouse was filled with a cacophony of piercing screams. The plants writhed, their two legs flailing about, as they waved their pointed root-like fists, seemingly quite displeased with the humans for yanking them from their earthy abode. Oh! Neville immediately succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a faint. It appeared rather effortless. Draco held the mandrake in his hand, casting a mocking glance at Neville, viewing the rather unattractive creature resembling a small infant. Was it somewhat adorable? Lost in thought, he curiously poked at the mandrake's mouth. In the next instant, his finger was seized with ferocity. Parvati swiftly repotted her mandrake, filling it with soil and fertilizer, and took Draco's mandrake from his grasp. Are you all right? She asked, her gaze fixed with concern on the boy's finger. Fortunately, they were wearing gloves, or a bite would have been quite troublesome. This incident underscored the necessity of protective gear. Draco, somewhat sheepishly covering his finger, shook his head, relieved. Alas, he had not heeded Parvati's earlier caution or the professor's instructions, and now he felt a twinge of deservedness for his predicament. He then witnessed Parvati's actions, which were notably rough as she forcefully shoved the mandrake into the pot. The platinum-haired boy recoiled slightly. It seemed she had even broken the mandrake's legs. The plant gaped wide, its screams escalating in response to the pain, prompting Professor Sprout to cast a puzzled glance in their direction. However, Parvati paid no heed, pressing it down and burying it within the new pot, compacting the soil with considerable force. The surrounding Slytherins watched in bewilderment at Parvati's fierce technique, swallowing hard. Parvati's demeanor was indeed alarming. Chapter 124. The Cruel Treatment of the Mandrake by Parvati. Oh my! The Slytherins surrounding them were acutely aware that Parvati had suddenly become enraged. Just observing her treatment of the mandrake made it abundantly clear. Witnessing how she handled her own mandrake, they understood the brutality of Parvati's current approach. They felt a surge of sympathy for the mandrake, which had been forcefully pressed into the soil. Draco stood beside her, mouth agape, clutching his bitten hand in a daze. Poor mandrake, its legs had been shattered. Do you need assistance? Professor Sprout, noticing their predicament, approached with a gentle expression, blinking at the two. She had just missed the scene of Parvati's cruelty towards the mandrake. It's nothing, Professor. I'm merely assisting Draco with his repotting. See, it's done, Parvati replied. her previously aloof demeanor instantly softening into a polite smile as she spoke with Professor Sprout. Then she gently stroked the mandrake's leaves. Very well. It seems to have gone completely still now, Draco observed as the mandrake, once trembling, now stood motionless in the pot. Excellent. The speed of repotting and the control of the fertilizer were both exemplary. Slytherin gains 10 points. Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. She needed to check on the unfortunate Neville who lay on the ground. Hey, can you still earn points like that? Draco exclaimed in shock, whispering to express his discontent. Indeed, she had flawlessly followed the steps for repotting, had she not? Everyone must diligently complete their assigned tasks, Parvati remarked. Her smile tinged with a hint of mockery as she turned her gaze toward the Slytherins who had been observing them. They all promptly diverted their attention, feigning busyness with their chaotic tasks. It seemed they were all quite occupied. Was it because of Sirius's recent achievement as the top of the year? Why did he sometimes exude such an overwhelming aura? The Slytherins pondered. Meanwhile, Lucretia Winthrop, having finished repotting her own mandrake, glanced over at Parvati before placing her pot back into the cultivation slot. She felt a spark of surprise and recalled those deep, dark eyes. For some reason, meeting that gaze evoked a sensation akin to staring into thick darkness and an abyss. It was a feeling of unease that she could not quite understand. However, she had heard of Parvati since her first year, well acquainted with Malfoy and recognized as a talented wizard with a strong aptitude for magic. It was said she could even assist Professor Snape with potion making. After class, the students in the greenhouse appeared quite exhausted, their bodies weary and covered in dirt. Fortunately, Draco's mandrake had been handled by Parvati. Aside from a bit of soil and dust, he felt relatively unwearied. In contrast, the other students struggled with their unruly mandrakes, finally managing to repot them just before the class concluded. It was no easy feat after shedding their soiled, dingy outer robes. Draco, Parvati, and the surrounding students planned to return to the dormitory for a shower. How's your finger? You should be grateful the mandrake didn't have sharp, venomous teeth, Parvati remarked, examining her own fingers, noticing dirt lodged beneath her nails. It seemed her gloves had developed a hole at that fingertip. Humph, it's nothing, Draco declared, suddenly reluctant to admit his mistake, crossing his arms in a haughty manner, feigning indifference. After a quick shower back in their dormitory, they hurried off to their next class. Fortunately, this lesson in charms was exclusively for Slytherins, with no other houses present. Thank goodness, I can't bear attending class with Gryffindors every day, Draco sighed in relief. Plopping down into a chair at the front, Professor Flitwick, as cheerful as ever, entered the classroom with a jovial shake. He surveyed the assembled little snakes with satisfaction. All right, class, congratulations on advancing to your second year. Last year, we covered a wealth of foundational knowledge and practical spells, so this time, we shall delve into some more advanced charms. For instance, the summoning charm, far more intriguing than the levitation charm, huh? You must have encountered this spell during your Quidditch matches or flying lessons, just as you use your brooms to take flight. The kind-hearted Professor Flitwick stood atop a high stack of books, waving his wand as he patiently explained the usage and precautions of the summoning charm to the students. His wand movements were deliberate and clear, ensuring every student could comprehend his actions. Accio cup. His voice rang out clearly as he pronounced the incantation, and the cup resting on the nearby podium soared toward him. Catching the cup, the professor took a sip of water with a smile. Convenient, isn't it? Now, give it a try. Remember the tips I shared. Experiment freely. He encouraged the little snakes to focus their attention on their practical exercises, eagerly watching their every move. Concentrate your thoughts, immerse yourselves fully, envision the objects you wish to levitate. Aim your wand at them and articulate the incantation with precision and clarity. Professor Flitwick wove through the aisles, observing the students who were enthusiastically attempting the spells, their incantations echoing through the air. Occasionally, he would remind them of the nuances involved. Accio. A calm and unruffled voice rang out, succinct and clear. Upon turning, Professor Flitwick beheld Purusha gracefully executing the wand movement, successfully retrieving a quill from the table. You've mastered a more advanced technique. Slytherin. Professor Flitwick applauded with great delight. There was no need to verbalize the object. Merely concentrating on it while casting the spell was sufficient for success. This was indeed a far more sophisticated approach than the basic spellcasting methods. Bravo. 10 points to Slytherin. He held this Slytherin student in high regard. Of course, Miss Granger from Gryffindor was also quite clever. While they had yet to grasp the advanced version, after numerous attempts, the little snakes managed to achieve a few stuttering successes with the most fundamental technique. Draco, the second to successfully perform the summoning charm, proudly wielded his wand, persistently trying to summon various objects from different distances to his hand. Simple enough. The boy's confidence radiated, and with a smirk, he declared that Slytherin had just scored another 20 points today. Hooray. I can't imagine what I must have drawn to earn such ridicule. Chapter 125. Perusha's additional attempt at transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's surprise. As you continue reading, you may find the protagonist Perusha's character transformation to be quite sudden and markedly distinct. This is a normal occurrence. I have cast an automatic rationalization charm upon you. Any difficulties will be automatically rationalized. This sentence applies throughout the entirety of the book. The morning lessons swiftly concluded, and they traversed the ever-shifting staircases, making their way to the dining hall in each other's company. Along the way, Draco engaged in a proud discussion with Perusha and several friends nearby. See, we have Slytherin points to boast of too, don't we? At least Potter hasn't T-scored any since the term began. Blaise Zabini heartily concurred, admiringly approaching Perusha. Oh, you are indeed meant to be our year's head. At this rate, Perusha could certainly become the next prefect in 5th year, huh? I support you. As he spoke, the boy gave a thumbs up, winking confidently in her direction. Is that even a question? I suppose I might strive for the position of prefect as well. Draco proudly lifted his chin. Achieving the title would surely bring pride to his father. Let us discuss it when the time comes in 5th year. Make sure to rest well at noon. We still have Transfiguration class with Gryffindor this afternoon. Perusha remarked to those around her at the entrance to the dining hall before dispersing to join Draco and the others for their meal. If you ask me, given your current talents, you could easily be a prefect now. I was once a prefect too, and I could have even taught defense against the dark arts. Sometimes memories don't bring joy, do they? As she spoke, a flicker of an unpleasant memory seemed to cross her mind, and Voldemort's voice turned suddenly somber. He appeared to be muttering someone's name through clenched teeth. So, because you couldn't become a professor at Hogwarts, you chose a path of no return, Riddle. Perusha seemed to be laughing and conversing amiably with Draco and the others in reality, yet her mind was engaged in a dialogue with Voldemort. Oh, so now you remember to call me senior. No need to dwell on it, for I find the name Voldemort rather unappealing. Perusha swiftly countered, extinguishing any flicker of pride that had momentarily surfaced in someone's heart. Had you been in my era, even as a pure blood, I would have prioritized eliminating you. Tom Riddle fell silent, a look of incredulity crossing his face, as though he longed for her to cast an Avada Kedavra on him. Yet the reality was, he could not. Thank you. That is indeed a recognition of my abilities. Second strike. Tom Riddle was entirely rendered speechless. However, he was not one to concede defeat. That Malfoy boy was not wrong. You are not only quite odd, but possibly mentally unstable. Where did that reticent junior I first encountered disappear to? Perusha wore a faint smile, satisfied that this senior had vanished once more. Regarding his past with the defense against the dark arts professor, Perusha had gleaned some information from Draco and various rumors. It was said that Tom Riddle, upon graduating, had sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor but was rebuffed, and in a fit of rage, cursed the position. Every professor who took on that role would never last a full year. Her slender fingers lightly traced the edge of the silver plate, piquing her interest. What an intriguing curse, one that could be cast through a position. In terms of effectiveness, it was indeed a formidable spell, and he was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional students of his time. The golden sunlight streamed through the grand high windows into the classroom afternoon, enveloping the seated students in a warm glow. Professor McGonagall promptly entered the classroom, her stern expression softening slightly as she surveyed the assembled students. I trust you have not forgotten the principles of the transfiguration spells taught last semester. Today, we shall transform beetles into buttons. Each desk was adorned with a bottle containing beetles, and Professor McGonagall smoothly and accurately demonstrated the procedure at the lectern. She then instructed the students to commence their attempts at transfiguration. Oh, Professor McGonagall's lessons are still so challenging. Perusha overheard Ron and Harry grumbling from a distance. Subsequently retrieving her wand, wrapped in magical tape, to point at the beetle. She paused, glancing at Ron's wand, which had been snapped in two. Draco raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why Perusha was not diligently completing her task, but instead observing others. To his amusement, he spotted Ron Weasley, struggling to transform the beetle with his broken wand. He burst into laughter. Weasley, be careful. Are you attempting to stab that poor beetle to death with your wand? The classroom erupted in laughter as everyone took notice of Ron's pitiful wand. Ron's face flushed crimson, gripping his wand tightly. He not only wished to turn the beetle into a button, but also wanted to transform Malfoy into a mute button. Silence. Professor McGonagall instantly stood, her keen gaze fixing on all the students as she paced around, supervising their earnest attempts at transfiguration. Mr. Malfoy, if you do not wish to lose points, kindly focus on completing your task. And Weasley, be cautious with your wand. Upon mentioning Draco, she turned to offer a word of caution to Ron, only to be met with his mortified expression and raised wand. She hesitated momentarily before advising him to exercise caution. Perugia had long since diverted his gaze and swiftly completed the task of transfiguring the beetle into a button. However, he still harbored a desire to experiment further. Fixating on the button that had once been a living beetle, Perugia positioned his wand atop it. The darkness in his eyes appeared to writhe, as a surge of magical energy coursed through the wand, gradually transferring to the button. Oh, as always, the transformation was flawless. Professor McGonagall stood beside Perugia, nodding in satisfaction, just as she was about to discuss earning points. Yet, in the next moment, her attention was drawn to the peculiar endeavor Perugia was attempting with his wand. Her gaze froze in astonishment. Mr. Celeste, what are you doing? Your button has transformed beautifully, but are you intent on further altering it? What was the boy attempting to try? McGonagall adjusted her glasses, ensuring she hadn't misinterpreted the scene. It was evident that the button was undergoing a subtle metamorphosis before her eyes. Notably, an eye with a white iris had sprouted upon the button, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 126. Transfiguration? No, I seek a more advanced form of creation magic. Professor McGonagall removed her glasses, then replaced them. Suspecting her vision had deceived her, she cast a cautious glance at Perugia, who was seated upright, convinced that the transformation she had witnessed was indeed real. I support your desire to explore multiple transformations, as it will enhance your proficiency. However, I sense you may have entertained some alternative thoughts, Mr. Celeste. This Slytherin boy possessed exceptional talent, both in demeanor and capability, evoking in her a sense of nostalgia akin to observing the past of Tom Riddle. The image seemed to merge momentarily with Perugia's essence, though she dismissed the fleeting notion that they were the same being. No, they were distinctly separate individuals. Professor McGonagall refuted the thought that had crossed her mind, still holding a fondness for this exceptionally gifted boy. If you would not mind, might you share your thoughts with me? Draco, who had just transformed his beetle into a button, turned curiously. Professor, I was contemplating the nature of the transfiguration spell, which enables objects or creatures to undergo changes in form. Is it possible, then, to entirely transform the subject into a completely different being? I mean, is there a spell that allows for the creation of new life? Perugia pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts aloud. His voice, though steady, resonated throughout the classroom, capturing everyone's attention. They paused in their wand work, expressions ranging from shock to astonishment. Merlin's boots, did you hear that? What did he just say? Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, while his crushed beetle lay lifeless on the table. Did your ears fall off? Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's naivety, then crossed her arms in contemplation. What he said makes a great deal of sense. I, too, wonder if there exists a spell capable of directly creating new beings. Most existing magic revolves around transfiguration, summoning, or control, but the notion of creating new life is indeed a remarkable and novel concept. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she looked towards Perugia, clearly intrigued by such a spell. Creating new beings? One must ponder the necessity of such creations. What purpose would one have for conjured life? Questioned Seymour Finnegan, his curiosity evident. He seemed to believe that the natural world was already abundant in diverse species. Yet Draco leaned in, intrigued, eager to understand Perugia's motives for such research. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, then turned to survey the room, prompting the young witches and wizards who had been surreptitiously observing to avert their gazes. Creating life? A rather unique proposition. Perhaps we can engage in further dialogue outside of class. She then lowered her voice slightly. It is advisable not to discuss such matters too openly in front of them. You are always welcome to visit my office. I find your idea quite intriguing, Professor McGonagall offered with a faint smile before turning to depart. Her classes were known for their seriousness and formidable difficulty, akin to those of Professor Snape, leaving students feeling utterly drained afterward. A throng of students exited the classroom, engaged in discussions regarding the complexities of the transfiguration spell. Without ample practice, achieving success would indeed be challenging. Blaise stretched his wrist, sore from frequent wand movements, and exhaled deeply. Perugia, I am envious of your precision in spellcasting. As you mentioned, with sufficient practice, even the most challenging spells will become second nature. It is merely a matter of time. Perugia nonchalantly acknowledged Blaise's remark as they made their way to the dining hall, encountering several energetic first-year students. The newcomers hurried through the corridor, animatedly conversing and laughing. However, one Gryffindor boy lagged behind, and as he rushed forward, the staircase beneath him shifted away. Witnessing his feet leave the ground, the boy's face paled in fear. Just as he was about to plummet, a hand swiftly grasped his collar, lifting him effortlessly. It was Professor Snape. Gryffindor, is it not stated in Hogwarts rules to refrain from running and fooling around in the corridors? Are you seeking to become the first student to perish in the new term? Professor Snape's voice was low and stern as he set the boy safely down. Thank you, Professor. The Gryffindor boy stammered, his eyes still wide with shock as he regained his composure, exhaling deeply before clutching his bulging satchel and departing. Perugia and Draco witnessed this near mishap, relieved that Professor Snape had appeared just in time. "What are you still doing standing here? Creating a bottleneck?" Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing at the group. Draco turned to see the students who had just exited class, curiously watching them. They had assumed something significant had occurred, unaware that the group merely stood in a line obstructing the corridor. Clearing a path, Blaise and Pansy departed, leaving only Perugia and Draco before Professor Snape. "I have heard about your proposed spell for creating life. Professor McGonagall holds you in high regard," Professor Snape remarked after a brief silence, his tone unremarkable, making it difficult to discern if he was complimenting Perugia. Perugia was taken aback that McGonagall had shared this with other professors so swiftly. "Even if such a spell could be successfully devised, I advise you to consider the potential disturbances it may incite once it is brought into existence. The intentions and methods employed by those with ulterior motives serve as the definitive measures regarding the nature of a curse." Professor Snape shook his ample sleeves and departed. "Hey, if you want to do it, go ahead," Draco exclaimed. "I can tell you that my godfather had already invented numerous spells back in his 3rd year. He tugged at Perugia's sleeve, gazing up at him with eager encouragement. He firmly believed that Perugia could undoubtedly surpass his godfather, and he would bear witness to this remarkable feat, wouldn't he? "Very well, I shall succeed." The boy's eyes brimmed with unwavering confidence, a firm belief in his capabilities. This compelled Perugia to remain silent regarding the purpose of his research into this spell. "By the way, is that an extension of the Transfiguration spell?" Draco inquired curiously as they made their way back. "Transfiguration? No, I believe it would be a more advanced form of magic," Perugia replied with a subtle smile, choosing not to divulge any further details. Chapter 127. The Slytherin prodigy is set to explore new spells. The students gathered in the dining hall, relishing the feast of their first day back at school, particularly the first-year children, who appeared visibly excited after their inaugural class. The Gryffindor first-year boy they had encountered in the corridors, brandishing a camera, eagerly approached Harry Potter and his friends. It was evidently a fan meeting. As the boy snapped a photograph of Harry and Ron, the blinding flash caused both boys and those around them to squint. "Oh, looks like he's a Muggle-born," Draco remarked, fork in hand, casting a disdainful glance toward the Gryffindor table. "Actually, according to my research data, the current wizarding world is predominantly composed of half-bloods. If you don't mind me saying so." Perugia leaned in closer to the boy, whispering softly, "Enough, at least as purebloods. We must uphold the last vestiges of glory in the wizarding world, mustn't we?" Draco raised an eyebrow, glaring at Perugia, only to receive an untainted smile in return. Moreover, it suddenly dawned on him. "If you plan to study this spell this semester, will you still have time to participate in Quidditch practice? For heaven's sake, you must redeem yourself this term. The House Cup shall undoubtedly belong to Slytherin." He had practiced diligently throughout the summer for this very purpose. Never before had he trained so rigorously, and all to wrest the championship from Potter's grasp. "Then I shall have to refrain from participating. Leading the Slytherin Quidditch team to victory will be entrusted to you, Draco." Realizing that Perugia had grasped his concerns, Draco begrudgingly shook his head, relinquishing the daunting task to Draco. As Draco seemed poised to reject his resignation from the team, Perugia resorted to his trump card. His expression suddenly morphed into one of sorrow, disbelief, sadness, and grievance. "You said you would believe in my ability to develop it, to honor your trust. I must compress all my time into this endeavor. I cannot simply speak of it and allow them to mock me for merely boasting. Can I, Draco?" Perugia gently shook his head, sighing silently. "Enough. You should hurry and resign." Draco instantly lost any inclination to refuse, helplessly covering Perugia's mouth before he could continue. How could he be such a master of theatrics? Was this truly acceptable? The previous semester's conflicts had vanished like an unpleasant nightmare, becoming a past they need not dwell upon as the new term commenced. When Perugia expressed his intention to resign, Marcus Flint appeared momentarily taken aback. He opened his mouth awkwardly, seemingly struggling to articulate. Are you still bothered by the harsh words I spoke last semester? If it's because of that, I apologize. For heaven's sake. After all that effort during the holiday to devise strategies for us two new players to collaborate effectively, is it all going to waste? I spent countless sleepless nights on this. This was supposed to be my final match. It's not because of that. Rather, I need to focus on studying certain matters. I won't have much time left for practice and matches, so it's for this reason. Perugia glanced at Marcus in surprise, not expecting him to apologize. Yet he explained his reason for resigning, while another tall boy beside Marcus yawned. As long as your friend Malfoy is still playing, that's all that matters. I can't muster the same energy as Marcus to prepare for those exams. Hey, Terrence. Marcus shot an annoyed look at his friend and teammate. The pressure of preparing for upper year exams was immense, and Terrence Higgs had no desire to endure any more back and forth. The reason was simple: exhaustion, sheer exhaustion. Just look at the dark circles under his eyes. That's the best evidence. Ultimately, Marcus reluctantly agreed to the resignation and, as they departed, anxiously confirmed. Malfoy won't be resigning, will he? No, I still intend to defeat Gryffindor. Draco replied, turning back to wave at Marcus, determination evident in his gaze. Before departing with Perugia, that evening in the dormitory, after showering, Draco emerged from the bathroom with a gray towel atop his head, drying his hair, and stood in shock. He gazed at the towering pile of books on Perugia's desk, smirking slightly. Oh, you've really created quite the spectacle. Are you planning to become a recluse? Do the professors permit this? Draco walked barefoot on the carpet, too lazy to wear slippers in the dormitory. Perugia's head peeked out from the mountain of books, and he glanced down to see Draco's pale feet. Why aren't you wearing any slippers? He murmured, somewhat exasperated. Then expertly summoned Draco's slippers with a spell and placed them at his feet. What does it matter if I wear them in my own dorm? It's more comfortable barefoot. So mind your own business. Not having any peculiarities like not wearing clothes is already quite good, huh? Draco kicked aside the slippers Perugia had brought, crossing his arms and glaring at him defiantly. Perhaps you'd like to see your slippers sprout limbs and insist on putting themselves on your feet? Observing Draco's reluctance to wear the slippers, Perugia contemplated for a moment and produced his wand, intending to experiment with the transfiguration spell on the slippers. Just then, Draco abruptly halted him. Stop! Do not turn my slippers into something revolting. With a look of disgust, Draco rushed over to wear the slippers, envisioning them with long limbs. Ugh, just imagining it was enough to induce mental distress. He rubbed his goosebumps and hurried away from Perugia, retreating to his own bed. Well, what a pity I couldn't transform your slippers. Perugia tucked away his wand, feigning a display of regret, yet the cunning glimmer of his smile did not escape Draco's notice. How have you become so insufferable? He exclaimed, preparing to burrow into his blankets. Perugia's voice followed closely. Your hair is still damp. Are you my mother? Draco raised his voice, resembling an irate, ruffled kitten, flinging a towel towards Perugia. With precision, Perugia caught the towel, a hint of indulgence curling his lips. And with a gentle flick of his wand, Draco's hair dried instantly. Feeling the distinct change in his hair, Draco promptly dove beneath the covers, concealing his head in slumber. Let us first disregard those crimson-tipped ears. Chapter 128. The clingy Professor Lockhart and Mrs. Pance's eye roll. The uproar caused by Ron Weasley receiving a letter from Mrs. Weasley had rendered him infamous throughout the school. Fortunately, his twin brothers viewed it as anything but shameful, asserting that it was merely a phase that one inevitably encounters during the journey of growing up, commonly referred to as causing trouble. Almost all the students were mocking and discussing the escapades of the Weasleys and Potter at the start of the term. However, a few held an appreciative stance. At least they dared to undertake such actions. Enough, that is hardly commendable. Not only is it perilous, but it also exposes magic to muggles. Draco listened to the surrounding discussions, feeling utterly speechless. Did they genuinely believe that an underage student could become the hero to save the wizarding world? For heaven's sake. Where were the adults? They did nothing, and then placed the weight of responsibility upon a child? It was utterly absurd. Merely contemplating this left Draco speechless. If that were the case, the wizarding world was truly doomed. Thus, one must recognize that as a person forcefully imbued with hope, he bore immense pressure. The repercussions of mismanagement could obliterate that intangible pressure, rendering the individual crushed beneath it. Perugia appeared somewhat gratified as he observed the platinum-haired boy nodding thoughtfully, splendidly. Draco's thought processes had advanced significantly compared to before. He was now capable of contemplating many matters independently and analyzing them with remarkable acuity. Indeed, it was true. Listening to him, Draco opened his mouth just as Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurried past. Watching their swift departure, Draco found himself taken aback. Indeed, being a savior was no easy feat. A flicker of sympathy crossed his formerly sharp gray eyes. After the conclusion of the History of Magic lesson, Perugia parted ways with Draco. Alas, Quidditch practice was thoroughly scheduled, and their entire team was determined to clinch the House Cup this time. Draco felt the same. Even amidst rigorous and exhausting training, he accepted it. Meanwhile, Perugia ventured alone to the library. Upon acquiring the magical tomes he sought, he nestled into a secluded corner to begin his studies. The forms and varieties of transfiguration and summoning magic were diverse and complex. As long as one possessed their own ideas and inspirations, and of course, talent, they could create spells that would astonish the wizarding world, or perhaps merely serve their own needs. Flipping through the pages, Perugia contemplated a more advanced application of the transfiguration spell he knew, known as animagus. This was a magic that allowed a human to transform into an animal, with stringent and intricate conditions for transformation, requiring considerable time. While the thought of attempting animagus intrigued him, he decided to first refine the spell he needed. At that moment, an overwhelming scent of men's cologne suddenly wafted from behind him. The strikingly pungent aroma suggested its wearer lacked discernment. Such a method of attracting attention through fragrance was all too evident. Oh, what a coincidence, classmate Slytherin. It was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. He was as resplendent as ever, his golden hair meticulously styled, his face adorned with that trademark charming smile. Lockhart's gaze swept through the library, cheerfully greeting the female students who had taken notice of him. He then approached Perugia from behind, warmly offering his salutations. Good afternoon, Professor Lockhart. A coincidence, indeed, to find you in such a remote corner of this vast library. It was clear to anyone that this was no ordinary coincidence. My, have you already been this diligent since second year? Let's see Advanced Transfiguration, how to improve a spell, between forms. Mastering the secrets of transfiguration. Lockhart's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he opened another book. Summoning magical creatures, taboos and techniques? Setting aside those advanced spellbooks. This one on summoning hardly seems appropriate for someone your age, if memory serves. This book on summoning magical creatures is categorized in the restricted section. Lockhart scrutinized the aged cover of the book in his hands, his mouth twitching. He had once browsed through it in his youth at the school library. To mix a restricted book among ordinary ones was truly audacious for this student. Perugia kept his head bowed, swiftly documenting his inspirations and thoughts with a feather quill in his notebook, paying little heed to Lockhart's remarks. There are no unsuitable books, only those who cannot comprehend them. I have received Professor Snape's permission, Professor Lockhart. Saying this, he freed a hand to reclaim the book Lockhart held and placed it beside him. Ahem. Professor Snape permitted it? Very well. Lockhart felt a touch of embarrassment, but remained undeterred, standing beside him, craning his neck to peer at the notes he had written, astonished. Merlin, is this what a second-year child can conceive? Truly extraordinary content. It left him speechless. I heard you are researching something remarkable. Oh, I must admit I am genuinely intrigued. In my days at Hogwarts, I often delved into novel ideas. If you require my assistance, Lockhart's voice, oblivious to the quietude of the library, echoed softly. Mrs. Pants, her brows furrowed, rose from behind her desk to glare at the oblivious noisemaker. Since his arrival, the girls in the library had begun to whisper, and he incessantly chattered on. Hey, Professor Lockhart, this is a library. Could you please maintain silence? If you have something to discuss, kindly step outside and refrain from disturbing the children's studies. Mrs. Pants firmly urged Lockhart away, finding him an exasperating nuisance. Was he truly a Hogwarts graduate, unaware of the need for silence in a library? I merely wished to discuss something important with him. My apologies, Mrs. Pants, I shall step outside at once. Lockhart displayed a smile that he deemed to be quite charming as he bowed apologetically to Mrs. Weasley. Upon receiving a disdainful eye roll in response, he nonchalantly turned away to continue gazing at Perugia. As you have observed, this is hardly an appropriate setting for discourse. Perhaps you require a more tranquil environment conducive to your research, such as my office. Chapter 129, An Unexpected Glimpse into the Unseen Previously. Draco had confided in Perugia that Lockhart appeared to have taken an interest in the Sealist family and had been investigating them. His overtly flattering gestures left Draco with the impression that he harbored ulterior motives. Even Perugia, typically unflappable, found the professor somewhat bothersome. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, he had intentionally sought to elevate his own fame by posing for photographs with Harry Potter. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he seemed to be in a perpetual quest for opportunities to enhance his own image. Perhaps you have caught his eye and may become the subject of his next heroic tale. Draco had warned Perugia to disregard Lockhart's advances. The moment Lockhart suggested that Perugia visit his office for research, Draco recognized the man's intentions. Professor Lockhart, Perugia began, his tone polite, yet laced with a hint of coldness. You are aware that I am engaged in research, and thus, this is not something to be disclosed casually. I hope you can respect my privacy, regardless of your title. The darkness in his eyes swirled with irritation, evidently stirred by Lockhart's presence. What an insufferable fool. Even Tom Riddle could not help but curse under his breath. Is this truly your defense against the dark arts professor this term? What a ridiculous individual. I fail to understand why Dumbledore would allow such a person to teach while not permitting me to take a position. Has age truly dulled his senses? He was irked by memories of the past, and, while berating Lockhart, also found himself cursing Dumbledore. Perugia's writings had left him astounded, and the fact that this inept professor wished to continue perusing them was utterly absurd. His intentions were transparent. Perugia disregarded the vitriol of his senior as he turned to face the unyielding Lockhart. Under the boy's icy, indifferent gaze, Lockhart chuckled awkwardly. All right. You must understand that it takes years for an adult to develop a new spell, and you are merely a second-year student. You are welcome to seek my assistance at any time. Lockhart cast a glance at the notebook on his desk, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Although the content was indeed remarkable, he ultimately viewed Perugia as nothing more than a second-year child, incapable of genuinely crafting a new spell. A mere chuckle would suffice. He was aware that Professor McGonagall and the headmaster remained silent, yet appeared supportive of the boy, likely reluctant to shatter his illusions. Lockhart left the library with a cryptic smile, his overpowering cologne causing students in his wake to pinch their noses in distaste. You should take him outside and find a secluded spot to cast the killing curse on him. Tom Riddle smirked slyly, recalling that in the past, he would have undoubtedly cast such a curse on the man. At the very least, he would have used a spell to render him a mute imbecile. Utterly disgraceful for a wizard. The killing curse. Thank you. But I believe I do not require such a perilous forbidden curse. If you mean one that could be used against you, I might consider learning it. Perugia's pen glided smoothly across the white pages of his notebook, inscribing neatly crafted and aesthetically pleasing English letters. You truly have a knack for rendering me speechless. As your senior, I can at least engage in conversation and offer you some guidance. Can I? You seem somewhat uninformed about many matters in the wizarding world. Hey, Perugia, are you really from this world? Tom Riddle's keen observations quickly revealed discrepancies in Perugia's everyday behavior. He was uncertain if he was merely being whimsical, yet he felt compelled to inquire for an answer. I certainly am. Are not underage wizards inherently curious about the unknown? Perugia responded without hesitation, fully aware that he would receive an answer devoid of accuracy, maintaining a skeptical attitude toward it. The library was indeed not an appropriate venue, and ultimately, Perugia returned to his dormitory with his belongings. To his surprise, after successfully driving off Professor Lockhart, other students still approached him intermittently, attempting to strike up conversations or ask questions. Fortunately, Professor Snape, upon witnessing this, used a piercing glare to disperse the students. If you have nowhere else to go, you may come to my office, Professor Snape remarked before departing. Although that space was indeed preferable, Perugia shook his head at the thought of the cramped quarters of Professor Snape's office. Perhaps not. He relocated his desk to a window overlooking the depths of the Black Lake, where his familiar, Curl, was perched on the clean glass, greeting the enormous black squid outside. Time slipped away unnoticed until Draco returned from practice, appearing quite fatigued as he trudged inside and discarded his protective gear. Ah, you're in the dormitory, he exclaimed, tossing aside his sweat-drenched Quidditch uniform before rushing into the bathroom. When he emerged in his pajamas, Perugia had already tidied up his desk, seemingly preparing to depart. Are you going out? Draco raised an eyebrow, looking at Perugia with curiosity. Yes, I have a small idea I wish to test out. I shall return shortly. You should rest. With a flick of his wand, Perugia dried Draco's hair. The boy, clearly accustomed to this, let his eyelids droop as he yawned and climbed into bed, unceremoniously lying down and hugging the covers, his legs tangled within them as he closed his eyes. Quidditch practice is truly exhausting. I'm off to sleep, he murmured, drifting into silence. Perugia's gaze lingered on the boy's slender waist, and with a soft sigh, he magically adjusted his riding-up pajamas to cover the exposed skin. Excellent. Colin Creevey climbed out of bed, glancing at his slumbering roommates. Quietly, he donned his shoes and clothes, slinging his small bag over his shoulder and taking his camera as he slipped out of the Gryffindor common room. He was eager to experience the nocturnal escapades of his senior, Harry Potter. As a Gryffindor, one must boldly embrace new adventures. Colin cautiously exited the common room, traversing the long corridors of the silent, empty castle. Oh, and he must be particularly wary of the patrolling caretaker, Filch. Rising on tiptoe, the boy moved stealthily through the castle, his footsteps barely making a sound. Suddenly, he keenly observed a figure emerging from the fortress. Oh my goodness! Is there really someone out for a midnight stroll at this hour? Could it possibly be Harry Potter? Colin, brimming with excitement, decided to follow, maintaining a respectful distance as he trailed the shadowy figure out of Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 130, An Unexpected Glimpse of the Unseeable. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was embarking on his nocturnal adventure. Cautiously weaving through the corridors of the castle, he caught sight of a fleeting silhouette ahead. Was it Harry Potter? The boy's eyes lit up instantly. He rummaged through his small satchel, relieved to confirm that he had indeed brought his camera. He was determined to document every wondrous event he encountered at Hogwarts. Aspiring to be a courageous journalist, Colin knew he had to keep up. His heart raced with excitement as he stealthily followed the figure, exiting the castle. He watched as the shadow crossed the grassy expanse before the castle, hesitating momentarily before deciding to pursue it. Outside, darkness enveloped him, and glancing back, he saw only the faint glow of Hogwarts in the night. He traversed the lawn and passed a vegetable patch, hastily glancing at the abundant produce before continuing onward. Oh no! Colin looked up to see the forbidden forest looming ahead, a place Dumbledore had warned about during the opening ceremony. The dark woods stood like an ominous barrier before him, the branches swaying like monstrous claws, rustling ominously. A sudden gust swept over him, sending a chill down his spine. Perhaps I shouldn't be here alone. I should have brought a few companions, he thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. The atmosphere was both dangerous and terrifying. Colin swallowed hard, gripping his satchel tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I'm not alone. Harry Potter is just ahead. If he could keep pace with his senior, he would be much safer. After all, if Harry dared to venture here alone, it meant he was formidable, didn't it? Reassuring himself, Colin steeled his trembling legs and stepped into the forbidden forest. Fortunately, the moon shone exceptionally bright, casting dappled light through the treetops onto his form. Where have you gone, Harry Potter? A branch snapped beneath his foot with a loud crack, startling him. The forest echoed with strange sounds, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. It was indeed too dark. Suddenly, Colin recalled a spell he had learned in his few days at school, one that could illuminate the darkness. Incendio, he whispered, attempting the incantation several times until, at last, he succeeded. The tip of his wand emitted a bright light, dispelling the shadows that surrounded him. Just then, he spotted a dark figure moving through the trees ahead. Harry Potter, the legendary figure of the wizarding world, whose bravery and valor inspired every young wizard, was within reach. Colin gripped his wand and hurried to catch up. As he approached, he noted a flash of light from the woods, prompting him to hide behind a tree and observe cautiously. So this is where Harry Potter has come alone. He truly is incredibly brave. He pulled out his camera, ready to capture this remarkable moment. Another burst of magical light illuminated the area, leaving Colin puzzled. Was Harry secretly practicing magic here? However, the brilliance revealed the figure of Harry Potter, tall and imposing. Even from behind, Colin's heart sank as he realized, oh no, that isn't Harry Potter. Had he been following the wrong person all along? Carefully peering through the moonlight, he discerned that it was not Harry, but rather a second-year Slytherin student. Colin covered his mouth in astonishment. He had seen this student before. Rumored to be the brightest genius of Slytherin. What was he doing here? Though not his idol, Colin's curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to uncover the purpose of this student's presence. The forbidden forest appeared even more sinister under the night sky, yet the moonlight still filtered through the gaps, casting illumination in select areas, including the spot where this student was situated. Perugia initially intended to harness the innate power he possessed since birth, wishing to mold something akin to a dragon from the essence of a kelpie. However, it soon became apparent that he could not summon enough energy to create a new life form. He sensed that his power was somehow shackled and confined. Thus, he decided to focus on a transfiguration spell, perhaps even combining both approaches. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest, endowed with formidable vitality, made for ideal test subjects. On the ground lay a spider the size of a human head, bound by his restraining spell. Transfiguration. As his wand pointed at the spider, he simultaneously channeled a portion of his inner power, intertwining it with the shadow that enveloped the creature. Envisioning the form he wished to create, Perugia closed his eyes, oblivious to the fact that the shadows enveloping the spider and his own were undergoing a transformation. From Colin's perspective, terrifying black tendrils emerged from the shadows, writhing in the air as if alive. These tendrils began to coil up Perugia's legs, as though a failed spell were rebounding upon him. Involuntarily, Colin pressed the shutter of his camera, initially intending to capture the scene. The flash illuminated the surrounding space, starkly noticeable. Instantly, both Perugia and the writhing tendrils turned to face him. Colin, frozen in shock, stood rooted to the spot, his expression one of dazed fascination as he gazed at Perugia. Merlin, what have I just witnessed? He had perused many illustrated books in his youth, yet the sight before him was utterly surreal. The student appeared to merge seamlessly with the darkness, his eyes swirling with a distorted blackness, his form seemingly composed of inky lines. Just locking eyes with him instilled a sense of obsession and frenzied admiration in Colin's heart. To make matters even more surreal, several elongated eyes sprouted on the right side of Perugia's face. A deity? A miracle? Colin's mind raced to the entities referred to as the Old Ones in the tomes he had read. For reasons he could not comprehend, he felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in fervent worship, despite his clarity of mind. A wave of darkness washed over Colin's once clear eyes, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile as he approached Perugia. Perugia, momentarily regaining his composure, realized that he had been seen by this audacious first-year Gryffindor, which presented a rather troublesome predicament. Chapter 131. An unexpected glimpse into the unseeable. Colin felt as though he had been ensnared in a dream, standing amidst an expanse of boundless space. Surrounding him was a shroud of black and gray mist, the entirety of the atmosphere dominated by shades of deep crimson. Yet, as he gazed upward, a colossal figure emerged in the sky, its features shrouded in obscurity, but its eyes, brimming with infinite wisdom, captivated him nonetheless. Could this be a divine manifestation? The air resonated with ancient murmurs, and a sudden wave of pain surged through his head, jolting him awake. Upon awakening, Colin found himself lying beneath the very tree where he had previously stood, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze met that of the silent figure beside him. Perugia regarded him with an expressionless countenance, seemingly inquiring why he was present in this place. How curious it was that he found himself here. Colin propped himself up, scratching his head in confusion, unable to recall anything, save for the fact that he had followed Harry Potter outside. A first-year student venturing out at night, particularly into the perilous Forbidden Forest. Had I not been here, you might have become a midnight snack for the beasts lurking within. Perugia stood before him, arms crossed, her demeanor cold and serious. Observing the boy's bewildered expression with a hint of exasperation, Colin lowered his head, abashed, and murmured, "I apologize. I merely wished to accompany Senior Harry Potter for a glimpse of the outside. But where is he?" After speaking, the boy scanned the vicinity. Finding no trace of Harry Potter, Perugia raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as one of Harry Potter's little admirers. Harry Potter? It seems you are quite eager to accrue some points for Gryffindor, yearning to emulate him by wandering out at night, no less into the Forbidden Forest. She suddenly broke into a smile, a gesture that made Colin draw back slightly. After all, she was a Slytherin upperclassman. "Regrettably, it appears I am the sole inhabitant of this place. I even question whether you have ventured out during your sleepwalk. Are you courting danger? Or is it that all Gryffindors are like this?" With an indifferent expression, Perugia grasped Colin and urged him to rise. "Return now. I cannot assure you that Filch will not apprehend you. Senior, could you please refrain from telling anyone?" "I swear I shall never do this again," Colin pleaded, clutching her sleeve, his eyes glistening with innocence and naivety. He could not bear to worry his parents, and thus sought the assistance of this Slytherin upperclassman. He had evidently forgotten to ponder why a second-year Slytherin would also find themselves alone in the Forbidden Forest. "Return. We must both feign that nothing has transpired." "What do you say?" Perugia remained silent for a moment before revealing a faint smile, patting the boy's shoulder. She retrieved the camera that had fallen to the ground and returned it to him, watching as he hastily made his way back to the castle. Once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings as Perugia returned to her previous position to continue her experiments. The spider had vanished, replaced by a peculiar dark mass on the ground. It seemed to possess a life of its own, rustling and slowly shifting across the grass. A failure. The creature, transformed from the spider, had only maintained its form for a fleeting moment before succumbing to the overwhelming force, devolving into this unrecognizable mass. With a gentle flick of her wand, Perugia conjured violet flames, incinerating the substance until it was as if it had never existed. When Draco awoke, Perugia was already dressed and seated, awaiting him. "Good morning." "Morning," the platinum-haired boy replied, his voice still hoarse from sleep as he greeted Perugia, ruffling his hair and stretching widely. He hastened to wash up and don his clothes, and together they left the Slytherin dormitory. It was indeed wise to retire early. After all, he had been utterly fatigued the previous day, yet upon awakening, he felt entirely rejuvenated. Draco greeted Blaise and the others with vigor as they made their way to class. Sunlight streamed through the castle windows, illuminating the classroom, where they were greeted by an overwhelming display of portraits and photographs of Gilderoy Lockhart, all of which were animated. This was rather exasperating. Pansy surveyed the room with disdain. The images of Lockhart were all adorned with self-satisfied smiles, as though he were the most illustrious wizard of several centuries. "I must say, those great wizards never had as many portraits as he does. Frankly, he has no need to worry about posthumous portraits." Blaise's eye twitched at the sight, his gaze drawn to the glaring displays, and he promptly chose a secluded corner where the portraits were out of sight. Draco and Perugia followed suit, opting for seats at the back. Lockhart's class promised to be a dismal experience. He hardly appeared to possess any advanced magical prowess. Draco, arms crossed, regarded the portraits with disdain. Was this not absurd? A man renowned for his storytelling. How high could his skill possibly be? Daphne evidently shared little anticipation for this professor. "You really are quite out of place among them. Just look at their eager expressions," Draco chuckled, nodding toward Pansy and Daphne, encouraging them to glance elsewhere. The classroom also housed Gryffindor students, most of whom were buzzing with excitement, huddled together in animated discussion. When Lockhart finally appeared at the front of the classroom, they sat up straight and poised like proper ladies, their eyes gleaming with obsession and admiration. "Oh, do not compare us to them. I still prefer reading books like The Witch Who Loved Cream Puffs." Pansy shrugged, clearly unimpressed by Lockhart's writings. Honestly, who would read books by someone who seems so utterly unreliable? Lockhart was resplendent as ever, akin to a flamboyant peacock. He stood at the top of the classroom stairs, radiating confidence and charm. "My dear students, Welcome to my course. This shall be our first defense against the dark arts class of the new term. Together, we will explore some magical knowledge and practical opportunities. Lockhart precisely located Harry Potter and Perugia within the spacious classroom, bestowing upon each a dazzling smile. Both Harry and Perugia remained impassive, diverting their gazes. He rambled on, parading around the classroom with his book, introducing himself. I never boast about my accomplishments, he declared, though in truth, he had already recounted everything. Lockhart's opening monologue evidently failed to pique the interest of the male students, who were on the verge of dozing off, with the exception of those girls who listened intently. Chapter 132, Perugia's blank submission at long last. Lockhart's lengthy self-introduction concluded, and he clapped his hands sharply, rousing the nearly slumbering male students. In truth, he fancied himself to be quite the witty and charming raconteur as he recounted his experiences, only to be met with an awkward silence after laughing heartily for an extended period. It was this realization that led him to create a commotion, rousing the slumbering students from their stupor. Now, let us embark on a little classroom quiz. Fear not, it is exceedingly simple, after all. You have all purchased my complete collection of works, have you not? Provided you have diligently perused them, these questions will be mere trifles. Lockhart declared as he distributed the papers to the students, striding confidently to the lectern to retrieve his pocket watch. All right, you have 30 minutes. Please respond thoughtfully. Draco's brows furrowed in confusion as he glanced up at the grinning Lockhart at the front of the class, then down at the paper in his hands. What on earth is this? 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? The subsequent questions were all related to Lockhart. Damn, is he expecting us to compose a personal report on himself? Draco thought, exasperatedly observing his classmates furiously scribbling answers, their brows furrowed in concentration. His gaze then fell upon Parvati, who had merely inscribed her name on the paper and sat there motionless, showing no intention of answering. Hey, surely, you aren't going to submit a blank sheet? Draco was astonished by Parvati's audacity. He hesitated to look back at his own paper. To be frank, he had no desire to respond to such banal inquiries. Well, regardless, it would be prudent to write something. Blaze, seated behind them, glanced forward and noticed Parvati's unwavering demeanor. Not even lifting a quill, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration, casting his eyes down to his own chaotic scrawl. All right, I shan't write either. This is utterly pointless. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began perusing them in front of the entire class. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, shaking his head as he remarked, "TSK, hardly anyone managed to answer these questions correctly. They were, after all, quite simple. The answers are all contained within those books. I dare say, it seems you have not engaged with my works. Look at what you have written. Favorite color? You don't know? Why bother writing anything at all? It's infuriating. Greatest ambition? Perhaps to become a famous celebrity? While that is somewhat amusing, it falls woefully short. What is this? How could someone submit a blank paper?" Lockhart's eyes widened as he spotted the pristine sheet bearing the name Parvati Patil. With a chuckle, he gazed at the students below, sweeping his gaze over Parvati's expressionless face. A blank submission from Miss Patil. I suppose I can do nothing but place this at the bottom of the pile. Yet, a few students had managed to answer splendidly. That would be Miss Hermione Granger, with perfect responses. For this, I shall award you 10 points. Lockhart continued, and of course, Mr. Parvati Patil, your submission was remarkably standard. Thus Slytherin shall also receive 10 points. Lockhart appeared quite pleased as he turned his attention to the two. Setting the papers aside, Hermione, blushing and bashful from the praise, lowered her head and absent-mindedly adjusted her hair. Did you not submit a blank paper? Draco exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Parvati, marveling at the rare instance of someone receiving points for handing in a blank sheet. Blaze and Pansy, who were also aware of her submission, were equally bewildered, though they quickly realized it was merely Lockhart finding a way to save face. The implications of this were understood by all, requiring no further explanation. Chuckling, Draco gave Parvati a thumbs up, observing the joyful smile illuminating the boy's face. Parvati offered a faint smile in return, indifferent to Lockhart's antics. Now, back to the matter at hand. Let us commence the formal content of this lesson. Lockhart proclaimed as he approached a large cage draped with a crimson velvet cloth. Now, you must be vigilant. I shall teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known to the wizarding world. Soon, you will confront the most terrifying of creatures within this classroom. But fear not, I shall protect you. Remember to remain calm. With an air of mystery and exaggerated flair, he spoke, instilling a palpable tension as the young witches and wizards held their breath, fixated upon him. As Lockhart reveled in the effect he had created, Draco's curiosity heightened. What could possibly be lurking beneath that cover? Had he just heard a piercing scream? Draco's gaze was fixated on the covered cage, and he hurriedly squeezed beside Parvati before Lockhart unveiled it. Suddenly, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Indeed, upon seeing the creature within the cage, laughter was the only response. A Cornish pixie? How utterly diabolical, ha ha ha! Draco's tense demeanor relaxed as he surveyed the room and distanced himself from Parvati. The pixies, with their deep blue hue, erupted from the cage, shrieking and bouncing about, shaking the cage and making grotesque faces at those nearby. Humph, do not underestimate them. Before I show you how to handle them, let me see what you will do, Lockhart declared, flinging open the cage door. The pixies burst forth, gleefully flapping their wings and wreaking havoc in the classroom. Neville found himself ensnared by one, dangling from a chandelier. They shattered glass, scattering shards across the back of the classroom, narrowly missing Draco, who adeptly shielded himself with his cloak. What is this? Draco fumed, dodging the debris the pixies hurled about, desperate to avoid being struck. Their textbooks and ink were mercilessly torn apart, ink splattering everywhere. What was meant to be a lesson devolved into chaos, all instigated by their professor, who continued to flail about, oblivious to the pandemonium around him. Soon, his wand was snatched from him by the mischievous pixies, tossed carelessly aside. Truly, it was a farcical spectacle. Parvati sat composed and elegant in her seat, showing no sign of disturbance, while the other students scurried about, hiding beneath tables, and Lockhart frantically attempted to preserve his coiffure from the pixies' mischief. Chapter 133, A Ridiculous Farce. An ambiguous lesson. The exuberant pixies, reveling in their mayhem, seemed to finally notice the calm student seated in the back. With gleeful shrieks, they darted toward him, tossing ink and books directly at him. An invisible magical barrier shielded Parvati. Of course, Draco had won as well. When the pixies realized their distant attacks were ineffective, they zoomed in to attempt closer mischief. The students regarded Perugia, who remained composed in his seat, with admiration, initially convinced he was destined for disaster. Suddenly, several black tendrils erupted from behind his hood, as if magnified in an instant. These tendrils, akin to agile serpents, ensnared the mischievous little sprites that had dared to approach. The more the sprites screamed and struggled, the tighter the tendrils seemed to constrict. The other sprites in the classroom were filled with trepidation, daring not to approach the human boy, yet they redirected their mischief towards Harry Potter and his companions. The students hiding beneath their desks mirrored the astonishment of Lockhart at the podium, gazing wide-eyed at the multitude of tendrils emerging from Perugia's hood. Their mouths agape, their expressions a tumult of emotions: terror, fear, astonishment, excitement, admiration, and confusion. "Hey, you actually brought out Cole," Draco exclaimed, his face lighting up as he recognized the creature. Crab and Goyle stood frozen like dazed children, overwhelmed by the spectacle of the tendrils. The tendrils swiftly deposited the captured sprites into a cage, securing the door, while the remaining sprites continued their mischief in the classroom. The previously formidable tendrils suddenly shrank, and a diminutive black octopus emerged from Perugia's hood, waving its tiny tentacles in greeting to Draco. "Oh my goodness, Cole, you're amazing," Pansy squealed, enchanted, rushing over to admire Cole. "Well done, Mr. Searist." Lockhart feigned calm, hands on hips, clapping in approval. However, he soon witnessed Perugia departing the classroom alongside Draco and the Slytherin students. Regrettably, this should have been the responsibility of the defense against the dark arts professor. Perugia turned back with a gentle smile, addressing Lockhart calmly. "Let us depart. Class is over." Most of the Slytherin students, filled with admiration, stood from beneath their desks and followed Perugia out of the classroom. Coincidentally, the bell signaling the end of class rang just as the remaining Gryffindor students rushed out. Harry and Ron silently braced themselves against the sprite's onslaught, watching as others left. "Ahem. Well then, I leave it to you. Remember to put them all back in the cage." "Please," Lockhart waved dismissively, exiting the classroom without a backward glance. The absurdity of the lesson was overwhelming, resembling a farce. "I shall definitely have my father lodge a complaint against this inept professor." Draco strode ahead, a hint of anger on his face. The other Slytherin students appeared disheveled, their garments smeared with ink and dust, even shards of glass. This spectacle drew astonished glances from passing students of other houses, as well as from older Slytherins. "What happened to you?" An upperclassman approached, observing the disarray among the second-year students. "Why do the rest appear so frazzled, apart from Perugia and Draco? Did they even attend class?" "Oh, don't mention it. That new defense against the dark arts professor unleashed a horde of Cornish pixies." Pansy fumed to the upperclassmen, and everyone quickly grasped the situation. Many of the older students had already endured Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class, recalling the chaos that befell the second years. Fortunately, the older students could at least cast protective spells, so it was Professor Lockhart's class. The upperclassmen exchanged glances, their expressions resigned as they departed. It was evident that any student, regardless of year, who attended Lockhart's class suffered the consequences. The students of Hogwarts seemed generally dissatisfied with Lockhart, except for the majority of girls enamored with his works. It could be said that they all loathed attending Defense Against the Dark Arts, for they learned nothing of substance in that class. These grievances soon reached the ears of Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. Coincidentally, Perugia and Draco were in Professor Snape's office, where Perugia had been summoned to assist in grading student essays. Heaven knows how shocked those students would be to witness this scene. It appears that Gilderoy Lockhart's class is not particularly well received, Professor Snape remarked, diverting his attention from the potion he was studying to glance at the boy assisting him. Indeed, though no one has learned anything useful, they have at least discovered how to safeguard themselves in his class, Perugia noted, proficiently marking corrections on the parchment and annotating unreasonable sections. However, Snape's brow twitched as he cast a sharp glance at the platinum-haired boy beside Perugia. Draco had been occupied playing with a black octopus since entering, which elicited a sense of exasperation from Snape. Malfoy, are you here on holiday? If you have nothing to do, you may as well leave. Oh, Godfather, I'm simply here to keep Perugia company. Once he finishes grading, I'll leave with him. Haven't I been quite quiet? Draco replied, gently squeezing Cole's tentacle, which felt soft, akin to cotton. It was truly peculiar. Despite being an aquatic creature, there was no slimy or sticky sensation. Instead, it felt pleasantly fluffy. However, visually, it resembled a typical aquatic being, appearing sleek and smooth. Lately, the most talked about topic at Hogwarts seems to be you and your pet octopus, Snape stated, his tone tinged with disbelief. Rumors circulated that the academic prodigy of Slytherin, Perugia Searist, had acquired an octopus that could change size, particularly after its appearance in Lockhart's class, where it had protected Perugia. The creature was described increasingly as a terrifying beast. Yet, many who were aware of the truth would clarify upon hearing the stories. A magical pet capable of safeguarding its master was something many would envy. Upon hearing the news, the students collectively glanced at their own pets, owls, cats, toads, and mice. The pets, in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 134, The Clash of Two Teams, The Target of Wands. Snape's query regarding Perugia's pet made Draco instinctively grasp Cole, his gray eyes meeting the creature's. He feared his godfather might wish to part with Cole, considering the outrageous rumors circulating. After all, tales of the Searist family being an evil lineage had emerged. However, one's eyes are one's own. Uncertainties could simply be resolved through observation. Believing in baseless rumors is not the act of a wise individual. I brought Cole with me during my first year, after receiving permission from Headmaster Dumbledore. It is a benign magical creature, which explains its presence here. Perugia meticulously organized the assignments and neatly placed them on Professor Snape's desk. TSK. Once again, it seems to be the handiwork of that fellow Dumbledore. However, since he permitted the octopus to be brought in, it must be acceptable, right? In any case, it is not my concern. That is Dumbledore's affair. Snape rolled his eyes inwardly. Let us finish up and leave quickly. We shouldn't linger here. Perugia and Draco exited Professor Snape's office. Surely, Cole won't actually be sent away? Draco seemed somewhat reluctant, placing Cole back into Perugia's hood. No, it won't happen. Perugia reassured the boy as they hurried down the corridor. The atmosphere in Slytherin has felt rather different lately, particularly among the younger snakes, who appear to regard Perugia Slytherin with a certain reverence. Even that first-year Gryffindor, who is perpetually clinging to Harry Potter, has been spotted occasionally around Perugia, excitedly capturing a few photographs. Upon entering the dining hall, the sensation of being the center of attention was even more pronounced. Hey, you're about to become a celebrity. Ha ha ha. The platinum-haired boy chuckled, playfully nudging his arm before darting over to chat with Pansy and the others at the dining table. It wasn't something to look forward to. He sighed in resignation until a slender girl with an elegant posture appeared beside him, with enviable talent and strength. Why wouldn't she consider this a positive development? At the very least, the first years are already in awe of you. Ruth Winterworth's lips curled slightly in a polite smile as she nodded at Perugia. The two second-year prefects standing together were bound to attract attention. Hey, Draco. I've noticed that Winterworth seems to look at Perugia in an unusual manner. Pansy tugged at Draco, who was still engrossed in discussing Quidditch with Blaise, urging him to glance towards the entrance. Draco turned his head, furrowing his brow, before nonchalantly dismissing it. What is unusual about it? They're just chatting. Pansy narrowed her eyes, glancing back and forth between Perugia and Draco. No reaction at all. That seems odd. I hope you don't mind what I just said. After all, I'm one of those admirers too, haha. Ruth chuckled lightly, shrugging in a casual manner. I'm honored. If you ever need assistance, feel free to ask. Perugia responded courteously, beginning to grasp the situation. It appeared that some students had formed a fan club around him, with Ruth Winterworth among them. Surely, She isn't the one orchestrating this. Perugia fixed his gaze on the girl who had returned to her seat at the dining table, lost in thought. With no classes this afternoon, Draco had insisted that Perugia accompany him to Quidditch practice. They were all training vigorously for the upcoming victory. In fact, upon learning that Gryffindor had reserved the field today, they had even procured permission from Professor Snape, their head of house. Wood is going to be furious. Marcus and the other team members laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the look of shock on Wood's face. Though it had only been a few days. You would witness my rapidly improving skills today, Draco confidently declared, walking alongside Perugia, chin raised. I'll be watching you. But why is Terence here too? Didn't he say he was too exhausted to train for the exams? Draco queried, glancing at the tall, lanky figure who walked beside Perugia. TSK. Looking at it this way, it seems like I'm the shortest on the Slytherin team. Draco suddenly stomped his foot in irritation, quickening his pace. Terence Higgs yawned widely, a glimmer of moisture visible in the corner of his eye. I need to clear my mind and take a break today. So I thought I'd come see the training and soak up some sun. The dark circles under his eyes seemed to have lightened somewhat as he spoke in a languid tone. The newts seemed to be harder than I anticipated. Perugia withdrew his gaze and observed Draco and the others ahead. All right, they were about to encounter the Gryffindor team again, as Marcus and Wood faced off in front. Perugia suddenly darkened in expression, turning to look down the corridor. A red-haired girl and her classmates were walking by, clutching textbooks, as if just having left class. It was Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister. The girl gazed eagerly in Harry Potter's direction, her cheeks flushed before she hurried away. The reason he had glanced over was due to a familiar aura reminiscent of what he had sensed in Diagon Alley before the school year began. Now, that aura seemed to have transferred to Ginny Weasley. Although the girl's complexion appeared normal, Perugia keenly sensed something amiss. There was an imperceptible weariness in Ginny's eyes. Yet her actions conveyed an unsettling discord. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, followed by Ron Weasley's furious shout. You'll pay for what you just said, Malfoy. Eat slug. A cacophony accompanied by a flash of green light reached their ears as Ron, who had aimed his wand at Draco, was instead sent flying several meters away by his own wand. What is going on? Perugia swiftly approached the crowd, clearly taken aback by Ron's actions. Seeing Draco standing unharmed, he turned to face Ron. Well, now he understood why Draco was unscathed. He ought to be grateful that Ron's wand had snapped in two and failed to cast the spell on the intended target. Chapter 135, Whispers of Hogwarts. What is happening? That boy was backfired by his own wand. Terence stepped forward, eyes wide with astonishment, as the Gryffindor players gathered to check on Ron. Cough, cough. Just a verbal dispute, Marcus remarked, stepping away from in front of Draco. Had he not intervened, that boy would have likely been severely beaten by the Gryffindor Lions for his remarks. After all, everyone knew that was not a pleasant term. Draco. Perugia looked down at the boy standing to the side, laughing loudly at Ron's predicament, and solemnly inquired. Cough, cough. Draco choked on his own saliva, hastily patting his chest. Did you say something? Faced with Perugia's questioning, Draco was genuinely concerned that he might once again fall into the role of the impartial judge. No, it was just that I mentioned that Granger, the one who dared to speak to me, is a mudblood. How infuriating. Why does my tongue feel like it's tied in knots? Draco felt an overwhelming urge to chastise his own rebellious tongue. Yet he could not help but acknowledge that an irate Perugia was indeed a formidable presence. It was well within his understanding that few would dare to utter such a derogatory term. However, it was common knowledge that pure-blood families in the magical realm held a disdainful view of wizards hailing from untainted Muggle lineages, often referring to them as the blemish upon magical blood, mudbloods. It was no wonder that such a commotion ensued. Fortunately, the other Gryffindors refrained from rushing forward to engage in physical confrontation. It seemed that Ron merely sought to defend Hermione's honor. Regrettably, his wand lacked the requisite power. What transpired? A diminutive Gryffindor figure dashed forth from the corridor, Colin Creevey. Like a hound catching the scent of breaking news, he charged ahead with his camera in hand, urging Ron and Harry to pose for a photograph. It was not until the crowd dispersed and Harry and the others assisted Ron in departing that Colin finally ceased his relentless clicking. He fiddled with his camera, a mischievous grin adorning his face. What delightful news this was. I shall submit it to the school newspaper. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Perugia among the Slytherin ranks. Instead of snapping photos as he had with Harry and the others, he approached respectfully, inclining his head in a polite bow. Good afternoon, Senior Slytherin. After exchanging pleasantries, he excitedly departed amidst the astonished gazes of those present. The Slytherins were left bewildered. While the Gryffindors' training was evidently delayed due to the sudden turn of events, they proceeded as usual to the Quidditch pitch. Isn't that first year a fervent supporter of Potter? How do you know him? Draco inquired hesitantly of Perugia. What had transpired between them? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it was merely a casual greeting, Purusha replied dismissively, his mind still occupied with the implications of the term Draco had used. While pure-blood wizards typically scorned muggle-borns like Hermione, that word was undeniably excessive. Excuse me? Draco's expression shifted upon hearing Purusha's murmured words. I stand by your side, but I do not wish for you to employ such language. As far as I know, it is not a term of courtesy. Purusha reiterated clearly, his gaze fixed intently upon Draco's face. Of course I know. Who does she think she is? Insinuating that I merely bought my way onto the team? I am well aware of that. Humph. Draco raised his voice, glaring at Purusha with his broom in hand. Yet the gravity of the situation rendered him unable to express his anger. The boy before him placed a steady hand upon his head. We all recognize your abilities. Prove them to them through your actions, Purusha said with a smile that radiated trust and expectation. Draco pouted, mounting his broom for practice. Just you watch. However, I shall make a concerted effort to remember my identity and maintain my decorum next time. This time, my thoughts simply faltered, and I instinctively spoke out. A vile term. Mudblood. Yet, in truth, they have indeed sullied the purity of the magical lineage. They ought to be eradicated alongside the Muggles. Tom Riddle emerged, a cold smirk curling his lips, seemingly in agreement with Draco's recent epithet for Hermione. Ah, here we have another pure-blood supremacist, Purusha thought, choosing not to respond to him. If you are pure-blood, you should neither condone nor uphold their existence. God knows what irreparable consequences may arise from their mingling with Muggle ideas. That is merely your self-serving rhetoric. After all, you instigated the war through your pure-blood ideology, Purusha concluded, bringing their dialogue to a close. Tom Riddle observed the jubilant students soaring on their brooms across the pitch, his expression darkening. After dinner, Purusha retreated to an empty classroom to study his new spell. By the late hours of the night, when he emerged, the entirety of Hogwarts Castle had succumbed to a profound silence. Oh, diligent Mr. Slytherin, you are indeed an anomaly, he mused as he encountered Filch, who was cradling Mrs. Norris in his arms. Filch glared with his peculiar eyes, caustically remarking upon Purusha, lamenting his inability to apprehend such an audacious student, especially since he had been personally sanctioned by the head of Slytherin. Why would he approve of a second-year student roaming at night? Filch seethed, yet found himself powerless. Standing in the corridor, his gaze fixed with malice upon Purusha's vanishing figure. His fervor for catching students out after hours remains unchanged. He must be incensed by his inability to catch you. Tom Riddle chuckled, observing the fury and jealousy radiating from Filch's eyes. He envied this prodigy, who, thanks to his talent, roamed freely within Hogwarts while enjoying the protection of the professors. Such is the case. I am but an exception who received permission for nocturnal excursions. Purusha was indifferent to Filch's sentiments as he traversed the empty corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoing crisply. The flickering candle flames lining the walls swayed in the breeze. Suddenly, an odd noise pierced the stillness, prompting Purusha to halt. What was that sound? He raised his gaze to examine the ceiling above and the surrounding walls, sensing some creature scuttling within the confines of the stone. It emitted a hissing noise. Chapter 136, Whispers of Hogwarts, Part 2. What was that sound? Purusha acutely detected the presence of the unidentified creature, its hissing resonating as if it were whispering something. Placing his hand upon the wall, he felt a tremor emanating from within. What sound? You are overly sensitive. Perhaps it is merely the wind outside. Voldemort, of course, could discern the source of the sound. Yet he had no desire for Purusha to uncover the truth. It seemed that the version of himself within the diary had begun to take action. Excellent. This bodes well if it can throw Hogwarts into disarray. The more he insisted, the more troublesome the situation became, and Purusha was not easily deceived. Do you not understand that the more one attempts to conceal something, the more conspicuous it becomes? The sound gradually faded until Hogwarts Castle was once again enveloped in silence. Should anything transpire, it would likely occur within the coming days. At least, that was the intuition he received. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, just as Tom Riddle began to sweat, Purusha quietly slipped away. What a relief it was. Since Voldemort's emergence last semester in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, Hogwarts was destined to remain anything but tranquil. On this day, the weather remained as splendid and radiant as ever. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered in the air, as if some portentous event were on the verge of unfolding. This feeling was particularly acute for Harry Potter, whose scar upon his forehead seemed to throb anew. As he exited the classroom alongside his companions, he found himself lamenting about Gilderoy Lockhart's decision to keep him behind for detention, later requesting his assistance with trivial matters. It was then that he noticed Ginny Weasley pass by, her expression utterly devoid of emotion, as though she did not recognize him at all. Look at her, Ron remarked, scratching his head, clearly aware that Ginny's demeanor was out of sorts today. Did she have a dose of fireworks or something? As Harry gazed at Ginny's retreating figure, he felt a sudden pang of pain from his scar. It was peculiar. Usually, she was like an ardent admirer, but today she seemed transformed. Ron continued to speculate about his sister's odd behavior. I don't know, perhaps she is just in a foul mood today? Harry shook his head, and the discomfort in his forehead gradually subsided once Ginny was out of sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Purusha returned from the Quidditch pitch with Draco, carrying the boy's jersey and textbooks. Upon rounding a corner, they happened to pass Ginny Weasley. Purusha merely cast a cursory glance at her before turning his attention elsewhere. During mealtime in the Great Hall, an owl suddenly swooped in from outside, alighting before Purusha. It was his owl, Tuan, which promptly dropped a letter at his side and gently pecked at his hand. Its small, dark eyes sparkled as they fixed upon Purusha before it flapped its wings. Did you receive a letter from home? Draco leaned in. Noting the letter was signed by Mr. Saracist, it was indeed correspondence from his family. What prompted them to send a letter all of a sudden? They rarely communicate. The platinum-haired boy reached out to stroke Tuan's feathers, offering it half a sausage. After satisfying its hunger, Tuan took flight, contented. In truth, it was always Draco who fed Tuan whenever it delivered letters. Purusha leisurely wiped his hands with a napkin and opened the letter. Dear Purusha, recently, there have been quite a few intriguing occurrences at the Ministry of Magic that you would undoubtedly find fascinating. Mr. Edmund's letter detailed various matters concerning work, along with recent rumors circulating within the wizarding community. The topic soon shifted, focusing on him. Oh, by the way, I've heard you are delving into new spells lately? This has spread throughout the ministry. Everyone is aware of your endeavors. If it weren't for your headmaster's support, the ministry officials might have come to seek you out. I am certain someone at Hogwarts has been broadcasting your activities, and you must know who the culprit is. Enclosed within the letter was a clipping from the Daily Prophet, prominently featuring an article by Gilderoy Lockhart, titled The Genius of Hogwarts. My most promising student, young Saracist. Purusha glanced at the article, which lavishly praised Lockhart for mentoring a second-year student who was purportedly creating new spells independently. The piece contained some references to the ideas and concepts Purusha had been exploring, evidently derived from notes Lockhart had perused. The entire focus was on Purusha, while also portraying Lockhart as a dedicated professor who was earnestly guiding him. I will wholeheartedly support my student in fulfilling his dreams. This shall be an era of witnessing miracles, exclaimed Lockhart's fervent rhetoric at the article's conclusion. Purusha quietly sealed the letter, setting it aside with a muted response. Fortunately, Lockhart had not divulged everything he had gleaned from Purusha's notes. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate how to address this professor's blatant disregard for student privacy. A dark turmoil brewed within him as he pondered how to handle the situation. The boy beside him suddenly exclaimed, angrily slamming the letter onto the table. What does he mean by this? Is he using you to bolster his own fame? Purusha, did you really share your ideas with that vase of a professor? Draco was incredulous, unable to fathom how Purusha could confide in Lockhart about such matters. Although he was unaware of Purusha's recent research progress, it was evident that this was not the outcome Purusha desired. What was meant to be a confidential endeavor had been prematurely exposed, attracting undue attention from the wizarding world. If it were to fail, it could have adverse repercussions for Purusha, that imbecilic professor. I should tell my father never to allow his articles in any newspaper without prior scrutiny. Draco glared at Lockhart, who was blissfully enjoying his meal at the staff table. Blissfully unaware of the chaos he had wrought, just having glimpsed some information would not affect much. Purusha chuckled softly, ruffling the hair of the boy who was defending him. But you must understand, when a person is burdened with excessive expectations, the absence of their fulfillment can be crushing. Draco felt anxious, contemplating how to retract the article. It's all right, I will succeed. Purusha's voice was steady and resolute, his affirmations calming Draco's unease. Chapter 137, Whispers of Hogwarts 3. Draco did indeed inform his father, Lucius, about Lockhart's actions, and also apprised Professor Snape. Upon learning that Purusha was researching new spells, and that some of his ideas had been revealed by Lockhart, Professor Snape's expression darkened, as if he could wring water from it. I will handle this matter. Snape sought out Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore, bringing the Daily Prophet clipping for their review. Look at the trouble he has caused, exposing a student to public scrutiny. Does he possess any common sense? Snape's fury was palpable as he spoke. The wizarding world, while not overtly tumultuous, harbored undercurrents of unrest beneath its placid surface. They could not simply allow a gifted student to be laid bare. Yet Lockhart clearly saw things differently. His desire for fame blinded him to the ramifications of his actions. What lengths will he go to for notoriety? Professor Snape seethed, his words laced with icy disdain. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged astonished glances as they perused the article from the Daily Prophet. Especially McGonagall, who adjusted her glasses. Purusha has only shared some ideas with me. How could Lockhart possibly know? Clearly he has pried into a student's private notes. A professor who cannot respect privacy, TCH. Snape crossed his arms and let out a disgruntled huff. Dumbledore sighed softly, folding the newspaper and leaning against his desk in contemplation for a moment. I believe it is prudent to caution Professor Lockhart regarding what he can and cannot do. Minerva, I must trouble you to address this matter. Very well. But exposing a young wizard's research in such a manner is rather excessive on Lockhart's part. Does he truly possess the qualifications to be the defense against the dark arts professor? Professor McGonagall's irritation was palpable as she lowered her voice in inquiry. Recently, students' evaluations of Lockhart had plummeted. They were complaining that his classes bore almost no relevance to dark magic. Dumbledore, too, felt the weight of this predicament, tossing a candy into his mouth from his desk. Clearly, it was not to his liking, as the old man's face contorted, and he resignedly stated, "You are all aware that finding a professor for defense against the dark arts is no easy task. Let us observe for the time being. If it becomes untenable, we shall engage in further discussion." The flash of a camera accompanied the click of the shutter, as Colin Creevey excitedly greeted Parousia while brandishing his camera. Draco, momentarily taken aback by the blinding light, felt disoriented, his vision clouding. "What are you doing?" Draco raised his voice, annoyance creeping in as he struggled to regain his bearings. Rubbing his eyes, he closed them for a moment before finally recovering. "Apologies, upperclassmen, I merely wish to take a photo of upperclassman Parousia. He is incredibly famous right now. Not only is he researching new spells, but he was also featured in the Daily Prophet, particularly mentioned by Professor Lockhart." Colin's bright, admiring eyes gazed up at Parousia as he retrieved a pen from his pocket and opened his notebook. "Upperclassman Parousia, could I possibly have your autograph?" The boy seemed oblivious to the fact that he was requesting a signature from a Slytherin student, utterly absorbed in his idol, Parousia. Students passing by took notice, their expressions a mix of surprise and intrigue. "Hey, Creevey, take your fervent fan away. Why don't you keep a better watch over him?" Draco stood with his arms crossed, spotting the trio of Harry Potter approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. Following Draco's disparaging remarks about Hermione's Muggle heritage, the trio appeared to harbor even greater disdain for him. However, Ron gazed incredulously at the first-year boy eagerly seeking Parousia's autograph. "Blimey, Harry, that kid who is always trailing you is actually asking for Parousia's signature." Harry nodded, acknowledging the sight, and quietly remarked, "This is rather good. At least he won't be incessantly hovering around me." Recently, being pursued by Colin for photographs had become quite burdensome for Harry and his friends. The boy's tenacity was relentless, appearing daily to chatter away. It would be beneficial if someone could help siphon off some of that kid's energy. Where he chooses to go is his prerogative. "It's not our concern," Hermione retorted, swiftly leading Harry and the others away from the corridor. Kill! Kill! I smell blood. They cannot escape." Hisses. The familiar voice echoed once more, causing Parousia to pause, glancing at the notes in his book. An important idea struck him: to create a formidable new being, a powerful core must be provided. Utilizing a core imbued with vibrant life would enhance the success rate of transformation and creation. Thus, what he required now was a core of substantial vitality. The question remained where to procure it. At this thought, the tranquil castle once again reverberated with that enigmatic whispering. This time, Parousia could clearly discern the words, realizing they were not mere ghostly pranks but the voice of a serpent. He diligently noted this in his journal, sketching a diminutive snake upon the page. Somewhere within the castle lurked a serpent, plotting something unknown. Could he truly understand Parseltongue? Was he, too, a descendant of Slytherin? Tom Riddle stared in astonishment at the notes Parousia had written, particularly as he translated the words of the serpent. "This is troubling. How can you comprehend this? Are you, too, an heir of Slytherin's bloodline?" Tom could not help but inquire. "I can merely understand. I do not possess the ability to vocalize such sounds in communication with it." According to the records of the school's history, one who could comprehend Parseltongue was also capable of conversing with them. Parousia closed his notebook and rose from his seat. Realizing it was getting late, he needed to escort the Slytherin students back to their dormitory. He had stepped out during mealtime to organize his thoughts, so there was still time to return. Communicating with serpents was best avoided. Parousia had no desire to engage in such conspicuous antics. Chapter 138. The Supporters of Slytherin? The Admirers? Regarding Lockhart's exposure of Parousia's matters to the masses, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had reprimanded and warned him. Whether he heeded the warning was another matter entirely. A Gryffindor student dispatched by Professor McGonagall approached the Slytherin table somewhat uneasily. Upon his arrival, he felt the collective gaze of the Slytherins upon him. "Slytherin. Professor McGonagall requests your presence in her office at 3 o'clock this afternoon." Having delivered the message, the Gryffindor upperclassman hastily departed from the Slytherin vicinity. Observing his rapid exit, The older Slytherins burst into laughter. Parousia arrived at Professor McGonagall's office at the appointed time, knocking gently on the door. "Come in." The witch inside was polishing her spectacles, scrutinizing a paper written by a senior student. She greeted Parousia with a warm smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Please, sit down, my child." "Good afternoon, Professor." Parousia replied politely, bowing slightly, embodying decorum and elegance. Severus's students are always so courteous. Especially you, Parousia. A gentle smile graced Professor McGonagall's stern visage as she adjusted her glasses. When she smiled, fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. Parousia settled into a chair opposite her, his demeanor calm. "Oh, sometimes I forget that the maturity you display makes us overlook that you are merely a second-year student." Professor McGonagall observed Parousia's composed expression, which was remarkably steady and admirable, surpassing that of many adults. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Perhaps it is merely a personal habit of mine. I am inclined to ponder various matters." Parousia expressed gratitude for Professor McGonagall's praise, and such a humble demeanor made Professor McGonagall's gaze even more amiable. Contemplation is indeed a virtue. It fosters continuous growth and advancement. Great individuals, before achieving fame, are often engaged in relentless thought and exploration, are they not? Professor McGonagall patted his shoulder and retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet from her desk, placing it beside Parousia. To return to the matter at hand, she cleared her throat and adjusted her posture. "We are aware that Professor Lockhart's actions have caused you distress, and I, along with Professors Dumbledore and Snape, have issued him a stern warning regarding this. Exposing an underage wizard to the public may not be prudent." Professor McGonagall earnestly articulated her concerns. However, Parousia, with a calm demeanor, responded, "Fortunately, the professors understand that not everything should be laid bare. Please do not worry, Professor. I have my own means of ensuring safety. Moreover, Hogwarts is the safest place, is it not?" He raised his head, smiling at Professor McGonagall, as if seeking her affirmation on the matter. "Oh." Professor McGonagall blinked and ultimately chuckled softly as she stood up. "You are correct, my dear. This is indeed a place of absolute safety. We shall protect you from harm. Now, would you be willing to share with me the progress of your latest research?" The more serious topics swiftly transitioned, and Professor McGonagall regarded Parousia with keen interest. Of course, they engaged in a lengthy discussion within the office, delving into the extension and creation of new spells. These were all based on the principles of transfiguration. However, achieving them might prove even more challenging than becoming an animagus. The feasibility of such endeavors is but one consideration. There are, of course, other risk factors to contemplate. "You have ample time, my child. Do not rush. Take your time." Professor McGonagall offered timely suggestions, nodding approvingly at the boy. Discussing these academic matters with him evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of her own youthful days spent exploring the realms of magic. "It is getting late. You should return and rest. Nothing worthwhile is accomplished in haste. We all believe you can achieve it." Professor McGonagall handed Parousia a bag of toffees, bidding him farewell as he exited her office. As he made his way down the corridor, Parousia soon became aware of footsteps trailing behind him. The sound was cautious, as if the person feared falling behind and occasionally quickened their pace. Draco? No, it couldn't be him. He would still be in training at this hour. Just ahead was a corner, and he pretended to pass it, pausing in a spot out of sight. Sure enough, a diminutive figure hurriedly chased after him from behind. Colin, clutching his small bag, dashed forward but was promptly caught by the hood of his robes as he rounded the corner. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Colin chuckled awkwardly, slightly embarrassed as he greeted the scrutinizing Parousia. "Hi, good afternoon, Senior. It's you, Colin Creevey." Parousia sighed, releasing his grip on the boy's hood and fixing him with a serious gaze. Colin fidgeted, nervously clutching the strap of his messenger bag, momentarily forgetting to adjust his hat. I just wanted to say hello, Sirist. Speak up. What an excellent opportunity, is it not?" Colin internally berated himself for his inability to voice his thoughts at such a moment. "Say it. Tell him you admire him and wish to learn magic from him." Yet in reality, Colin merely stood there, his face contorted in distress, gripping the strap of his bag tightly. Was it merely a greeting? "I thought you wished to inform him of your admiration and desire to learn magic." Another voice unexpectedly interjected, causing both boys to turn in unison to see the girl. Lupe Winterworth, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. "Good afternoon." Lupe greeted Parousia with poise, a gentle smile gracing her features as she regarded the anxious young boy. "Winterworth?" Parousia looked at the two of them in surprise. "You want to learn magic from me?" He then glanced down at Colin Creevey. "Have you forgotten that you are a Gryffindor? At Hogwarts, you can learn a multitude of spells. There are numerous esteemed professors here, are there not? So, why seek to learn from him?" "Yes." Colin nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with evident admiration and enthusiasm as he gazed at Parousia. So the events in the Forbidden Forest had an impact on this boy, did they? Is that possible? Perugia fell into a moment of silence, uncertain of the implications of his previous state of consciousness and how it might affect ordinary individuals. Chapter 139. The Cirrus Support Club? Admirers? Colin Creevy's affirmative response left Perugia momentarily speechless, especially as Lupe Winterworth chimed in. Perugia, you may not be aware, but many of us admire you greatly. We are captivated by your talent and intellect, and thus we have gathered. I hope you don't mind, hoping to learn magic alongside you. Lupe spoke with an air of elegance and directness, revealing to Perugia the existence of a small support group dedicated to him, of which she and Colin Creevy were the leading figures. Colin had managed to rally several first-year students who admired Perugia, albeit all from Slytherin. Even Lupe was astonished at how he managed to connect with the Slytherin students. You should understand, I am merely a student, not a professor. Perugia cast a resigned glance at Lupe, as if to say, as the second-year female head of Slytherin, how could you possibly establish such a support club? In response to Perugia's inquisitive gaze, Lupe merely smiled faintly. That is different. We simply hold a genuine admiration for our senior. Colin Creevy exclaimed, his hands clasped in excitement. Now, he was aware that he had a small support group, and the members were Lupe and Colin. Goodness, there was even a Gryffindor among them. If Draco found out, he would be laughing uncontrollably. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, I can assist. However, it would be best if such a trivial group remained discreet. Perugia wished to say no more. He merely wanted them to disband this support club immediately. With that, he turned and left the corridor, leaving Colin and Lupe standing there. As he walked toward the Slytherin common room, Perugia caught sight of a boy with platinum blonde hair leaning against the large window at the entrance. His forehead pressed against the glass, staring out as if lost in thought, until he seemingly heard the sound of footsteps. Draco finally turned his head to regard him. You have returned at last. I was beginning to think Professor McGonagall would have you scrubbing the castle with Filch tonight. The boy's tone did not reveal much joy, as evidenced by his facial expression and manner of speaking. Perugia sensed that he appeared somewhat discontented. No, we merely discussed the new spell and the article published by Lockhart. Draco stepped closer, his tall frame blocking the moonlight that streamed before him, gazing up into those somewhat perplexed, inky black eyes. Draco suddenly perceived a hint of dark gold shimmering within them. How did I not notice this before? Draco abruptly shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous emotions. A blossoming flower can dim when one's spirits are low. Perugia could see that Draco was enveloped in such a melancholic aura. The boy carried a faint scent of the shower gel he had brought from the Muggle store, which they shared. He had procured several fragrances, yet it seemed Draco preferred the same one as his. I saw everything. Perugia took in the swirl of Draco's platinum hair, the gray eyes harboring an indefinable emotion. What? A flicker of confusion crossed Perugia's face as he awaited Draco's response. You and Wentworth. You seemed quite engrossed in conversation in the corridor just now, Even that muddy first-year Gryffindor. Draco's irritation flared. Earlier, as dinner time approached, Perugia, still engaged with Professor McGonagall, had intended to invite him to eat together. Instead, he had encountered Wentworth and Cleve conversing with him. The first-year Gryffindor had gazed at Perugia with adoration, while Wentworth stood by, exuding warmth and grace. Heavens, was it true? As Pansy had once told him, did Wentworth truly harbor feelings for Perugia? Several times he had noticed her seemingly intent gaze upon Perugia, and she always appeared by his side. The mere thought of such a possibility filled Draco with an inexplicable unease and agitation. Even during practice, he found himself distracted, only regaining focus after being struck by the quaffle a few times. He attempted to attribute this feeling to the concern and care of friendship, yet, especially upon witnessing Wentworth's gaze fixed on Perugia, coupled with Perugia's resigned expression, he felt a weight descend upon his heart, a bittersweet discontent spreading within him. Wentworth? Listening to the boy's voice, tinged with grievance and anger, Perugia realized Draco had indeed witnessed their conversation in the corridor. But why was he upset? Is it true? Do you have feelings for her? Draco dismissed the seemingly harmless Colin and, clenching his fist, directly questioned Perugia. No, do not tell me. Feelings? Perugia echoed the word Draco had uttered, then fixed his gaze upon the boy's animated gray eyes. If you refer to affection in the context of love, I regret to inform you that I do not have feelings for Wentworth. She is merely a classmate, although she may seem to act in ways that suggest otherwise. I am well aware. Wentworth does not harbor romantic feelings for me. Her sentiments are more akin to admiration and respect. He calmly recounted the earlier events to Draco, as well as the existence of his clandestine fan club. There was no other choice. If he did not express this now, Draco might remain in turmoil, his spirits dampened. Upon hearing Perugia's response, Draco's previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. Pouting, he blinked, exhaling a long, relieved sigh. Thank goodness. He felt a slight embarrassment at having lost control of his emotions, the warmth creeping to his cheeks. Oh, I see. Ahem. A fan club? You have a fan club? Draco swiftly shifted the topic, not wishing for Perugia to pursue the matter further. With their conflict resolved, the two finally made their way back to the Slytherin dormitory. Draco forcing himself to forget the earlier incident. He burrowed into his bed, his cheeks still flushed. Of course, if he had not been tossing and turning restlessly, Perugia might have genuinely believed he had fallen asleep. Chapter 140. The poltergeist is in trouble. Recently, it appeared that the ghosts within the castle were in remarkably high spirits. They occasionally gathered, laughing and discussing something. Speaking of which, Blaise, seated on the sofa in the common room, took a bite of a pastry and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, they are actually celebrating some death anniversary. You know how long the ghosts have been dead, with little to occupy their time. Holding a memorial gathering is significant for them, much like how we celebrate birthdays or holidays. Eventually, the ghosts of Hogwarts began to organize such memorial gatherings. They would even invite many other ghosts from different places to join. Just imagine the spectacle. Blaise Zabini raised his voice deliberately, his words chillingly amusing, causing the first years in the common room to shudder in fright. Pansy and Daphne, seated on the opposite side of the sofa, exchanged eye rolls at Blaise's antics. You do have a knack for scaring the first years, Pansy remarked, her tone laced with exasperation. However, I must commend you. You possess a gift for storytelling. Oh, perhaps I should attempt to write some stories, like Professor Lockhart. After all, my mother's tales could fill a book, Blaise replied, feigning exasperation as he shrugged his shoulders. This was indeed a truth, as the wizarding world was well aware of the notorious reputation of Mrs. Zabini. The little Slytherins in the common room exchanged laughter, while Perugia sat alone on a single sofa near the fireplace. Hey, Draco, are you off to practice again? This time, Slytherin is confident of victory, Blaise called out, catching sight of Draco emerging from the dormitory clad in his Quidditch uniform. Naturally, Draco paused, taking in the group in the common room before his gaze landed on Perugia. Feeling the boy's attention, Perugia shifted his focus from the flickering flames in the fireplace, locking eyes with Draco. He nodded slightly. I must be going. All right. I'll come to meet you. A faint smile touched the otherwise indifferent expression on Perugia's face as he nodded, watching Draco depart with swift strides. Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances, silently communicating. Pansy whispered, Do you not feel that the atmosphere is somewhat off? Daphne, do they not feel it? Pansy, the dynamic between those two is truly peculiar. My intuition tells me there's more beneath the surface. She displays a somewhat quirky smile. Daphne, raising an eyebrow, oh, I had no idea. Most of the others in the common room do not seem to share this sentiment, save for Pansy and myself. Perugia rests her chin on her hand, her eyes reflecting the flames flickering in the fireplace. It is time. I shall consume them. I have been ravenous for far too long. The familiar, intermittent voice begins to whisper and roar in her ears. It emits a sound of hunger, rife with a thirst for slaughter. Her hand, resting on the armrest, suddenly clenches tightly. Perugia glances at the clock in the common room and swiftly rises to leave the Slytherin basement lounge. Why did he leave so abruptly? Blaise feels that Perugia seemed to depart in haste. Just then, Luffy emerges from the girls' dormitory, spotting a group gathered in the common room, engaged in conversation. Good afternoon. The little snakes greet Luffy warmly, while Pansy curls her lip, evidently disliking her. Pansy senses that Luffy has been eyeing Perugia, and Draco's foul mood yesterday seemed to stem from her presence. The emotional and sensory perceptions among girls are often rather unique. Oh, is that Perugia's notebook? It appears he has forgotten it. A second-year student, about to sit down, notices a brown-covered notebook on the sofa and raises it, questioning those around him. Aye. Pansy is about to retrieve the notebook to keep it safe for Perugia. However, Luffy steps forward with a gracious smile, saying, I happen to have some matters to discuss with Slytherin. I shall take it to him. I believe I know where he might be. Pansy crosses her arms, a hint of displeasure flickering in her gaze as she watches Luffy effortlessly walk out of the common room. Why do I get the feeling Wentworth has a fondness for Perugia? Otherwise, why would she follow him so closely? Wait, Daphne exclaims, turning her astonished gaze toward her dear friend, her pupils dilating. It is not yet time for dinner, and a few clusters of students can be seen meandering in the corridor. Perugia acknowledges those who greet him, then suddenly halts, staring at his empty hands. Well, it seems he forgot to bring the notebook. No matter, it can wait. For now, I need to investigate the source of that voice. It seems to appear only when the castle is relatively deserted, particularly around dinner time and into the night. After hearing it in the common room, Perugia can no longer catch the sound. He walks slowly through the corridors of the castle, gazing up at the ceiling and the walls. Hey, what does he intend to do? Tom Riddle longs to seek out the version of himself from the diary, but alas, he cannot escape, rendered powerless to act. Suddenly, a moldy and foul-smelling cake comes hurtling from somewhere, which Perugia deftly deflects with a spell, only blocking the front. However, another piece of cake promptly plummets onto him. The poltergeist, Peeves, emerges from the floor, clutching two bizarre cakes adorned with bones, laughing heartily. Peeves is victorious. Is Slytherin not so formidable? Ha ha ha. Would you care to sample our cake? Eehee. Peeves dances gleefully before Perugia, seemingly oblivious to his earlier fear. Perhaps I merely frightened myself. That was just a little impish fellow who appears somewhat daunting. This line reflects Peeves' recent self-talk, inspiring today's antics. His typically tidy robes and uniform are now splattered with the foul, dark green cream, interspersed with splotches of other discolored frosting. A sudden silence halts Peeves' raucous laughter. After a brief pause, a smile reappears on Perugia's face. Well, while I possess methods for cleanliness, perhaps I should express my feelings. Chapter 141. The Intuition of Ghosts. The unapproachable Slytherin. One must know how to express their emotions appropriately, even when the other party is a long-established troublemaker at Hogwarts. Just as Perugia lightly finishes that statement, Peeves suddenly senses something amiss and turns to hastily flee into the wall. Unfortunately, he collides with the wall and is bounced back. How strange. What is happening? Why can't I pass through the wall? Peeves, filled with confusion and fear, glances back at the boy who stands calmly with his wand raised. A smile gracing his face. Unhurriedly, he casts a cleaning spell, clearing the cream from his clothes. He then waves his wand, and an invisible force binds Peeves, as though something is attempting to contain him. No, Peeves dares not. Release me. Before he can finish his plea, an unseen pull emanates from the tip of the wand, and Peeves struggles to escape, yet is drawn back. No, Peeves' transparent essence seems to compress into a tiny, miniaturized spirit, captured within a glass jar conjured by Perugia. He cowers in terror inside the jar, silently screaming and banging against the glass. Ah, so you were here. Luffy Wentworth's voice emerges from behind him. Perugia, maintaining his composure, turns to see the girl who has appeared seemingly out of nowhere. However, her expression indicates she witnessed the entire scene. Perugia gazes at her in silence, then turns to leave. Wait, I've come to return your notebook. I believe you will need it. As Perugia prepares to depart without uttering a word, Luffy snaps back to reality and calls out to him. She extends the notebook to Perugia, clearing her throat and tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Was that Peeves just now? Don't worry. I'm not revealing anything. That magic was truly impressive. It managed to subdue Peeves in an instant and even conjure a container to imprison him. Luffy thinks to herself that Perugia is truly remarkable. Observing the expression on the girl's face, Perugia knows she is not the type to be easily swayed. Well, it's merely a form of punishment for him. If you wish to have a decorative piece, this is yours. Perugia hands Luffy the jar containing the frantic Peeves, who is silently yelling, though no sound escapes. Startled by receiving what could be considered a gift, Luffy hesitates for a moment, but then excitedly accepts it. Rest assured, he cannot escape unless I cast a spell to release him. Noticing her initial hesitance, Perugia adds before leaving. Peeves watches Perugia's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Don't go. He truly is powerful, isn't. Luffy gazed at the retreating figure, murmuring softly, before lifting the bottle containing the mischievous Peeves with a faint smile. I saw it all. You hurled that filthy cream at him. Though it was your prank, surely you deserve some form of punishment, don't you?" She tucked the bottle into her pocket and hastily departed from the corridor. Meanwhile, at the ongoing Death Day celebration, ghosts engaged in lively conversations, sharing tales of among familiar spirits. Among them were the friendly and spirited living trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were joyfully chatting. "Hey, has anyone seen Peeves?" a ghost inquired, looking around in confusion. The once raucous poltergeist, who had been causing mischief and devouring cake, was nowhere to be found. "Oh, he's probably out having fun," someone remarked indifferently, not realizing Harry meant soul. At that moment, a ghost unfamiliar to Hogwarts appeared to be in a state of fright, his form becoming increasingly translucent. He drifted into the dungeon classroom, muttering to himself. Ron glanced at him and discreetly whispered to Harry, "That guy is likely a dazed spirit." Nearly headless Nick noticed the ghost's distress and floated over. "What is wrong with you, mate? It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Is it possible that such beings exist at Hogwarts?" The ghost continued to murmur, on the verge of madness. Peeves has been captured by a boy. He is trapped in a bottle and can never escape. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Can a boy truly lay hands on a ghost? I want to leave Hogwarts." Finally, he loudly recounted the scene he had witnessed while strolling outside, and amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the other ghosts, he screamed and fled the castle. "What? Huh? That rascal Peeves has finally met his match after all his pranks." "Hooray!" Ron exclaimed. nearly clapping his hands in delight before swallowing the non-existent saliva and refraining from actually doing so. Calm down, I'll look into it. If such a situation truly exists, I think it's best to inform Dumbledore. After all, Peeves has been a long-time companion of theirs. Nearly headless Nick reassured the other ghosts, striving to quell their unease. After exiting the Death Day celebration, Ron excitedly shared his theories with Harry and Hermione. If even a student can deal with a ghost, the only one I can recall from memory would be Slytherin's Pansy. He's a genius at spells, isn't he? However, it's truly gratifying to see someone finally put an end to that incessant troublemaker, Peeves. Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to recall that the ghosts appeared somewhat fearful of him. Hermione reflected on the panic of the ghosts when she first arrived at Hogwarts. Or perhaps I'm overthinking it. The upperclassmen certainly know plenty of spells. We can't be certain. I can only say this is indeed quite satisfying. Harry pondered, uncertain if it was Pansy who had done it, shaking his head. The three exchanged glances, then shared a laugh. Pansy wouldn't concern himself with how Luffy would handle Peeves. Whether he was released or handed over to Dumbledore or another professor mattered little. As long as Peeves wouldn't cause trouble today, that was sufficient. Following the sound's trail, Pansy halted in his tracks, casting his gaze toward the passing spirits. He had arrived at the corridor leading to the dungeon classroom and beheld a mixture of unfamiliar and familiar ghosts. So this is where the Death Day celebration is held. Pansy mused, casually passing by them. The ghosts regarded the boy with surprise, assuming he was another guest for the festivities, greeting him warmly. Little did they know, he was the very boy who had sparked the earlier commotion by capturing Peeves. Chapter 142, The Ghost's Instincts, The Untouchable Pansy. Pansy wandered the corridor near the dungeon classroom. But the strange sound had ceased, suggesting it had moved elsewhere. Ah, it's you, Slytherin student, said the elegant Ms. Grey from Ravenclaw, emerging from an empty classroom. She glanced at Pansy at the doorway, her expression one of mild surprise. Good evening, ma'am, Pansy replied with a slight bow, preparing to leave. The other ghosts drifting from the classroom appeared to have encountered some disturbance. Some wore discontented expressions. Upon seeing the boy at the doorway, they exhibited a range of reactions. Mr. Pansy? Nearly headless Nick floated out, looking as though he had just been angered. Sir Patrick strolled out with a smile, momentarily pausing at the sight of Pansy before bowing and continuing on his way. Good evening. Pansy hadn't anticipated the ghosts would suddenly stop him to greet him. He offered a faint acknowledgement before proceeding down the corridor leading out of the dungeon classroom. Now, he needed to head to the Quidditch pitch. If he tarried too long, Draco would surely be upset. That Nick fellow gives me a rather peculiar feeling. It's as if approaching him brings forth an inexplicable anguish of the soul, he remarked. Perhaps it's merely your imagination? Have you forgotten the pain of execution all those years ago? We can never forget. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. The ghosts engaged in a spirited discussion, gradually dispelling their doubts, departing Hogwarts one by one. However, only nearly headless Nick and the bloodless ghost, Barrow, silently observed Pansy as he left. The inky sky descended, stars twinkling in the nighttime canvas. The lights of Hogwarts Castle flickered to life once more. While on the Quidditch pitch, the training students concluded their day's exertions, drenched in sweat. Draco, having swiftly caught the golden snitch one last time, let out a joyful laugh as he descended with it in hand. Excellent. I've caught it again. The boy gleefully ran over to the box, returning the snitch. Pansy stood by, witnessing the scene. In his eyes, Draco appeared as a sprite, soaring freely through the air. He found joy and meaning in pursuits he cherished. This was commendable, certainly more meaningful than seeking conflict to pass the time. The Gryffindor team also wrapped up their practice, returning to the castle in groups. Marcus spotted Wood and approached to mock him, laughing heartily as he left. Hey Wood, why didn't your Potter show up for practice tonight? That's none of your concern. Wood shot Marcus an unfriendly glare, ushering his team away. Pansy retrieved the outer robe he had brought for Draco and draped it over him, but the boy stepped back, evading him. Please, Pansy, I just finished playing. I'm hot, not cold at all. Moreover, do not forget that I am currently drenched in sweat. I certainly do not wish to soil my outer robe. Draco shook his head in refusal. Very well, he would have to stow his outer robe away and drape it over his arm. Together, they made their way toward the castle. Potter did not attend training today. It was said that he had been whisked away by Lockhart to assist him in signing autographs for his fans. On the way, the boy seemed to suddenly recall this incident, laughing as he relayed it to Perugia. Lockhart. Well, that was indeed unfortunate. He felt a twinge of pity for Potter, whose training had been disrupted by Lockhart, enduring the torment of signing autographs. Most vexingly, he would also have to withstand Lockhart's incessant prattling. Oh, how dreadful that must be. Draco laughed unabashedly, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Perhaps you ought to wipe your sweat. A handkerchief was offered to the boy, retrieved from Perugia's pocket. Still faintly fragrant. Ah, splendid. My thoughtful assistant, Mr. Searist. Draco chuckled, accepting the handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on his brow. After dinner, the students lingered in the dining hall for a brief respite before following the prefects back to their respective dormitories in groups. Draco and Perugia strolled together, traversing the candlelit corridors, when they unexpectedly encountered a large contingent of Gryffindor students as they turned a corner. They all found themselves in the same hallway, halting in surprise as they beheld the trio standing in the center. Goodness, what is that? Someone exclaimed, and the crowd looked up at the wall where a gruesome message was inscribed. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. Perugia furrowed his brow, gazing at the bloodied letters. He was certain that this ominous writing was connected to the whispering voice that roamed the castle. Hey, why is the floor soaked? They approached closer, astonished to discover that the ground beneath them was covered in water. Draco raised an eyebrow and then turned to the trio of Harry Potter, Ron, and Hermione, who were evidently just as shocked and bewildered. The students immediately began to murmur about the implications of the bloodied message. Beneath the torch bracket below the inscription, a sodden object hung stiffly, resembling a wooden board. Its fur matted and dripping. Is that Filch's cat? Blaise and the others stepped forward, gazing in disbelief at the unfortunate feline. The cacophony of chatter abruptly fell into an eerie silence as the students stared in alarm at the scene before them. I understand now. Draco tugged at Perugia's arm, pulling him to the front of the crowd. He regarded Harry Potter and the others with a smirk. This is an obvious matter. Beware of the heir's enemies. Is this not a warning directed at you, blood traders? Oh dear, it seems you ought to be cautious. With that, the Slytherin students exchanged subtle glances with Gryffindor, a palpable sense of dread dissipating slightly. What has transpired here? What is going on? Filch was undoubtedly drawn by the raucous commotion, pushing through the throng to advance. Upon seeing the stiff form of Mrs. Norris hanging there, he stumbled back in horror, clutching his face. My cat! My cat! Who did this? Filch shrieked, his bulging eyes scanning the crowd before settling on Harry. It must be you. You killed my Mrs. Norris. I will kill you. I will kill you. Filch's frenzy escalated as he gripped Harry's shoulders, shaking him violently. Chapter 143, The Blood Writing, The Hanging Cat, and the Ghost. Harry was seized by Filch's frenzied grasp, his throat hoarse as he shouted for Harry to pay the price. Ron and Hermione struggled to free Harry from Filch's grip. Hey, did you not notice what else was hanging next to that cat? Colin, who had initially intended to take a photograph but was stopped by Percy, exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the crowd's attention away from Filch and Harry. Indeed, they had overlooked the fact that another object hung on a nearby stand beside Mrs. Norris. Percy instructed the Gryffindors behind him to remain still as he approached to investigate closely. It was a tiny transparent bottle, seemingly containing something. Upon closer inspection, Percy gasped. Peeves. What? What about Peeves? Is that bottle holding Peeves? Oh, has he finally been subdued? I wondered why he hadn't caused any mischief during dinner. The students buzzed, eager to see, astonished that Peeves had been captured and confined within that bottle. What on earth was happening at Hogwarts? It was indeed a lively night. However, Percy and the Slytherin prefects restrained the students' movements until the professors arrived. Regardless of the bloodied writing on the wall, the suspected abuse of Mrs. Norris, or Peeves being imprisoned in a bottle for public display, each revelation would undoubtedly shock the students of Hogwarts. They speculated that these acts were the work of a single individual, as they were all suspended together, clearly intended to convey some sort of warning. Listening to the hushed discussions surrounding him, Perugia said nothing, instead guiding Draco to a spot where the ground was dry. His two hulking lackeys remained up ahead, engrossed in the commotion. I genuinely wish to know who orchestrated this. It is rather gratifying. Draco whispered conspiratorially to Perugia, a grin spreading across his face as he gazed ahead. Perugia glanced back at the composed figure of Rufus Wintour standing amid the crowd. Noticing her glance, Wintour offered a courteous smile. Did she write this? No, she does not strike me as the type to engage in such antics. Yet, the inclusion of Peeves implies that Wintour was aware of the blood message all along, hence her actions. In truth, his deduction was not misplaced. Oh, my goodness. Professor Sprout covered her mouth, gazing in shock at the blood writing on the wall, as well as Mrs. Norris and the bottle containing Peeves. The professors who arrived alongside her wore equally astonished expressions, though they soon adopted serious visages, falling silent. It was him. He killed my cat, Filch accused, his voice trembling with emotion as he turned to Headmaster Dumbledore, tears glistening in his eyes. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, patting Filch's shoulder in an attempt to soothe him. Do not worry, do not worry. We will get to the bottom of this. Please, calm yourself, Argus. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape approached to assess the condition of Mrs. Norris, casting a glance at the bloodstains upon the wall. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Professor Snape sharply glanced towards Parvulus before averting his gaze. Mrs. Norris was not deceased. Rather, she had been petrified by some unknown force, Argus. Dumbledore addressed Filch, while on the other side, even in the dark of night, the impeccably dressed Lockhart was murmuring something by the wall. He feigned an expression of earnest study, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it was a petrification curse. Alas, had I been more vigilant regarding the situation here, perhaps I could have salvaged her. Lockhart feigned regret and helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. Unbeknownst to him, Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with the other students, rolled their eyes at his remarks. Upon hearing that Mrs. Norris had not perished, Filch finally exhaled in relief. Yet he glared menacingly at Harry and the others. It must be their doing. What? We've only just arrived. Do you have any evidence to implicate us? Ron bristled at Filch's unwavering accusation. Humph, Snape scoffed, crossing his arms as he moved aside to retrieve a bottle containing the Fat Friar. And this peculiar object. Oh, a vessel capable of ensnaring ghosts. How delightfully inventive, wouldn't you agree? Ah, I mean, merely a ghost. Lockhart leaned in to observe the listless figure of the Fat Friar within the bottle, his eyes widening in mock amusement, attempting to lighten the mood. However, the surrounding silence and piercing gazes compelled him to clear his throat and fall silent. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall meticulously examined the bottle. This vessel had been transfigured using some extraordinary method, enhanced with magic capable of trapping a ghost. The transfiguration was impeccable, complemented by sophisticated enchantments. Professor McGonagall sensed the remnants of the transfiguration spell and marveled at the potency of the magic that ensnared the spirit. He cannot escape, as the incantation carries the caster's restrictions. Only that individual can release the Fat Friar. Professor Dumbledore, holding the bottle in contemplation, then instructed the heads of houses to escort the students away. However, he retained Harry and his companions, simultaneously calling for Parvulus. Mr. Searist, we may require your assistance in this matter. Please accompany us. Dumbledore's tone was gentle as he beckoned Parvulus, while Draco and the surrounding students, having overheard, gazed in astonishment at the composed Parvulus. The implications were clear to those of discerning intellect. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Parvulus but chose silence, departing with the crowd. You may return now. Parvulus instructed the astonished Draco to follow the others, remaining behind. Filch seemed to have finally regained some composure. Observing Dumbledore as he called the Slytherin nighttime permit holder. Slowly, he rose, casting a wary glance at Dumbledore. Could it be he was responsible? It certainly seems plausible. After all, he is a prodigy in Slytherin, is he not? What spell could he possibly not wield? It must be his doing. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt Filch's words, turning back to him with utmost seriousness. Fear not. We shall restore Mrs. Norris. Mr. Searist is not the perpetrator in this instance. Nonetheless, the Fat Friar has been a part of Hogwarts since its inception. He has committed no heinous acts. I implore you to release him, Parvulus. With a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, Dumbledore, under the astonished gaze of others, extended the bottle containing the Fat Friar to Parvulus. Chapter 144, Bloodstains, the Suspended Cat, and the Ghost. They arrived at Lockhart's office, where Mrs. Norris was carefully cradled by Filch. Argus, lay her down. Let us devise a plan. Dumbledore gestured towards the desk in the office, indicating for Filch to place Mrs. Norris upon it. He regarded the anxious Harry Potter and the others with calm benevolence, opting for silence. Instead, he retrieved the transparent bottle containing the Fat Friar and approached Parvulus, presenting it to him. This is a formidable piece of magic. However, the one who binds must also be the one to release. Regardless, he remains a part of Hogwarts, and if he has committed a grave misdeed, I trust this punishment has enlightened him. Parvulus, consider this an uncharacteristic request of mine. Please release the Fat Friar. What? Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, coupled with Professor McGonagall's previous remarks in the corridor, Harry, Ron, and the other professors gazed at Parvulus in astonishment. Thus, the Fat Friar was sealed within the bottle by Parvulus, suspended there? If so, did Parvulus witness the bloodstains yet choose to remain silent? Or is he the actual culprit behind the bloodstains and the petrification of Mrs. Norris? Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged complex glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts until concrete evidence emerged. They decided to observe how the professors would navigate the situation. Ah, such impeccable magical prowess. I had surmised it was you, Mr. Searist. However, I must maintain confidentiality in front of so many classmates. Ha ha ha. Here comes Lockhart with his usual bombast. He leaned against the desk with a smug grin, feigning surprise. Snape, standing behind, exhaled sharply, clearly disdainful of Lockhart's antics. This insufferable fool. Does he not perceive the disapproval etched upon the faces of those around him? Hogwarts should be embarrassed to have produced such a student. Dumbledore dismissed the other professors, retaining only Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lockhart, for the office belonged to Lockhart. Even in the face of numerous professors, Parvulus remained utterly composed, lightly chuckling as he accepted the bottle. Very well. I believe this will indeed serve as a lesson for him. He aimed his wand at the bottle with a flourish, causing it to vanish, and the fat friar immediately returned to his original size, soaring forth. Rejuvenated, he appeared ecstatic, yet his demeanor suggested a certain lethargy. The fat friar expressed his gratitude to Dumbledore and the others with a bow, casting a wary glance at Parvulus before hastily exiting the office. Ron murmured, I've never seen such a listless fat friar. He looks as if he is on the verge of tears. And what of my cat? What shall we do about Mrs. Norris? Filch anxiously inquired upon witnessing Dumbledore permit Parvulus to liberate the fat friar. Professor Sprout has recently cultivated an excellent strain of mandrake. Once they mature, we shall concoct a potion to reverse the petrification. Dumbledore gently patted his shoulder, offering a calm reassurance to Filch that the life of Madame Lorelei would be safe. Were those not his doing? Or perhaps the mischief of those three little rascals? Filch despondently sank into a chair, casting his gaze towards the poised Parousia and Harry on the opposite side. His eyes were fixed upon them, as if his glare could compel them to confess. They had already declared that they were not involved. They had merely stumbled upon the scene. Ron stepped forward, addressing Filch and the professors. They had yet to comprehend the situation. They had simply followed Harry and discovered those bloody words. Indeed, it was nothing to do with me. Perhaps I might have discovered those bloodstains first and hung the poltergeist there. However, did not the Slytherins know my whereabouts? I have resolved the matter with the poltergeist, so... Headmaster, esteemed professors, I believe my involvement here is concluded. Kindly permit me to take my leave. Parousia spoke with a composed demeanor, articulating deductions and possibilities, denying any connection to the bloodstains, and mentioning that someone could attest to his innocence. He intended to depart, as this affair had nothing to do with him. Snape cast a scrutinizing glance at him, already aware that the poltergeist's antics were indeed his doing. Return, it no longer concerns you, he gestured dismissively. And with the consent of Professor McGonagall and the others, Parousia was sent on his way. As the boy exited, Harry and the others contemplated leaving as well, but alas. Dumbledore and the professors still had many inquiries for the three. Filch left Gilderoy Lockhart's office in a state of disappointment, yet with Dumbledore's assurances, he felt a semblance of relief. Before closing the office door, he peered through the gap at Harry and the others within. Oh, they must be involved in some way. My poor Madame Lorelei. His bony hand clutched the doorknob tightly, as if unwilling to accept his own helplessness. I will uncover the truth. I shall. Regardless of who the culprit may be, I will bring them to justice. He departed from the office door with heavy steps, his fists clenched in determination to find the one who harmed Madame Lorelei. However, he had not ventured far when he spotted two perfectly straight legs in his line of sight. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the Slytherin crest upon the chest of the figure before him. Ascending his sight further, he recognized that youthful yet familiar face. Sirius? Why are you still here? Filch's body tensed immediately, his expression wary as he regarded the boy who had unexpectedly emerged from around the corner. What was his intention? Or perhaps, he was the murderer. Returning to ensure Filch met the same fate as Madame Lorelei. Mr. Filch, I implore you to dismiss those chaotic thoughts from your mind. I harbor no ill intentions. Parousia replied with a faint smile. You dare to use legilimency on me? Good heavens! How could you employ such magic at Hogwarts? I shall inform Headmaster Dumbledore of what a wicked little wizard you are, Filch exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to march back to the office to report. Yet, as he lifted his foot to turn, he found his throat devoid of sound, for he had spotted the envelope in Parousia's hand, a letter that appeared all too familiar to him. Chapter 145. Only by holding on to discontent can hope be nurtured. It was quite the unexpected turn of events when Parousia encountered a letter one night. The inscription read, Quick Spell, Introductory Magic Correspondence Course Argus Filch. He had no habit of prying into others' correspondence, hence he did not open it. Merely glancing at the title on the envelope, combined with Filch's personal circumstances, Parousia could deduce an obvious conclusion. Some matters do not require intricate spells to unveil. Information that is plainly visible does not necessitate the inconvenience of enchantments. Parousia's fingers delicately held the envelope. Evidently, Filch was quite concerned about its contents, wishing to keep his intentions concealed from prying eyes. Thus, the very thought of reporting to Dumbledore was halted as Filch stood there, flushed with indignation, glaring with bulging eyes. How do you come by that? Filch demanded, having kept it hidden in his pocket, convinced he had secured it well after Harry Potter's discovery. Had it truly slipped away unnoticed? Parousia's earlier words insinuated that Filch's thoughts had been written plainly upon his face, easily discernible without the need for legilimency. I merely happened upon it and intended to return it to you. However, perhaps I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Parousia extended his hand, while Filch, breathing heavily, limped forward to snatch the envelope and stow it in his chest pocket. I have nothing to discuss with you. You all could very well be the culprits behind Madame Lorelei's misfortune. What a jest. Or is it that this evil little Slytherin has decided to drop the facade? Planning to do something? Filch's eyes darted back and forth, scrutinizing the boy. A boy whose expression betrayed neither joy nor anger evoked in him a sense of the wizards who had once mocked him. Those who frequently donned smiles were often the most scheming of all. Very well, but you will need my assistance. Shall we converse before reaching any conclusions, Mr. Filch? Parousia replied matter-of-factly, extending an invitation for Filch to accompany him as he turned to leave. Although uncertain of Parousia's intentions, Filch remained silent for a long moment, ultimately trailing slowly behind him. Meanwhile, Draco, returning to the common room with the other students, sat heavily upon the sofa, his expression somber. Even though the hour was late and others had retreated to their dormitories, he remained there, with Goyle and Crabbe reluctantly accompanying him, dozing off on the sofa as they waited. How peculiar. What connection did this have to Parousia? Why had Dumbledore chosen to retain him there? Draco felt a sense of frustration. It was evident that this was related to Potter and his friends, so why was Parousia involved? No. He must wait for his return to inquire about the matter. Good heavens, do you truly intend to sit here waiting? Pansy ventured out to check, astonished to find him still there. If he doesn't return late, I shall go find him. The platinum-haired boy stated gravely, without a hint of hesitation. Well, I suppose with Dumbledore and our head of house present, they wouldn't let the students stay out too late. But do be cautious, tonight's events are indeed unsettling. Pansy referred to the bloodstains and the petrified Madame Lorelei, which clearly indicated a grave situation. Hogwarts may very well harbor malevolent individuals. The night is not safe. What is there to fear? Even with the rumors of secret chambers and their ominous contents, as a pure-blood wizard, what is there to be afraid of? The ones who should be fearful are those wretches born of Muggle families. Draco snorted lightly, reclining against the back of the sofa, his eyes shutting in contemplation. It seems that what transpired tonight warrants a discussion with Father. In the dimly lit corridor, the shadows of two figures danced upon the walls. Filch stood at the entrance of his office, casting a puzzled glance back at Parousia. Why did you choose my office as the venue for your conversation? Parousia nodded, gesturing towards the lock on the door. Right here. Please, unlock it. Filch grumbled under his breath as he retrieved the key from his belt and opened the door to his office. A musty odor, mingled with an array of unidentified scents, assaulted Parousia's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Filch entered, lighting a candle on his desk before turning to face Parousia. Speak, and do not squander my time. I still have to apprehend the miscreant responsible for this. To his surprise, the office was rather tidy. Gleaming iron chains and handcuffs hung from the ceiling, evidence of Filch's daily anticipation of punishing students with such implements. Thus, the source of the odor must be Filch himself, perhaps due to the presence of his untidy cat. Parousia cast a glance at Filch, whose appearance was disheveled and greasy. No wonder his cat mirrored that state of filth. The wizarding world has yet to unveil any genuine remedy or magic to restore the ability to cast spells for those deemed squibs, has it? Those abandoned by magic are the term used to describe them. Hence, you seek any opportunity to learn magic, to alter your fate, as long as it allows you to wield magic anew. He paced back and forth in the office, the sound of his shoes echoing steadily against the floor. Each of his words struck true against Filch's heart. Humph, this is none of your concern. You envy those who can wield magic, even if they are merely children. With a flick of his wand, Parousia enveloped Filch in a brilliant silver light, rendering him immaculate and invigorated with a cleaning charm. This is an insult. Filch bristled at his actions. Desire compels many choices. Only through discontent can hope flourish. The words spoken by the dark-haired boy were entirely uncharacteristic of someone his age. Each utterance seemed to possess a charm that captivated Filch's restless spirit. A notion compelled me to act thus, even if it may render me suspect. Mr. Filch, it is not merely your cat. If you wish, I can assist you in regaining your magical abilities. Now, you need only answer me. Are you willing to reclaim your magic at any cost? Parousia's voice took on a deeper, more seductive tone as he stood before Filch, his black eyes resembling a chasm that threatened to absorb his thoughts. For a fleeting moment, Filch perceived the boy's form shifting, only to quickly revert to normalcy. Chapter 146. The opportunity to escape the inability to use magic in Filch's office. The flickering candle was unexpectedly extinguished by an unseen breeze, plunging the room into darkness. He quickly rubbed his eyes, taking a moment to adjust to the obscurity, allowing him to discern Parousia's position. Where did that wind come from? How peculiar, Filch muttered, patting his pockets in vain for matches. Heavens, this is vexing. Where have I placed my matches? If I could use magic, I wouldn't have to worry about such trivialities. One spell could illuminate this place, could it not? His hand froze against the emptiness of his pockets as he squinted to discern Purusha's expression in the dim light. How could this seemingly ordinary boy articulate such mature sentiments? Filch had to concede that it was indeed a tantalizing question. In the darkness, he could just make out Purusha standing not far from him. Enough. The game ends here. Return to your dormitory at once. Yet, how could he possibly escape the identity of a squib and regain his magical prowess? Such dreams had become infrequent for him. He stepped forward, intent on shoving Purusha out of his office. However, in the next moment, an unsettling sensation gripped him, compelling him to halt. Did he intend to resort to violence because Filch had refused his offer? The shadows at Purusha's feet writhed as he turned, revealing an array of tentacles extending from behind him. Are you resorting to silencing me due to our failed discourse? Filch frantically scanned the room, seizing a book as a makeshift weapon to shield himself. The oppressive darkness instilled a sense of danger, the air suddenly chilling, and he exhaled a plume of white mist, poised to flee at a moment's notice. The darkness coalesced into a massive form, gradually unveiling a set of unnerving eyes. What manner of beast is that? A figment of my imagination. Purusha, do not stand there in silence. Return to your dormitory at once. Filch forced himself to regain composure, the eerie atmosphere. The encroaching darkness and the suddenly mute Purusha made it difficult not to dwell on ominous thoughts. Indeed, to substantiate my claims, one must present something credible. The surrounding cold and darkness, along with the invisible pressure, suddenly dissipated. The candles in the office reignited, casting a warm golden glow that prompted Filch to breathe a sigh of relief. Purusha blinked, as if nothing had transpired, before retrieving a small vial. Filch's gaze was rife with suspicion as he fixed his stare on the diminutive bottle in Purusha's hand. A special potion. This quantity will grant you a fleeting chance to wield magic. Of course, it merely serves to illustrate that what you desire is indeed attainable. So how do you choose? What nonsense. I have never heard of anything that could transform a squib back into a functioning wizard. Not even Professor Dumbledore has such a remedy, let alone a mere tourist. Humph. Despite these thoughts, he found it hard to dismiss the possibility. But what if? What if such an opportunity were to present itself? There was something about Purusha's demeanor that suggested he was far more than he appeared. Filch exhibited a palpable reluctance to believe his own appearance. Yet he hesitated for a moment before seizing the small glass vial. Inside it lay approximately 5 milliliters of a black liquid, and as he scrutinized it closely, he was struck by an uncanny sensation that the liquid was alive. He glanced up at the impassive Purusha, whose enigmatic demeanor made it difficult for him to resist the temptation to experiment. If you dare to poison me, you shall not remain at Hogwarts. You will become the youngest genius of Azkaban. Filch warned Purusha with a feigned ferocity, then tilted his head back and swiftly consumed the black liquid. He touched his throat, perplexed by the sensation that upon entering his mouth, the liquid had transformed into air and vanished. In response to his warning, Purusha merely offered a faint smile. He was aware of Azkaban, the prison for guilty wizards, where it was said many of Voldemort's followers were incarcerated. And then, Filch extended his hand to assess his body. Feeling no discernible change, you must have prepared a wand for yourself. Why not try a Lumos? Purusha suggested with a smile, observing the glimmer of anticipation in Filch's eyes as he approached the table and sat down. How did he know about the wand? It was something he had prepared for himself since his youth, eagerly awaiting the day he could wield it. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Filch approached his secret chest and carefully retrieved a box containing his wand. Inside lay a seemingly unremarkable walnut wand, and as his trembling hand grasped it, he felt an instantaneous connection with it. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could give it a try? Lumos. Filch closed his eyes, fearful of the disappointment that might greet him upon opening them. However, magic flowed from his hand into the wand, and a faint light flickered at its tip. This time, he was utterly frozen in place. It was indeed Lumos. He could actually do it. An indescribable rush of exhilaration surged through his mind, causing his body to tremble with excitement. Heaven knows the profound sense of inferiority and frustration he had endured as someone unable to perform magic. His sharp, pale eyes, filled with tumultuous emotion, seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Cradling the wand, he collapsed onto the ground, his body hunched and shaking. I have said that only through discontent can hope be born. And I can offer you this hope, which you have awaited for so many years, Purusha declared, his dark eyes fixed on the emotionally unraveling Filch as he extended his hand, seemingly inviting him to join something, though there was no actual invitation to join anything. Filch emitted a strange, choked sound from his throat, suddenly leaping to his feet and rushing towards Purusha, seizing him with fervor. It was as if a person in dire straits had finally encountered their savior. Filch's demeanor transformed, now infused with fervor, admiration, and a myriad of complex emotions. Yet, the predominant feeling was that of rebirth. Listen, Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Mr. Sarist, I choose magic. I choose rebirth. Chapter 147. Has Filch finally lost his mind? On the fourth day following the bloodletter incident, Hogwarts found itself enveloped in a relentless downpour. For several days, the rain had persisted, saturating the air within the castle with a damp heaviness. This incessant rain left everyone feeling quite gloomy, particularly Draco, whose Quidditch training had also been suspended due to the weather. They all fervently hoped for an immediate cessation of the rain. I feel as though I might sprout mushrooms, Draco exclaimed, walking down the first-floor corridor alongside Perugia, Goyle, and Crabbe. He gazed out at the curtain of rain, his dissatisfaction palpable. The air was infused with the scent of rainwater mingling with grass and earth. Looking up at the overcast sky, he felt an oppressive weight settle over him. Hey, you haven't mentioned what happened with Peeves being locked up last time, Draco prodded, noticing that Perugia remained silent, fixated on the deluge outside. After returning home that night, Perugia maintained a calm demeanor, merely stating to Draco that the matter had been resolved when asked about it. Come on, I really want to know what happened. Draco thought to himself, frustrated that recent classes and the rain had almost allowed Perugia to evade his inquiry entirely. I quite enjoy this environment and atmosphere, Perugia remarked, his gaze fixed on the cascading rain and the puddles forming on the ground and grass. Such weather, with its continuous rain, was among his favorites, along with snowy days. Are you avoiding my question? Regardless, all I need is for you to assure me that those blood letters have nothing to do with you. After a brief silence, Draco crossed his arms and lowered his brow, staring intently at Perugia's face. He wished he possessed the profound skill of mind-reading to discern the thoughts hidden beneath Perugia's tranquil facade. Legilimency? No, that's far too advanced a magic, he mused, reminding himself that even if he could perform it, he would never dare use it on Perugia. Both Goyle and Crabbe cast curious glances at Perugia as well. It has nothing to do with me, Draco. Professor Dumbledore summoned me solely because Peeves was captured by me, Perugia replied, somewhat resigned as he met the three pairs of inquisitive eyes. That's a relief. As long as it has nothing to do with you, Draco sighed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Since the blood letters had appeared, those who had been called by Dumbledore had become the center of speculation among Hogwarts students. Even Draco found himself among the suspects, which left him utterly exasperated. Some claimed that the blood letters had emerged because of Harry Potter, who, along with his two companions, had been involved in the incident. Others suggested that if Peeves could be caught, perhaps Perugia was the true culprit. Even if he wasn't, there was a significant chance that Perugia was the heir mentioned in the blood letters. Lastly, Draco himself was suspected as one of the heirs. In short, a portion of Slytherin had found itself under scrutiny. Slytherin has been the talk of the town lately. They all say we are the most suspicious, Draco lamented, though he somewhat wished to witness the legendary Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. That is not of great importance. The innocent will clear their names. I trust the professors will investigate thoroughly, but this does not concern us, Perugia reassured Draco with a steady voice. In truth, he already knew who was behind the matter, Tom Riddle. Indeed, Draco nodded in agreement, unexpectedly encountering a trio of individuals deep in discussion as they approached. None of them spoke. They merely exchanged glances filled with silent animosity before brushing past each other. However, the sudden eruption of cheers and laughter from outside halted their steps, compelling them to turn towards the source of the commotion. Once again, a familiar figure dashed into the downpour, flailing his arms in a frenzied manner, shouting and laughing with abandon. He appeared utterly unhinged, a state he had maintained throughout the rainy days. Has Filch finally lost his mind over his cat? Draco smirked as he observed the man, soaked by the rain, running wildly with a deranged expression. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry shared similar thoughts. Was that cat truly so significant to him? Has he completely gone mad? Ron's mouth fell agape as he watched Filch plunge into the rain once more, his figure soon vanishing into the distance. Did he just run out of the castle? Mrs. Norris must mean a great deal to him. Hermione gazed at Filch with a hint of sympathy as he disappeared from view. Yet, that was of no concern to them. Perhaps they could search for clues to uncover the true mastermind. Harry shook his head lightly, discreetly glancing at Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson nearby. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had found something worth celebrating. Pansy's eyes twinkled as she smiled, watching Filch fade into the distance, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Something to be joyful about. He had been loitering in that vicinity daily, viewing everyone as a suspect. Or he could simply be running mindlessly into the rain. Poor fellow. Draco shot a glance at Pansy, pondering what could possibly bring him joy, unless he had discovered the culprit, which seemed highly unlikely. Meanwhile, Filch, perceived by others as deranged, sprinted towards the Forbidden Forest, unconcerned about being drenched in rain. For since that fateful night, he had ceased to be the mute caretaker he once was. He had been reborn. He had acquired the power to wield magic. Thus, he was seizing every moment to practice here after investigating the assailant who harmed Mrs. Norris. Filch could not let anyone know of his newfound ability to perform magic, hence he had to practice in secret. Moreover, he could not immediately wield magic. He needed to consume the potion from the small vial to gain an hour of magical prowess. As for Mrs. Norris, although that individual claimed she could be saved, to avoid revealing too much and to identify the true perpetrator, he would have to wait for Professor Sprout to concoct a potion from mandrake leaves. He had waited for years. As long as he knew Mrs. Norris was not in mortal danger, he could afford to wait. Trembling, he retrieved the vial containing the inky liquid from his pocket and drank it in one swift motion. Then, he drew his wand and aimed it at the tree ahead. That is my belief, the deity that shall rescue me from my dark existence. Chapter 148, regarding the chamber, suspicion. Students at Hogwarts had recently been lamenting the incessant rain. The dampness made them uncomfortable, as if they were on the verge of becoming moldy. It was during this time that the Gryffindor Lions began to sympathize with the Slytherins residing in the dungeons. Oh, that place must be even colder, dark and damp. Surely, it would not be pleasant at all. Hey, don't forget, every house has a fireplace. Are you fools? The discussions were lively, with voices of reason interspersed among the chatter. However, their concerns were misplaced. The school's magic ensured that the dormitories remained at a comfortable temperature, far from the dampness they envisioned. It was only in their classrooms that they felt such discomfort, cough cough. Yet, clever individuals always find ways to escape such dreary environments. For instance, Draco had learned a rather practical spell to keep warm and dry from Pansy. It proved to be exceedingly useful. Draco took great pride in this as they sat in Professor Bin's History of Magic class, whispering amongst themselves while listening to his drowsy voice. Today's lesson was as monotonous as usual, however, coupled with the relentless rain outside and the dreary weather. Many succumbed to fatigue and found themselves resting their heads upon their desks. A boy doodling in his notebook yawned in boredom, then turned his head towards Pansy. He reached out and patted her waist, exclaiming in admiration, "Merlin, why do you always sit so upright? You're putting us all to shame. No wonder the professors favor studious students like you." "Humph, I'm not lacking in that regard either," Draco mused, straightening his own back, skiing in mock annoyance. It was merely a habit, after all. Pansy occasionally jotted notes in her notebook, but they were certainly not related to the class, as Draco had observed. That was her notebook for researching new spells, already thick with pages, and only a few remained. The neat handwriting was pleasing to the eye, even if Draco could not comprehend much of it. "By the way, how has your research been going lately? Any progress?" Draco propped his arm on the desk and casually flipped through a few pages of her notes. "Not bad. I have a general direction now. I just need some special items to conduct experiments." Although Lockhart had been persistently appearing nearby, either intentionally or unintentionally probing for information, Draco had mentioned this to him as well. "Do not worry about that fool. I've spoken with my father. He will ensure that the Daily Prophet meticulously screens Lockhart's submissions. Anything related to you will be intercepted." As he spoke, he noticed a delicate golden rose appear beneath the desk, and the boy's gray eyes widened with delight. Draco glanced at Pansy's now-vanished quill, and then at the hand holding the rose beneath the desk. He smiled and graciously accepted it. "Thank you, Draco." Pansy's voice was soft yet imbued with an indescribable tenderness, which Draco could certainly perceive. "Humph, you don't need to thank me. It's only right that I help you. We are friends, are we not?" The boy's ears flushed a gentle red as he buried his face in his arm, mumbling. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on the golden rose, lost in thought. Ever since that night, he had felt an odd fluttering in his heart. Especially when Pansy had just gifted him that rose. Friends? Do I truly regard him as a friend? He found himself somewhat perplexed by these feelings. In the hallowed halls of academia, the two houses of Slytherin and Gryffindor found themselves once more converging in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Today, they languidly occupied their seats, exhibiting a palpable lack of enthusiasm. Professor McGonagall, somewhat exasperated, acknowledged the dreary overcast and incessant rain that undeniably dampened spirits. The atmosphere in the classroom was particularly stagnant. Indeed, beyond the weather, most students remained preoccupied with the petrified Madame Loris and the ominous bloodstains that haunted their thoughts, compounded by Filch's incessant scrutiny and apprehension. The ghastly bloodstains on the walls persisted, a daily reminder as they witnessed Filch laboriously attempting to scrub them away, yet to no avail, which only fueled their imaginations further. "All right, let's all muster some energy. Today, we shall learn how to transform animals into goblets," Professor McGonagall declared, shaking her head as she discerned the students' distracted minds. Raising her voice to regain their attention, she gently tapped her wand against a nearby bird. Vera Verdo. Under her incantation, the large-billed bird swiftly morphed into an exquisite silver goblet. "Now, please commence your practice." Each student had a small creature confined within a cage for experimentation, mostly birds, mice, frogs, and rabbits. Draco, seated beside Parvati, was tenderly stroking the assigned snow-white rabbit. "My word, it's so soft and fluffy. How can it be so docile?" he murmured, utterly captivated, eventually cradling the little creature in his arms. Parvati observed the gentle rabbit nestled in his embrace along with Draco's joyful expression. She mused that Draco and these charming white creatures were a fitting match. If previously she would have likened him to a graceful peacock, now she envisioned him as a little white rabbit or perhaps a stoat. Adorable creatures indeed. These three resonated most with his persona in her memory. As the students prepared to practice, Hermione from Gryffindor suddenly raised her hand. Ron, who had been grimacing at the furry-tailed cup that had once been a rat, turned in confusion to see her. His gaze collided with Draco's, who made a face at him. "Professor, could you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione's unexpected inquiry plunged the classroom into silence, though the students remained curiously fixated on Professor McGonagall. Chapter 149. Regarding the Chamber of Secrets, suspicions. Professor McGonagall scanned the room, taking in the myriad curious eyes, and let out a resigned sigh. "Well, I trust you are all familiar with the history of Hogwarts. You know of our four founders and the tales that surround them. They coexisted harmoniously, save for one." Adjusting her robe, she spoke with a steady and serious tone about the school's history. The identity of the discordant founder was immediately apparent to the students. "That must be the one from Slytherin," Ron muttered, who sought to admit only those of impeccable wizarding lineage while rejecting Muggle-borns. The founder of Slytherin had clashed with the other three, leading to a significant rift that resulted in his departure from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall sighed as she took her seat at the lectern. "I can only say, good riddance. At least without him, we can all sit here and learn." Ron whispered his agreement, and nearby Gryffindors nodded in assent. However, it is said that before his departure, Slytherin constructed a special chamber, the Chamber of Secrets. After his exit, it was sealed, and only his true heir could access it, unleashing its terrifying contents to purge Hogwarts of those deemed unworthy of magical education, Muggle descendants. Professor McGonagall paused, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards. "To rid the school of all those whom Slytherin considered unworthy." Hermione furrowed her brow, adding, "I never imagined such creatures could exist within the chamber." McGonagall nodded. "However, the faculty has conducted numerous searches and found no such chamber. Thus, we collectively believe it to be mere fabrication. The absence of any horrific incidents over the years suggests that it is indeed just a legend." Listening to Professor McGonagall, the class fell into a contemplative silence, some visibly relieved, preferring to trust it was merely a myth. Perhaps the blood on the wall is nothing more than a prank. Seamus Finnegan mused thoughtfully. As he spoke, many students exchanged furtive glances towards Harry, Parvati, and Draco. Harry lowered his head, feeling uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. "Hey, Harry. Don't worry, maybe the chamber is just a hoax. All just rumors," Ron reassured, giving his friend a comforting pat on the shoulder. "But Ron, don't forget what I told you about that voice I heard," Harry replied quietly, causing Ron's expression to shift, falling into silence. "But it could very well be real. Perhaps it has merely awaited the right heir to unlock it, coupled with that strange voice I heard. I suspect it is indeed true. The heir of Slytherin has emerged," Hermione asserted, turning solemnly to discuss with them. "The question remains, who could be Slytherin's heir?" Ron pondered aloud. "Let us think. Who has consistently exhibited disdain for Muggles, always flaunting their lineage?" A candidate quickly formed in Ron's mind. "You mean?" Harry and Hermione simultaneously turned to glance at Draco, who sat upright, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he caught their gaze. "Why are you looking at me? Be careful, or I might cast a petrifying curse on you." Draco grinned maliciously, his demeanor appearing rather sinister in the trio's eyes. Silently, they turned away. It was undoubtedly him, but that merely heightened Draco's suspicion. In truth, they even considered Parvati as a potential suspect, given her involvement in capturing Peeves and hanging him beneath the bloodstains, indicating that she had likely discovered the bloodstains first. After class, they hurriedly exited the classroom, engaging in a rapid brainstorming session about their suspects and the basis for their theories. Draco and Parvati had risen to the top of their list of suspects. However, I recall that Malfoy seemed to have concluded his training that day and returned with Pansy and the others. When they discovered the bloodstains, they were all present. At least Malfoy had no time for such matters. Hermione pondered this detail for a moment. If Malfoy had no time, then that must mean Harry opened his mouth. Why not give it a try to find out? "I believe we need to observe closely," suggested Ron. The sound of Draco's laughter, mingled with his conversation with Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe, echoed from behind. The group strode past them, casting a derisive glance toward the trio. Draco's pace was brisk, his robes billowing behind him. Yet, after taking just a few steps, the platinum-haired boy halted and turned back to approach them. Humph, Draco smirked, gazing down imperiously at the trio, who were eyeing him warily. Cherish your second-year moments while you can. You may not have the chance again in the future. By the way, if you're frightened, leaving Hogwarts now wouldn't be too late. With that, he turned and pulled Pansy away. Wait, Pansy, Harry called out to him. And Draco shot him an annoyed glare. What do you want? Don't waste our time. Pansy, I want to know, when you hung the Bloody Baron that day, were you the first to discover the bloodstains? At least with Pansy, there was a possibility of conversation. They hoped to extract some information from her. Pansy looked at Harry with mild surprise, and then smiled faintly. Yes, I did discover it, but I had no idea who did it. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets, Pansy? Ron quickly inquired. Draco impatiently tugged at Pansy, signaling they should leave and not waste time on these questions. Though I am a Slytherin, I regret to say that I am not aware of that. It's always wise to be cautious. He shook his head, answered them, and followed Draco away, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Is that true? Ron gazed at their retreating figures, feeling that they knew something. I can only say that Pansy's attitude towards us this term is entirely different from last term. She seems more aloof. I thought the gifts we exchanged at Christmas might improve our relationship. Harry sighed dejectedly. She has become a thorough Slytherin. Perhaps this is her true self. Previously, she might have acted out of courtesy, responding politely to our unexpected gifts. Ron believed this to be the truth. They should not expect to befriend a Slytherin. Chapter 150, Critical Hit 300. The one most satisfied with Pansy's cold demeanor was Draco. This was excellent. At the start of this term, he not only abandoned the image of an impartial mediator, but also distanced himself from the Gryffindors. I am delighted that you have learned to define your position this term. You are a quintessential Slytherin, not a congenial Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Draco felt immensely gratified, sensing that Pansy had genuinely matured. At the very least, she acknowledged her identity as part of Slytherin and should possess the pride that accompanies it. You have no idea how terrified I was. Just thinking about your formerly fair and just demeanor made it hard to bear. While that was indeed commendable, you know I dislike that side of you, especially when dealing with the Gryffindors. He glanced out at the raindrops pattering against the window, shrugged, and swiftly returned to the dormitory with Pansy. The boy plopped down on the long sofa he had added to their quarters, leaning against one side. This is wonderful. Hogwarts might very well undergo a major upheaval because of this. Regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin, he was evidently excited about these matters. Placing his textbooks on the table, Pansy leaned against it, resting one hand on the surface and gazing at Draco. So, who do you believe is the heir of Slytherin? Potter? Or perhaps you? Or even me? A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips, his dark, deep-set eyes fixed upon the boy on the sofa. The young master, half reclining on the couch, suddenly opened his eyes, hesitating for a moment. Well, it certainly wouldn't be me. If I were the heir of Slytherin, my father would undoubtedly inform me, perhaps to tell me to carry forth Salazar's Slytherin-esque will, to purge Hogwarts of those of Muggle descent. As if suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the pale gold rose Pansy had given him during class from the pocket of his outer robe. His gray eyes focused on the rose, his fingertips gently pinching a petal. The boy let out a casual chuckle. You know my father well. Their family is staunchly pure-blooded. It's impossible for them not to take such actions. Draco was well aware of this. After all, he had been raised with these beliefs. He plucked a petal and delicately brought it to his nose, half closing his eyes to savor its fragrance. Pansy stood nearby, watching intently as the boy inhaled the rose's scent. An odd sensation stirred in the region of his heart, which had previously felt non-existent. He placed his hand on the area dubbed his heart, a look of confusion crossing his face. What about me? Well, as for you, it is indeed a possibility. But what of it? If you were the heir, I would be elated. Draco turned his body to look at him, pointing the rose toward Pansy with a radiant smile. In that case, I would undoubtedly be the proudest. Regardless of whether you are or not, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. So quiet that it seemed one could only hear their mutual breaths. Oh no, Draco suddenly realized that his words had taken on a rather peculiar tone. His cheeks felt inexplicably warm. He extended his other hand to touch his face, only to feel the heat radiating from his flushed cheeks. Just as I was about to withdraw the hand holding the rose, it was unexpectedly grasped by someone who stepped right in front of me. What are you doing? Draco's eyes widened, showing a hint of panic. Pansy stood before him, silent, yet suddenly displaying an expression of utmost loyalty and kindness, slowly crouching down. In his dark eyes, emotions rare for Draco to perceive, joy, gratitude, loyalty, were vividly present. It was only when the soft black strands brushed against his wrist, and a somewhat cool hand gently touched his fingertips, that Draco snapped back to reality in confusion. Perugia smiled warmly as she exchanged fist bumps with her friend. If that's the case, I would be grateful for your support. Thank you, Draco. My dear Platinum Rose. My best friend. At that moment, Draco felt his mind completely falter, especially after hearing Perugia's subsequent remark. By Merlin's beard, Perugia, you? My hair? His face flushed with embarrassment, and he tugged at the corners of his mouth. Where on earth had Perugia learned such teasing ways? How infuriating. Suddenly, Draco felt an urgent need to excuse himself, dashing to the restroom. Though it was all in jest, he could not deny that Perugia's words and actions were indeed impactful. Lowering his gaze to his now empty hands, Perugia silently rose, her eyes fixed on the closed restroom door. Uffed. Ha. Professor Snape assigned different essay topics to each grade and entrusted the collection of assignments to the respective heads of year. Perugia and Luffy gathered the second-year assignments and made their way to Professor Snape's office. Along the way, neither of them uttered a word, and the silence was eventually broken by Luffy Wentworth. I thought you would question me about why I did that. She referred to the incident involving the peeves hanging beneath the bloodstained words. It was inconsequential. I told you, that bottle was a gift to you. How you dispose of it is entirely your affair. Perugia's tone was decidedly cold, devoid of any superfluous emotion. They nodded to the students passing by and continued their conversation. Well, I merely wished to teach him a lesson, to make him aware of whom he should not provoke. However, it seems I inadvertently involved you in that matter. I apologize. Her intentions were never to drag Perugia into it, but she overlooked the fact that the professors would likely associate the deed with her. It matters not. Perugia's indifferent gaze remained fixed ahead, causing Luffy's eyes to dim with disappointment. She stepped directly in front of Perugia, halting her progress, as there happened to be no one else around. No, you know I admire you immensely. I discovered that Felch could wield magic. Such miracles, which should rightly be deemed divine, I believe only you are capable of achieving. The Wentworths have always found those who lead us, and you are the leader I wish to follow. Chapter 151. Beneath the prosperity of the family, there must be a leader to guide them toward glory. Felch's recent behavior could be described as erratic, as if the petrification of Lady Loris had shaken him to the core. He frantically sought the perpetrator and would occasionally dash into the rain, disappearing from sight. While everyone assumed he had lost his mind, Luffy did not share that sentiment. By sheer coincidence, she passed by Felch's office and noticed the ajar door. The sudden brightness from within captured her attention, and she cautiously stood at the threshold, peering through the gap to witness a shocking scene. Felch was excitedly practicing spells with a wand. At that moment, Luffy thought she was dreaming until Felch's jubilant cheers confirmed the reality. Everyone knew that Felch was a squib, destined never to practice magic. Yet, the sight she had just witnessed shattered her understanding. By Merlin's socks, a squib can use magic. She watched as Felch meticulously completed his spell work, putting away his wand while muttering fervently to himself. He has bestowed upon me a miracle that will never occur again in my lifetime. This will be my faith. He is divine, he is divine. The magical world has never held beliefs in deities. If they existed, they resided solely in tales and legends. Yet, Felch's frantic demeanor and his expression while casting magic hinted at a monumental shift in the world to come. After leaving Felch's office, Luffy was consumed by the astonishing scene. She quickly concluded who was capable of such feats, particularly the individual Felch referred to as the creator of miracles. The corridor was deserted, with only the flickering shadows cast by the torches on the walls, lending a quiet atmosphere to the sudden dialogue. Luffy's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. She did not wait for Perugia to deny the matter, but spoke directly. Though the Wentworth family has maintained a neutral stance, we have ensured our prosperity through the ages. It is because we possess keen intuition, allowing us to discern and follow the right leaders. Pureblood families have always done so. Choosing the correct path leads to enduring glory and brilliance. She took a step back, respectfully placing her hand on her chest and executing a noble bow. Based on my observations, I believe you are the leader I should choose to follow. Therefore, regardless of your actions, our family shall stand by your side. Please grant me my impertinent request. Members of the Wentworth family have thrived in the magical realm due to the sharp observation skills of their heads. Luffy, as the heir of the Wentworth lineage, had likewise identified the leader who could guide her family toward greatness upon arriving at Hogwarts. Perugia remained silent, raising an eyebrow with an inscrutable expression, yet did not deny Felch's situation. After all, it had been witnessed. What could he say? Moreover, Luffy had not spread the word indiscriminately. You indeed possess keen observational skills and enough fortune. It is remarkable that Felch was careless enough to allow you to discover his use of magic. Half closing her eyes, Perugia's tone bore a hint of amusement as she chuckled lightly and continued walking forward. Come now. If we are late, Professor Snape will be displeased. Luffy looked up, her heart soaring with delight, and followed suit without hesitation. She understood that Perugia's lack of refusal or denial signified her agreement to Luffy's request. Such a procrastinator. Professor Snape stood at the door of his office, his expression grim, casting a sharp glance at the two. He noted Luffy standing behind Perugia and huffed softly. It seems our Mr. Slytherin is acquiring his own followers. The man swiftly snatched the assignments from their hands, slamming the door shut without further ado. Truly, Professor Snape was astute, immediately discerning their situation. Having followers in the second year was almost more extravagant than Tom Riddle's time. Within the office, Snape paused in his grating, his pen hovering momentarily, lost in thought, his brow furrowed. The Slytherin Manor warmly welcomes friends who wish to draw near. Perugia stood in the first-floor corridor, extending her hand to feel the icy raindrops, not glancing back at Luffy trailing behind her. Instead, she simply remarked, her words implying a meaning that Luffy quickly grasped. Yes. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Luffy suddenly adopted an air of heightened reverence, even resorting to formal speech. There is no need to address me in such a manner, especially in public, Perugia remarked, somewhat exasperated by her fervent loyalty. He turned away, gesturing dismissively at the girl. I understand. I shall take my leave now. Luffy offered a faint smile and departed with measured steps, as if nothing had transpired between them. The flickering flames illuminated the silent corridor, while Perugia perched on the railing, gazing upward at the rain cascading from the heavens. Behind him, footsteps echoed, one light, the other heavy, suggesting that the newcomer was laboring with each step. Good evening, Mr. Thalister. A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from behind. It was Felch, unexpectedly bowing slightly, his respectful demeanor rendering him almost unrecognizable. It seems you have adapted quite well. You must have mastered the fundamental spells, Perugia remarked without turning, his tone indifferent. Indeed. It is thanks to your guidance, Felch replied, his humble demeanor likely to astonish anyone who might witness it, particularly when he addressed the relatively young Perugia with such deference. Suddenly, the hood of Perugia's outer robe stirred, and two small tendrils emerged, seemingly gleeful as they caught the raindrops. Cole appeared to joyfully crawl out from the hood, scampering onto Perugia's shoulder. I think it wise for you to exercise caution of late. Your practice of magic has not gone unnoticed, though fortunately. She is on our side, the boy remarked casually, idly toying with his fingers. Should the fact that you can wield magic come to the attention of others, particularly Headmaster Dumbledore, it could lead to significant complications. I have no desire to handle such matters. Felch quickly bent forward, his demeanor flustered yet resolute. I assure you, I will not be discovered. It seemed he would need to cease his magical practice for the time being to avoid arousing the suspicions of Dumbledore and the other professors. He had not anticipated being discovered, nor did he expect there to be anyone else within the school aligned with him. Who could it be? Felch could not fathom. Yet he could only offer his assurances. Very well, refrain from practicing magic for the time being. I know you are eager. But do keep in mind the nature of this place. Perugia rose, whispering as he passed by Felch. He then discreetly placed a familiar small vial into Felch's pocket. Yes, I shall be careful, Felch exclaimed, cautiously covering the pocket and hastily exiting the corridor, feigning nonchalance.